Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1219, The Situation of the Promised Legion. Of course, Yang Hui couldn't help the big sisters debug the machine right away just because of their enthusiasm. After all, he wasn't a specialized maintenance staff, and he had other things to do. However, he also agreed to help them check the machine after finishing his task. Nonsense. Without the agreement, Yang Hui doubted whether he could get out of the hangar safely. What a disaster. Yang Hui walked towards the bridge and sighed. Puff Mitsuha Grey-Leva and Reynold Harding held back their laughter. It was the first time they saw Yang Hui so embarrassed, and they also suspected that Yang Hui was in Versailles. Did they see that Aggie St. Claus, Jay and others beside him had bloodshot eyes and gnashed teeth? Captain Mitsuha, has the next plan of Drestriga been determined? Yang Hui rolled his eyes unhappily and changed the topic to business. It has not been determined yet. I plan to meet with the Yang Huis of the Holy Military Alliance first to see if the Holy Military Alliance has any intelligence, and then determine the next direction. Sanai Greywall said. Well, it's a good choice, but relying on the intelligence of the Holy Military Alliance alone is still too crude. I have to think of a way to deal with intelligence. Yang Hui thought about it. Now, Drestriga is really fighting alone except for a ship and 10 mobile suits. Although Brigadier General Fix gave Drestriga a lot of autonomy, this power is really autonomous, which means that no matter what, Drestriga needs to solve it by itself. For example, intelligence. Although the Federation Army is exhausted, the intelligence network is still very sound, but Sanai Greywall actually has no channels to contact the intelligence department, nor does he have the authority to obtain intelligence, not to mention that the intelligence department will actively cooperate with Drestriga's actions. So, Drestriga needs to obtain enough intelligence, and it also needs to find ways to obtain intelligence and find the source of intelligence by itself. Yang Hui could not accept this. He did not like to be a blind and deaf man wandering around in the universe and waiting for Brigadier General Fix to give orders. Do you know anyone in intelligence? Mitsuha Greywall and Reynold Harding were stunned. They wanted to be surprised, but after thinking carefully, it seemed that it was not so surprising. After all, Yang Hui had shocked them too many times. They did not find it strange to suddenly say what he could do and what he was good at? Oh, no, unless Yang Hui said that he could have children. Some ways. Yang Hui smiled, and then parted with Mitsuha Greywall and Reynold Harding. Since Mitsuha Greywall's idea had been confirmed, he did not intend to intervene in the negotiation with the Holy Military Alliance, nor did he need to intervene. I always feel that Director Yang Hui is becoming more and more mysterious. Reynold Harding looked at the backs of Yang Hui and Ryu Konosaki and couldn't help but whispered. Vice Captain Reynold. I know, Captain. Back in his room, Yang Hui sat on the chair and pinched his nose. He was a little tired from dealing with the Shurak team just now. Those big sisters were really too enthusiastic and gave him a headache. At this time, a pair of cold jade hands reached out from behind, placed on Yang Hui's temples, and gently rubbed them. Ryu Konosaki knew that Yang Hui was very tired, but there was no way to help Yang Hui share the burden. He could only think of helping Yang Hui gently massage and make Yang Hui feel a little more relaxed. Moreover, the people from the Shurak team also taught Ryu Konosaki a lesson. If you want to fulfill your wishes, you have to be more proactive. If you always follow behind Yang Hui quietly and do nothing, you can't fulfill any wishes. Feeling the coolness and relaxation in his head, Yang Hui didn't object. He closed his eyes and enjoyed it. About 10 minutes later, Yang Hui opened his eyes again, patted Ryu Konosaki's hand, sat up straight, and took out the pad. Are you in trouble over there? Cruz's teasing came from the pad. Trouble? Indeed, I have. My Mecha has not been unlocked, so I can only do logistics. I am itching to do it. Yang Hui complained. You are worthy of me. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Any useful information? That's too much? Cruz's tone was a little excited and fiery. This world is really interesting. Zanskar, the remnants of Neo-Zeon, mechanical beasts, alien metal fusions, Ulugru, invaders. To be honest, I think Rebel is a little extreme. With so many enemies around, I think it's a miracle that the Earth Federation did not disintegrate directly. That's right. Yang Hui smiled bitterly. In the original UC timeline, it was only the Titans, Neo-Zeon, the remnants of Neo-Zeon, the Sleeves, the Mafti, and the Death Vanguard that brought the Earth Federation to the brink of collapse, not to mention that the hostile forces in this world are more numerous and more chaotic. It is not easy for the Earth Federation to hold on until now. Although each hostile force has its own corresponding allies, the number is still a minority. Running around the Earth, it is impossible to save them as a fire brigade. And traces of the DBD phenomenon have been detected all over the world. Most of them haven't sent anything, but it feels like they're waiting for something. Once it happens, the Earth will be even more lively. How are your preparations? It's progressing steadily. With the help of Jep, Rebel has returned to the top of the Federation Army and has begun to eliminate the deep-rooted problems within the Federation Army. The Legion's reunion rate is about to reach 60%. After the various armed forces are unlocked, we can start to deploy. As for me, with the assistance of Rebel and Jep, I have already eaten up the Earth Federation's intelligence network and replaced the core architecture. It will be fully established soon. This is good news. That bastard Fix gave Drestriga such a high degree of autonomy, but it's really autonomy. He doesn't give anything else. Remember to send me a copy of any important intelligence in the future. What a coincidence, I just happen to have an interesting piece of information here. Just say it directly, don't keep people in suspense. Zansker is active in the eradicate space, as if he is looking for something. However, the analysis shows that Zansker is likely to attack Luna II. Not only that, traces of Uluguru have been found in the eradicate space. The latest achievement of the MJP agency is just about to go to the eradicate space to perform a mission. Isn't it a coincidence? The MJP agency, which comes from the Galaxy Attack Force, is officially called the Military Junior Pre-Academy, and is a special agency under the GDF, a special department of the Earth Federation. It is indeed a coincidence, but I don't care about this now. I only care about, are these two brats, Shinan and Atto, done with their work? Where are they going? When can they come and join me? Yang Hui asked angrily. Haha, there's no point in worrying. Shinan and Atto have been delayed. The invaders have appeared near the orbital base. Because of the war in the 3 consecutive solar systems and the stupid behavior within the Federation, there is only the GGG, Gutsy G Lobel Guard, orbital base near the Earth's orbit, and there is only one combat force left, the Yonkai. So, what about the Federation Army? Forget it, I'd better not ask. Yang Hui wanted to ask why there was no Federation Army fleet stationed in such an important area of the Earth's orbit, only the GGG orbital base. Thinking about the current situation of the Federation Army, he really couldn't spare any manpower, unless the armament of the Legion was fully unlocked. When is it expected to reach 60%? If nothing unexpected happens, it will be tomorrow. The last batch of members who rush back from Mars will arrive at the rendezvous point tomorrow. After unlocking, let Rebel disperse the Legion and deploy comprehensive defenses. Don't worry, Wong and Rebel have everything planned, but the problem on your side, use the spare machines first. I really can't spare anyone to go to your side in a short period of time. The Earth is in a mess. Graham and the others are now acting as firefighters, running around the world. Okay, after the army is unblocked, we will mobilize the fleet to the GGG orbital base to exchange Shinan and Atto, and have them meet at Drestliga. No problem. So, have you found any trace of them? Yang Hui's face darkened, and Cruz on the opposite side also put away his teasing smile. His expression became solemn. Not at all, or, right in front of us, but there is no way to be sure. Yang Hui was silent. He understood what Cruz meant. The composition of the army under the Slaughter Temple was also very complex, and there were also many races from other worlds, such as Festum. The known hostile forces, such as mechanical beasts, invaders, and alien metal fusions, are they local or belong to the Slaughter Temple? It is impossible to confirm. But what is certain is that no trace of the Knight was found. That's good news. In the end, the Knight, or Knights, of the Slaughter Temple must be eliminated, but now the Promise Army is subject to too many restrictions and the environment is also chaotic and complicated. Before making preparations, it is best not to find any trace of the Knight. Okay, I've sent you a copy of the relevant information. Take a look at it yourself. I have something else to do. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing you need to pay attention to. What is it? The ship you're on has a big problem. Rebel has captured Fix because he didn't reveal the information about Drestriga. He insisted that Drestriga could save the Earth and the world, but he just didn't want to tell you the details. From now on, the command of Drestriga will be in charge of Rebel himself. I'm planning to take necessary measures, otherwise we won't be at ease if you stay on the ship. I understand. I'll study this ship carefully. Well, be careful. Your words are totally unconvincing. A dog can't spit out every. You. Too much? Yang Hui wanted to curse back, but found that Cruz actually hung up the phone. This bastard. Ryu Konosaki looked at Yang Hui's frustrated look from behind, and couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. Chapter 1220, I'm itching to do something. Let's have a simulated battle. We have reported the situation to the higher-ups, and they have agreed to your alliance request. Captain Mitsuha, please give us your guidance in the future. After a day of sailing, Drestriga arrived at the designated rendezvous coordinates. Yang Hui had been waiting here since early in the morning. During the voyage, Mabet obtained permission from Mitsuha Greywall and contacted Yang Hui on the way, so before the rendezvous, the Holy Military Alliance came to a conclusion, and reached a consensus immediately after the rendezvous. We are the ones who need your care. Mitsuha Greywall did not think highly of herself because of the existence of Drestriga and the official status of the Earth Federation Army. She maintained an equal attitude and talked to King Gahanum, one of the leaders of the Holy Military Alliance. Mabet and the Shurak team will temporarily follow the Drestriga. The Shurak team was originally an elite team established to protect Huso. Even Hus cannot follow your ship for the time being. King Gahanum said, I believe Captain Mitsuha is also aware that although the Holy Military Alliance is a major threat to the Zanskar Empire, it can only be described as a scattered army and cannot confront the Zanskar Empire head-on, so we still need to gather more combat power. Understand? In the future, our ship will also seek more help and gather more combat power. At present, we will focus on mobile operations. If you need it, you can contact our ship and we will do our best to provide you with assistance. No problem. The same goes for your ship. Let's start transferring the corresponding materials. Our ship also has some spare parts for V-Gundam and Gunblasta, which will be handed over to your ship for use. Thank you very much. After ending the communication, Mitsuha Greywall immediately arranged the transfer of spare parts for V-Gundam and Gunblasta. Yang Hui was originally continuing to study AOS in the core cabin, but when he heard that the supplies were to be transferred, Yang Hui was somewhat looking forward to it. He wondered if Yang Hui had any spare machines. Even if it was just a Gunblasta, at least one machine would be available. As for Ryu Konosaki's machine, just today, at 1300 GMT on Earth, the weapons of the Promise Corps had been unlocked, and Ryu Konosaki's machine had also been unlocked, but it was not appropriate to take it out now. After all, the unlocking of the machine appeared out of thin air, and no matter how you explain it, it is not clear. At least Yang Hui did not intend to expose the identity of the Promise Corps now. Therefore, Yang Hui also sent a supplier request to Wang, sending an idle machine of the Rising Sun series over, so that he could unlock Ryu Konosaki's machine with the cover of the transport ship. On the other hand, if it was just a Gunblasta, Yang Hui would be tied up and could not exert much combat power. Lucky, there is actually an idle spare machine. Looking at the Gunblasta being transported to the hangar, Yang Hui smiled happily. Now he finally didn't have to be a commander on the bridge. Director Yang Hui, are you planning to drive this Gunblasta? Aggie St. Claus asked curiously. He had just come over after dinner and saw that Yang Hui's eyes were always on the idle Gunblasta. Why? Is there a problem? Yang Hui asked Aggie St. Claus in return. Of course there is a problem. Can you drive him? No matter how Aggie St. Claus looked at Yang Hui, he didn't think that Yang Hui could drive him but if Yang Hui really could drive him Aggie St. Claus had a feeling he wouldn't be surprised. Do you want to try? Yang Hui's mouth curled up in a vicious arc. He liked it most when someone questioned his driving skills, so that he could bully the little kid with a clear reason. Ahem, it was to guide the younger generation in driving skills. Well, how about we just call it quits? Aggie St. Claus was embarrassed and had a bad feeling in his heart, so he planned to refuse. But Yang Hui didn't intend to give Aggie St. Claus a chance to refuse, and directly took out his pad to contact Mitsuha Greywall. Captain Mitsuha, now is a good opportunity. I suggest a training simulation battle of Ms. Huh? Training simulation battle? What's the reason? Mitsuha Greywall asked in confusion. Drestriga has not yet determined the next target, and it has experienced a battle before, so it is no problem to stop for a while to rest, but suddenly saying that a training simulation battle of Ms is going to be held, there must be a reason, right? First, I have a mobile suit, so I want to adapt to it in advance. Second, Miss Mabet's V Gundam and Team Shurek's Gunbraster have been adjusted, and the performance has changed, so they also need time to adapt. Third, I found that the Ms troops on this ship still have problems in coordination and cooperation, so I'll take it as a way to cultivate tacit understanding. Well, I also noticed this problem. Wait? Director Yang, what did you say just now? Your mobile suit. Mitsuha Greywall heard Yang Hui's explanation, especially the last and most important one, which was well reasoned, and was about to agree, but immediately thought of the first reason Yang Hui said, and suddenly became uneasy. Yes, Leon has transported an idle Gunbraster, and no one was driving it. It just so happens that I know a little about Ms driving, so I can add some combat power. But Director Yang Hui, this is not a joke, driving in Ms to fight. Whether it works or not, you will know after trying it. Yang Hui said confidently. This. Captain Sanai, please approve it. Okay, but let me make it clear first. I will conduct a detailed evaluation of the training simulation battle. If I understand. If I cannot meet your requirements, I will give up driving the Ms to participate in the subsequent battles. Yang Hui certainly knew what Sanai Greywall wanted to say. This was not only responsible for Yang Hui, but also to ensure that Yang Hui would not drag down others if he failed. Since you said so, I really have no reason to refuse. Then I agree. In 15 minutes, a training simulation battle will be held in this universe. I will inform others to prepare. As for the content, how about fighting on our own? Yang Hui originally planned to say that he would fight everyone by himself, but considering that he had not yet demonstrated his strength, it was too abrupt and insulting to do so, so he changed the way and changed it to melee. Isn't it to cultivate tacit understanding? Sanai Greywall was stunned. How to cultivate tacit understanding between each other in a melee? The person who knows you best is your enemy. In a melee, it is allowed to form teams and cooperate with each other. It is the best way to cultivate tacit understanding without making tactical arrangements in advance. Yang Hui said nonsense seriously. This. Besides, although we are companions fighting side by side, there will be some small conflicts between us occasionally, right? Taking this opportunity, let everyone vent their conflicts openly. Isn't it perfect? Okay, you convinced me. Sanai Greywall was not stupid enough to be fooled by Yang Hui so easily, but she couldn't think of a rebuttal. She also understood that since Yang Hui had proposed it, it meant that it was a notification rather than a request. Even if the teams were divided in advance, Yang Hui might kill his own people first? I don't know why, this absurd idea lingered in Sanai Greywall's mind and couldn't be shaken off. Thank you very much. I'll go check on my mech first. 15 minutes is enough. The mech that has just been delivered must also need debugging. Although Yang Hui can also debug the mech's OS during the battle like Kira, it is unnecessary. Why do he have to do this kind of trick? Simulation training. Develop tacit understanding? Are you underestimating us? It should be the tacit understanding between us and Agi. After all, we just met and are not familiar with each other yet. But the content is to fight on our own. What does Captain Mitsuha mean? Will he consider the strength of each of us? Very likely. Who Suo, what do you think? Junko asked to Suo beside him. He was the first to come to Drestriga, and knew Mitsuha Greywall best, so she wanted to hear his opinion. I think this is not Captain Sanai's idea, but it's more like Mr. Yang Hui's idea. In fact, Suo didn't know much about Sanai Greywall and the people of Drestriga, but he believed in his feelings. He felt that Sanai Greywall was not the kind of person who would do such seemingly redundant things. On the contrary, Mr. Yang Hui liked such seemingly redundant things? You guessed it right, Suo. At this time, Agi St. Claus also came over. To everyone's surprise, he actually changed into the standard driving suit of the Federation Army. He had never worn a driving suit in previous battles. Agi. Why are you? Director Yang Hui asked me to wear it. If I don't wear it, he will beat me. Aggie St. Claus said timidly. Director Yang Hui is a logistics staff, right? Even if he is good at commanding, he doesn't seem to be the kind of person who can fight well, right? What a cowardly man. Peggy Lee of the Shrek team said disdainfully. She always felt that Aggie exuded a decadent temperament and felt a little cowardly. Haha, naive. Aggie St. Claus smiled disdainfully. I didn't believe it before, and then, he subdued me with one hand, and almost twisted my hand off. Really? Could it be that you are too weak? Peggy Lee doubted. She really didn't believe it. You're kidding. Although I'm a wanderer, I have done everything to survive, and my physical fitness is definitely not weak. I definitely have the ability to protect myself. Well, it seems to be the case. Aggie St. Claus' temperament is lazy and decadent, but his physique still looks very strong. In other words, Mr. Yang Hui is still good at fighting? What kind of treasure man is this? Wait, Aggie, you said, this is Mr. Yang Hui's idea. Huasuo suddenly interrupted the shy exclamations of the big sisters of the Shrek team and asked a key point. Yes, Alice. Edge St. Claus sighed. Director Yang Hui mentioned it in front of me, and also said. Then, Edge St. Claus repeated the reasons given by Yang Hui at that time verbatim, and then added, not only that, Director Yang Hui is going to drive the unmanned Gunblasta to participate, and he is now preparing the machine. Judging from his expression, he is serious. Huh? XN I think everyone should be serious. This is not the first time. Director Yang Hui may really be able to drive a Miz, and he is not weak. Chapter 1221 What kind of monster is this? Question mark. Are we really going to fight Mr. Yang Hui? Don't be careless, young Huasuo, you can feel it, right? After getting on the Miz, Director Yang Hui has changed. Well, it's scary. In the current universe, all the Miz belonging to Drestriga, the Fierce Bird 30, the 2V Gundams and the Shrek team have all attacked, and the Gunblasta piloted by Yang Hui are already in the universe, waiting for the instructions of Mitsuba Greywall. However, except for Aggie St. Claus, Huasuo, Mabed and the members of the Shrek team are all hesitant. Although they all think that Aggie St. Claus is reasonable, it is not the first time that Yang Hui has suddenly shown that he is very good at something, but, without personal experience, they can't be sure. Moreover, Yang Hui also helped them prepare their machines, making their own machines more handy. For Miz pilots, Miz is their second life. Taking care of their second life makes it difficult for them to attack Yang Hui. Mr. Yang Hui, are you really okay? Peggy Lee of the Shrek team confirmed with concern. Of course, it's better to say, I feel great now. Yang Hui's tone was a little excited, which scared the others. That, Mr. Yang Hui, calm down. Aggie St. Claus said worriedly. Don't worry, I'm calm now. Yang Hui was indeed a little excited. After all, he had been itching to watch others fight for a while. When he touched the joystick of the Miz again, he felt an indescribable sense of comfort in his heart. However, although he was excited, Yang Hui would not lose his mind because of this. What a small scene it was. He just wanted to bully, to guide these juniors. This is even more frightening. Aggie St. Claus trembled suddenly. He was sure that Yang Hui was calm now, but being able to stay calm in excitement was even more frightening. That, Huasuo, how about, join forces later? Aggie St. Claus connected Huasuo's communication alone. I'm afraid this is not good. Huasuo also felt that Yang Hui was in danger at the moment. Although he had no ill intentions and was not in danger of his life, he was really dangerous. But Huasuo still respected Yang Hui very much. It still felt too much to join forces with Aggie St. Claus to deal with Yang Hui. Big sister, what should we do? The Shrek team was also filled with an atmosphere of hesitation. If it was a simulated battle between sisters, they would not have any hesitation. Although they were close comrades in a team and good sisters in private, it did not prevent them from stabbing their own sisters at the right time. There was no problem with Huasuo and Mabed joining. They knew each other. There was no problem with Aggie St. Claus either. In order to fight side by side better, it was okay to know each other better, but Yang Hui, they couldn't do that. I'll remind you for the last time that you will suffer if you underestimate me. Yang Hui's voice sounded in everyone's communication channel, with some teasing and intentional stimulation. Everyone was still hesitating, But Yang Hui had already connected to the bridge of Drestriga, and asked Mitsuha Greywall, "Captain Mitsuha, everything is ready, can we start?" Mitsuha Greywall just felt a headache. It took Mitsuha Greywall a lot of willpower to agree to Yang Hui driving the Miz to participate in the training simulation battle. Looking at Yang Hui's eagerness to try and couldn't wait to start, Mitsuha Greywall suddenly realized that he seemed to have made a wrong choice. Well, the first training simulation battle of Drestriga is about to begin. The mode is that everyone fights on their own. No one has teammates, but they can form alliances on their own until the last person is left on the field. The weapons used are all exercise weapons. The entire simulation battle process will be recorded by Drestriga and judged. Although it is a simulation battle and all the equipment used are exercise equipment, because we are using real machines for training, please pay attention to safety, understood? And well, the training simulation battle begins. Director Yang Hui, we. Several people from the Shrek team planned to protect Yang Hui first, as a way of taking care of him, but they didn't know, before they could finish their words and the machine hadn't had time to move, Kate Busho of the Shrek team was shot, and the chest of the machine was completely covered by the marking bullet. According to Drestriga's judgment of the damaged parts, Kate Busho was determined to have died. The machine system was completely locked, and it remained in the universe as a corpse. Who did it? Kate Busho was stunned for a few seconds, then came to her senses and cursed, "Didn't we agree on this? First unite to protect Mr. Yang Hui, and then fight a civil war after eliminating the others? Who is it? Aggie. Is it you?" Kate Busho subconsciously thought that Aggie St. Claus was the one who started the attack, because they had just met, and her sisters had agreed in advance that they would definitely not attack her at the beginning. She knew Mabed and Huso very well, and they were not the kind of people who would do such things, so only Aggie St. Claus was left. Yang Hui, passively ignoring me? Yet, very good. The communication channel fell into a mysterious silence, because everyone saw the instigator, not Aggie St. Claus as Kate Busho guessed, but you still have a lot to learn. At this time, Yang Hui's voice sounded in everyone's communication channel, with a very dissatisfied tone. Mr. Yang Hui. Kate Busho was stunned for a moment. If she still didn't know who attacked her, she would be a fool. Turning the screen to look at Yang Hui's defense line, Yang Hui's steel blaster had retreated a long distance. Unlike the standard equipment of sword, gun and shield, Yang Hui used traditional skills, no shield, dual-wielding marking guns, and 2 physical swords for practice hanging on his waist. Mr. Yang Hui. You are too mean. Kate Busho was indignant. She was the closest to Yang Hui and wanted to go over to protect him earlier. The first lesson is that the exercise is the actual combat. Everything is based on the actual combat. Captain Sanai said very clearly that each fights for himself and there is only one winner, which means. Before the voice fell, Yang Hui's steel blaster once again raised the muzzle and aimed at the fierce bird 30 closest to him on the other side. Damn it. The moment he was locked by Yang Hui's steel blaster, Aggie St. Claus's hair stood on end, and he immediately controlled the fierce bird 30 to perform an evasive maneuver. Sure enough, in the next second, the 2 guns fired continuously, and the continuous marking bullets made the fierce bird 30 embarrassed for a while. From the moment the battle is announced, everyone could be an enemy, and any slackness could lead to fatal consequences. Yang Hui continued. Damn it. What a tricky shooting angle. Director Yang Hui really wasn't kidding. Aggie St. Claus gritted his teeth. Although he dodged every marking bullet, only Aggie St. Claus, who had experienced it personally, knew how dangerous each dodge was. Yang Hui almost completely predicted his movement trajectory. Every time he dodged a marking bullet, a second bullet would immediately appear in front of him. Aggie St. Claus was now dodging completely based on his survival instinct, and he didn't dare to use his brain to think at all. Once he used his brain to think, even if he thought for less than a second, he would be hit directly. Aggie, who SUO was also very close to the fierce bird 30. Because of the previous cooperation, he subconsciously wanted to support the fierce bird 30. Don't come over. Aggie St. Claus yelled, flanking. Aggie St. Claus's judgment was correct. If USUO drove the V Gundam to help the fierce bird 30 in the front at this time, there would be only one result, which was to be dragged by Yang Hui. Mr. Yang Hui, don't blame me. At this time, fierce bird 30 got a moment to breathe, because the Shrek team and Mabed on the other side had already discovered that Yang Hui's strength was extraordinary, And Yang Hui's sneak attack on Kate Bushu just now made them unhappy, so they decided to teach him a little lesson. As the vanguard, Junko Jack and Connie Francis had already driven their own machines to Yang Hui's Steel Blasta, and drew out their practice swords one after another. Ling. How could it be? A crisp sound rang out, and Junko Jack and Connie Francis's determined attack was easily blocked by Yang Hui. Yang Hui's machine had already released his double guns, and with lightning speed, he drew out the practice physical sword on his waist, and blocked the attacks of Junko and Connie's machines one after another, without even looking back. Second, the enemy's strength is unknown. Don't make judgments easily. What makes you think I'm weak in melee combat? Ling. Yang Hui's gunblasta shook his wrist vigorously, and the arms of Junko and Connie were swung away by a clever force, leaving the door wide open. At the same time, Yang Hui's gunblasta rotated in place, and the physical sword used in the exercise left a glaring scratch on the waists of the two gunblastas. Junko Jack and Connie Francis were out. We were killed. Totally, too late to react. Big sister. Connie. Two more teammates were killed, and they were two vanguards. The members of the Shrek team immediately became red-eyed and raised their marking guns to bombard Yang Hui. Stupid. Don't be impulsive. Although Mabette was also unhappy, she could still remain relatively rational. The members of the Shrek team were now firing intensively at Yang Hui, which would affect the bodies of Junko Jack and Connie Francis. After Yang Hui's reminder, she thought of more. Acting is real combat. Although Junko and Connie were out, their bodies were still there, which means that was the cover that Yang Hui could use. If he shot recklessly, it would definitely affect Junko Jane and Connie Francis. However, the next second, Mabette's premonition came true. Yang Hui's gunblaster really caught to stop Junko and Connie on the left and right, rotated in place, and threw them in the direction of the Shrek team one after another. A large number of marking bullets fell on the two gunblasters. Connie. Big sister. Damn it. Mr. Yang Hui is so mean. I heard it what? Pa. The surviving members of the Shrek team were still planning to catch Junko and Connie, but as soon as they stopped shooting, several marking bullets shot out from the gap between the two machines, eliminating Peggy Lee and Helen Jackson, who came forward to rescue their teammates. It can hit the cockpit accurately through such a narrow gap. What the hell is this monster? Chapter 1222 Reynold Harding's Unusual Vigilance. In the hangar of Drestriga, the members of the maintenance team sighed as they looked at a row of machines covered with marking bullet paint. The Earth Federation was still the Earth Federation, and the marking bullets they used were still the special paint that was very difficult to clean, so the workload of the maintenance team suddenly increased. Fortunately, the maintenance team of Drestriga were all newcomers, and there were no veterans to lead them, so there were still no sacks or anything like that. Otherwise, Mabette and the big sisters of the Shrek team would definitely be fine, and Husuo would also be taken care of because of his age, but Aggie St. Claus, just wish him the best. No, this matter was instigated by Director Yang Hui. What are you staring at me for? Facing the resentful eyes of the maintenance personnel, Aggie St. Claus felt that he had been betrayed by the whole world. There's nothing we can do. Jay, the head of the maintenance team, patted Aggie St. Claus on the shoulder and said earnestly, Husuo is still a child. We can't make things difficult for a child, right? Miss Mabette and the members of the Shrek team are all women. Women always have a little privilege. As for Director Yang Hui, we dare not complain to him, so, just bear with it. I won't. Never. Why? Just because you are easy to bully. XNI. You, woo. You wait for me. Puff ho ha ho ha. XN. Seeing Aggie St. Claus covering his face and crying, everyone laughed with their stomachs, and the previous stagnation disappeared without a trace. In fact, the members of the maintenance team just complained a little and didn't have much opinion. First, Yang Hui showed great strength. As logistics personnel, they would be safer when encountering battles, right? Second, it is the same as the previous one, but the object has been expanded to the entire MIS unit. Simulated battles can also improve the strength of the MIS unit. Thirdly, there aren't many MISs in Drestriga, and their work is actually very easy. The only reason they complain is because they have to clean a special paint. This special paint is not only difficult to clean, but also has a strong paint-like smell that will not dissipate in a short time. Although this smell is different from formaldehyde and is harmless to the human body, it smells bad. By the way, Director Yang Hui is really awesome. I was also shocked. I really thought Director Yang Hui was just joking, but I didn't expect him to be so awesome. I'm afraid the Federation Army's ace pilot is just like this, right? Of course. And I feel Director Yang Hui is even stronger. Don't forget, Director Yang Hui is only flying a Gundam Blaster. Although its performance is better than G, it is only a mass-produced machine of the Holy Military Alliance, not a special machine. It cannot bring out Director Yang Hui's true strength. How do you know? Here, these are Director Yang Hui's data. The safety limit of the machine's performance has been lifted by 20% more than that of the Shurak team's Gundam Blaster. This is something Director Yang Hui can control within a safe range, but the patch is still showing red. Hiss. Doesn't this mean Director Yang Hui has already restrained his strength? If he doesn't, this Gundam Blaster will probably fall apart, right? What the hell is this monster? XN. Yang Hui was not on the hangar. After returning to Drestriga, he was called by Sanai Greywall. Everything in this space was done. Drestriga also had to decide the next direction. At the same time. Why are you all looking at me like this? After arriving at the bridge, Yang Hui felt confused. Everyone looked at Yang Hui with eyes that were not looking at him. It was difficult to say a word. Did they ask him to discuss the next action plan? In fact, it was not their fault. On the one hand, they were students not long ago and had little knowledge. On the other hand, Yang Hui's performance was really too eye-catching. It was so eye-catching that no one thought Yang Hui was a normal person. Excellent scientific research ability, outstanding tactical command ability, amazing mis-driving skills, all appeared in the same person, and this person didn't look much older than them. Damn it. It's all the first time to be a human. Why is the gap so big? Question mark. Okay, let's get back to work. Sanai Greywall also felt that it was very embarrassing to continue looking at him like this, and clapped his hands to remind everyone to stop this impolite behavior. After everyone returned to work, Sanai Greywall said to Yang Hui, Director Yang Hui, the Holy Military Alliance provided us with a very valuable intelligence. The Zanskar Empire is active in the Aurora space domain and seems to be looking for something. Of course, it is also possible that they are preparing to invade Lunar Goddess II. The intelligence is insufficient and it is impossible to make an accurate judgment. In addition, the intelligence of the Holy Military Alliance also mentioned that the various troops of Zanskar are in retreat, but we have not received any reports that they were repelled by the Federal Army. Reynold Harding added. Haha, it's impossible to receive it. Lunar Goddess II is now guarded by Cheyenne. The intelligence of him, Rebel and the Promised Legion has not been made public, so it is natural to conceal it. Fix, who escorted you, was also arrested. The one who gave you the order was Rebel behind the scenes. How could he let you know this now? After hearing the stories of Sanai Greywall and Reynold Harding, Yang Hui complained in his heart, but on the surface he still pretended to be thoughtful. I have also received the same information, but it is not as complete as the Holy Military Alliance. The Zanskar Empire is indeed making a big move in the Alara space region. Yang Hui told the information he got from Cruz, of course, only half of it. Then, who is the opponent of Zanskar? Reynold Harding asked in confusion. It is not certain yet, but what is certain is that the Zanskar Empire is active in the Alara space region. Whether it is to determine the purpose of the Zanskar Empire's activities or to confirm the forces fighting with the Zanskar Empire, I think Drestriga should go to the Alara space region. Sanai Greywall put forward his own opinion. Anything else? Yang Hui used words to guide Sanai Greywall, with the aim of letting her make her considerations more complete and clearer, considering all possibilities, and neither the disadvantages nor the gains can be ignored. Drestriga does not have a clear action target now, and the Zanskar Empire is the enemy of the Federation Army. Their movements must be explored. It is not ruled out that this is a trap set by the enemy, but with the current combat power of Drestriga, even if it cannot defeat the army, it can retreat safely. Sanai Greywall first talked about the possible dangers of this decision, and then proposed a solution. Then, it was the harvest. First, we can find out why the Zanskar Empire is active in the Aurora space domain. Second, if the Zanskar Empire is really repelled by a certain force, then this force must be the enemy of the Zanskar Empire. The enemy of the enemy is a friend, and there is room for struggle. Third, even if it is impossible to fight for it, the identity of the other party can be found out. Yes. Yang Hui nodded with satisfaction. Sanai Grewale's thoughts were already very meticulous, and he did his best under the current intelligence environment. Then act according to your ideas, Captain Sanai. No problem. Sanai Grewale was very happy. Yang Hui did not raise any objections, indicating that her considerations were recognized. Any other instructions? Vice Captain Reynold. Yang Hui looked at Reynold Harding. During the conversation, he kept looking at Yang Hui with an inquiring look, eager to see through Yang Hui completely. Nothing. I'm just surprised, Director Yang Hui. Is there anything else you can do? Otherwise, just say it directly, so as not to scare us again next time. Reynold Harding retracted his gaze and cleverly rounded it off with a suitable reason. But Yang Hui could clearly feel Reynold Harding's psychological activities. It was definitely not curiosity and surprise, but a very purposeful exploration. But Yang Hui did not expose it. Since he first boarded the ship, Yang Hui found that Reynold Harding had an abnormal vigilance against him and had been exploring his secrets. But Yang Hui did not expose it either. At least Reynold Harding did not show any malice now. After Yang Hui left, Reynold Harding thought to himself, Yang Hui is suspicious, but it doesn't seem like. Damn it. Why didn't Commodore Fix respond at all? Vice Captain Reynold. What instructions? Captain. Nothing. Notify them. Drestriga. Set sail and head for the Ulala space region. Understood. On the other side, Yang Hui was going to the core cabin of AOS to learn about Mabe's research results and see if he found something new. On the way, Yang Hui also used his pad to browse the information sent by Cruz. The information sent by Cruz was not only the whereabouts of the Zanskar Empire, but also the information of all armed forces in this world, as well as the major events that occurred in the past 10 years. A miracle year. It can be regarded as a little progress, but Yang Hui roughly read the information and found that since the 1-year war 10 years ago, there have been too many chaotic events in the past 10 years, as if there was a black hand behind the scenes deliberately pushing it. Otherwise, how could so many large-scale chaos break out in 10 years? Even the UC timeline that Yang Hui was familiar with, which originally lasted for more than 20 years, was forcibly compressed to be completed within 10 years. The behind-the-scenes mastermind of the Mecha battle series is common sense, but Knight, it should be them, or Master Yang Hui, we are here. Ryu Konosaki has been following Yang Hui. Knowing that Yang Hui was browsing the information, he has been helping Yang Hui to pay attention to others. Fortunately, he did not meet other people along the way. It was not until he arrived at the door of the core cabin that Ryu Konosaki reminded Yang Hui that after all, the information he was reading and mumbling to himself were not suitable for others to know. Chapter 1223, Longing is the emotion farthest from understanding. Saki, go and have a rest. Lord Yang Hui, don't worry about me. You don't have to be like this. Yang Hui looked at Ryu Konosaki, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This girl is really a headache. Lord Yang Hui. Ryu Konosaki completely regarded Yang Hui's persuasion as a rejection, and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Originally, Ryu Konosaki was much worse than the ladies, and could only admire, watch from afar, and work hard. Finally, she had the opportunity to accompany Yang Hui. Her requirements were not high, she just hoped to be with Yang Hui before the ladies met up with Yang Hui. As a result, Yang Hui was unwilling to fulfill even this small wish. Admiration is the emotion that is the farthest from understanding. Yang Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. He leaned close to Ryu Konosaki's ear and whispered to him, when you give up admiration and truly understand me, tell me your feelings. Master Yang Hui, Ryu Konosaki was about to say something when Yang Hui pressed his lips with his fingers to stop her from continuing. If you want to get close to me, first change this distant name. The gentle voice penetrated Ryu Konosaki's ears and invaded her heart, melting all the previous frustration and sadness, and ignited the flame that was about to go out. I don't know if it was because of heat or shyness, Ryu Konosaki's face was flushed, charming and seductive, and a little cute. Then, Master Yang Hui. It was another habitual name, but Ryu Konosaki thought of Yang Hui's reminder just now and stopped immediately. But she was too shy to say it directly by Yang Hui's name. Although Yang Hui had made it very clear, the emotion of admiration could not be changed in a short time. Correct yourself slowly. I'm not a vegetarian. Yang Hui patted her lower abdomen lightly as if teasing her. Ha ha. Amidst her embarrassed and angry expression, Yang Hui walked into the core cabin. The researchers seemed to be busy with their own work, but from the faint sullenness on their faces and their wondering eyes, it can be seen that they had just eaten a lot of melons and were extremely uneasy. I didn't expect Director Yang Hui to be a love expert. Maybe teased with a smile on her face. In fact, her evaluation of Yang Hui was not serious or a stinky hooligan. It was just a verbal teasing, and patting Rukinosuke's lower abdomen in front of so many people was sexual harassment. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see what Rukinosuke thought of Yang Hui. She herself did not reject Yang Hui's hooligan behavior at all. She was just angry, which looked like flirting, so no one stood up to say anything. Mabe was just teasing Yang Hui. After all, Yang Hui looked very serious before. He was focused when doing research, confident when commanding, approachable when talking to people, and sharp when driving Ms. It was really interesting to see him suddenly show such a non-serious side. It's okay. Actually, I'm always pursued. Yang Hui shrugged his shoulders and told the truth with a helpless expression. Although not all of his wives were pursued, it was almost the same. I understand. Mystery is a big plus. People can't help but want to find out. As she said that, Mabe moved closer to Yang Hui's body, with a charming expression that everyone wanted to pick, pretending to inadvertently straighten her chest. Ouch! Before Mabe really got close to him, Yang Hui reached out and flicked Mabe's forehead hard. She covered her forehead and cried out in pain, and also distanced herself from Yang Hui. If you are so scared, don't play with fire. Yang Hui taught Mabe angrily. Even without the telepathic wave induction, it can be seen that Mabe is just curious and wants to explore Yang Hui's secrets. This is a common problem among researchers, but Mabe's desire for knowledge is stronger. I'm not a vegetarian. Director Yang Hui is really, shouldn't you play hard to get it this time and then eat me up completely? Ouch. So, watch less of those brain-polluting things. Yang Hui flicked Mabe's forehead again, and even harder. She was trembling with fear when she came close to her. What kind of old driver is she pretending to be? Tisk. Boring. Having said that, Mabe became more curious about Yang Hui. She acted like a hooligan to Rukinosuke, but sternly rejected her own embrace and took the initiative to distance herself. Is this abiding by the bottom line? Or is it a clever method? Forget it, who cares? It's more important to study, AOS. So, have you made any new discoveries? After the fun, Yang Hui asked Mabe seriously. Although he was also very interested in AOS, there were many things to do with Drestriga, and he also had to pay attention to the movements of the promise caller. Yang Hui gave Mabe the responsibility of researching AOS, and she would join in when necessary, and wait for the report if it was not necessary. Anyway, the secret of AOS could not be found out in a short time. After all, Prue and Veda could not find the problem, and Yang Hui could not find the problem himself. He did not think Mabe could make any new discoveries in a short time. Sure enough, Mabe shook her head, but immediately asked, by the way, Director Yang Hui, I want all the crew members on the ship to have a comprehensive physical examination. Comprehensive physical examination? Reason? Yang Hui asked Mabe. In order to test everyone's physical condition, after all, it feels that there will be more and more battles in the future. Drestriga has an important mission, and everyone's physical condition is also very important. Mabe said a reason in a very casual tone. But Yang Hui could feel that Mabe was serious and not casual at all. The feedback from her mental wave told Yang Hui that Mabe seemed to have discovered something, or something that needed to be confirmed. However, Yang Hui did not agree, because you should ask Captain Mitsuha for instructions on this matter. I am just the research director and have no decision-making power. Yang Hui smiled and replied. Okay, I understand. Mabe showed a regretful expression, but she was happy in her heart, because Yang Hui did not directly refuse, which meant that he acquiesced. The reason why he did not directly agree was to maintain Mitsuha Greywalei's position as captain. In the core cabin, all the programs of AOS were reviewed again, and it was found that the MXP produced by the previous battle records was enough for the cost of one upgrade. Mabe, come with me. What? Director Yang Hui is also hypocritical, obviously. Mabe was stunned for a moment, and pretended to be coquettish and wanted to lean on Yang Hui, but she leaned on nothing and almost fell to the ground. Yang Hui had already stood up and stood aside, looking at Mabe in silence. Let's go and report to Captain Mitsuha. Report? Oh, the upgrade options for MXP? I see. Speaking of business, Mabe also put away her playful look, stood up and followed Yang Hui, but when they reached the door of the core cabin, the two stopped. Saki, what are you doing? Yang Hui looked at Rukinosaki, who was standing at the door with a strange expression. Rukinosaki didn't follow him into the core cabin just now. He thought his words worked, and Rukinosaki went to rest by himself, or went to make friends with other people on the ship, but now it seems that Rukinosaki has been here since the beginning, maintaining the current state. Yang Hui. You. Hearing Yang Hui's call, Rukinosaki finally came out of the strange state, his face flushed, and steam was almost coming out of his head. Was he seen just now? He must have been seen. ? It's over. Or just die. Ahem, Saki, you don't look very well. How about, go back to your room and rest for a while? Yang Hui pretended that he didn't see anything and asked Rukinosaki. Go to your room to rest? Is it your room? But, won't it be too fast? I'm not ready yet. Yang Hui, Mabi, go back to your room. Wait? Where are you going? Stop right there. Yang Hui had a headache and covered his face with his hands. He told Rukinosaki to go back to his room to rest for a while, but before he could finish his words, he saw Rukinosaki shyly running away with his face covered. No matter how he called her, she didn't stop, and even disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hetty, Director Yang Hui, you are really a master. Mabi teased jokingly. Alice, my reputation has been damaged. Puff puff puff. The two went directly to the conference room. On the way, they had already sent a message to inform Sanai Greywall, so Sanai Greywall and Reynold Harding were waiting for Yang Hui and Mabe in the conference room. So, Drestriga can be upgraded. Yes, the current MXP points are enough for the first upgrade, but there are a lot of items to choose from. Captain, please decide which one to choose for the first enhancement. Mabe explained. Well, this is really a bit difficult to decide. Sanai Greywall had received reports and knew what items were included in the upgrade of AOS. It was precisely because he knew everything that it was difficult to determine. First, there were a lot of items, and second, the corresponding improvement effects of these items were all question marks. Only after unlocking them could we know the specific effects. I suggest that we eliminate the dormitory and training room first. Reynold Harding expressed his opinion. We can also put the hangar on hold for now. The hangar upgrade should be related to the maintenance efficiency or something. There are not many misses in Drestriga now, and the maintenance team does not have much work, so it can be put off until later. Yang Hui also expressed his thoughts. There are still the bridge, engine room and laboratory left. Let's go to the engine room first. Sanai Greywall made a choice after thinking it over again and again. Is it because of the Alara space domain? Reynold Harding asked. Yes, after all, we don't know what the situation in the Alara space domain is. The three options in the engine room, output enhancement and propulsion enhancement, will help us retreat more safely, and enhance the energy system of Drestriga, which is also more conducive to our next actions. Sanai Greywall expressed his judgment. Then which one should we choose, output enhancement or propulsion enhancement? Mabe asked with some anticipation. She was very concerned about what kind of changes Drestriga would undergo after the AOS upgrade this time. Well, then choose. Chapter 1224, Sadness 5. Mabi, how is it going? It's amazing, Captain. The energy output power of the energy photon thermonuclear fusion reactor has increased by about 20%, and the total amount of energy storage has increased by 20%. In battle, we have more energy to use. After hesitating for a long time, Sanai Greywall finally chose the output enhancement option of the engine room. Just like that. Sanai Greywall was surprised. Of course it's not just that. Mabi explained patiently, the increase in output power and energy limit are only the most intuitive manifestations. At the same time, the energy transmission system is also optimized. After all, more energy requires a better energy transmission system. Otherwise, the energy flow will be blocked. Not only will there be no improvement, but Drestriga will even be in danger of self-destruction. How much has it increased? About 10%. That's also a big improvement. What about the process? How is it done? This is not only a question that Sanai Greywall is concerned about, but also the question that Yang Hui is most concerned about. The restriction has been unlocked. Now, Drestriga is hung with countless locks, so most of its performance has been sealed. The upgrade of AOS is to open these locks bit by bit and restore its original performance. When saying this, Mabe glanced at Yang Hui with a bit of disdain. Director Yang Hui. Don't look at me, go find Brigadier General Fix yourself, I'm just airborne. Yang Hui rolled his eyes. I've already made it clear to you that I don't have the authority, why do you still dislike me? Okay, I'll mention this to Brigadier General Fix again. Sanai Greywall sighed, but it was probably to no avail. It's not that she didn't mention this to Brigadier General Fix, but Brigadier General Fix refused, saying that this was a test for them. If they can't even get through the difficulties in front of them, then what's the point of saving the Earth and saving mankind? Yang Hui knew that this was all nonsense. If Fix Blackwood really thought so, Yang Hui really wanted to pry open the heads of those senior federal officials to see if they were all filled with tofu brains. They actually let such an idealist sit in the position of Brigadier General. 2 guesses. First, Fix Blackwood himself has not studied Drestriga thoroughly, and even Fix Blackwood himself does not know what secrets Drestriga is hiding. Second, Fix Blackwood knows what is going on, but he is powerless or restricted from doing so. Yang Hui is more inclined to the latter, because Fix Blackwood has been controlled by Rebel, and Cruz has used some unconventional means to force him to confess, but he did not get any valuable information. He kept muttering that this ship is related to the future of the Earth and mankind. Cruz and the others had the same idea, and Cruz also found that Fix Blackwood must have been under some special restrictions to prevent him from telling the truth during torture, so he stopped torturing Fix Blackwood and kept him well fed. He was the only clue at the moment, and he couldn't be allowed to get into trouble. Ding ding ding. At this time, the bridge sick Leon sent a communication. Leon, what's the matter? Captain, Brigadier General Fix sent a communication. From the Brigadier General. Turning to the other side, between the Earth and the Moon, there floated a huge space station as gorgeous as a blooming rose. It was the space station of the GDF, a special department of the Earth Federation Army, which was born to deal with intelligent life forms in the outer universe, Rose Star. 5 boys and girls gathered in the residential park of Rose Star. One look at their expressions showed that they had experienced something unpleasant. Alice, the results of this simulation battle are the last again for us. The black-haired boy in a black and red jacket sighed. X4. The other 4 boys and girls were silent, with an expression that seemed to be hesitant to speak. They are students of Granzare City Academy in Neon Hokkaido, and they belong to the MJP agency under the GDF. The MJP agency, full name Military Junior Pre-Academy, is a special agency directly under the GDF. It was originally a research agency that studied the cultivation of humans suitable for survival in the universe through the manipulation of DNA. Later, due to the war between the GDF and Uruguay, it came into contact with important people from Uruguay who were in exile. She conveyed the information that could resist the invasion of Uruguay and resolve the crisis to the agency at that time. Finally, it was reorganized into a lower-level military training school and directly under the GDF Supreme Command. The 5 of them are members of the Rabbit Team. The black-haired boy wearing a black and red jacket is called Hitachi Aizu, the blue-haired boy wearing a black jacket is called Asaji Shunichi, the girl with long golden hair is called Kujimiya Katsura. Kujimiya? Hey, the brown-haired fierce girl is Irie Tamaki, and the last orange-haired boy is Shunan Naka. Not long ago, they came to Rose Star from Granzare City College and participated in the space simulation training war, and then, they lost again, and their grades were at the bottom again. Not only were they reprimanded by the instructor, but they were also asked to write a written report within 30 minutes, which is why they were so frustrated and headache. In the space simulation wars conducted in Rose Star, our record has always been the worst, and we are also called the Regret 5. Hitachi complained to himself. Don't say it as if you admit it. Asaji Shunichi shouted. Stop arguing. It's a fact that our record is the worst. If you only get to this point, you will definitely think that Jun Zhuang is trying to persuade him, but the next words will completely let everyone know this boy with glasses and orange hair, and the most fundamental mistake is that you rushed out alone in a fit of anger, and you don't have the concept of team attack in your mind. How can you, who always thinks of yourself as a sniper, have the right to say that to me? Unable to tolerate Jun Zhuang's venomous snake, Asaji Shunichi immediately counterattacked. Who is calling themselves that? I'm a sniper. Don't you even know that? Being touched on the sore spot on their hearts, Jun and Zhong couldn't stand it anymore. Their faces were full of anger. What did you say? Don't say it. Seeing that the two were about to fight, the fierce Iri Huan immediately stood up to stop them, trying to separate the two, but she just leaned forward, and the two happened to be separated by a distance, and Iri Huan rushed out and fell to the ground. Alice. Kujimiya sighed, covering his forehead, and stepped forward to help Iri Huan up. Just leave them alone. But friendship will emerge after conflicts between people, which is a good thing. Hitachi said excitedly, holding a pen and paper in his hand and drawing something excitedly. Kujimiya and Iri Huan walked over curiously to take a look, and the result was a constipated expression that wanted to complain but didn't know where to start because there were too many things to complain about. So, this is a small team. Who the hell can tell? Question mark. After hearing what Itachi Aizu said, Asaji Shunichi and Shunhochu were stunned for a moment, looking at Itachi Aizu in confusion. The so-called heroes are born in this process. He started talking about love and justice again. Shunhochu complained with a constipated expression. He had complained about this point many times, but Hitachi Aizu just didn't change. He would get tired of complaining all the time. We are pilot candidates of Grand Zarai City College. Although we have not been appointed yet, we are soldiers, which is different from heroes. Kujimiya explained. Really? Hitachi Aizu felt a little regretful. His dream was to become a hero. Leave those to the enemy. Shunhochu was talking about the hero comics drawn by Hitachi Aizu, although no one admitted that it was a hero comic. Huh? Is that so? Then what are our enemies? Iri Tamaki asked somewhat naturally. Uruguru. Uruguru, the Pan-Galactic Unified Empire, is a race with a long history. It has superior military technology than Earth and an independent language. It first came into contact with the Earth Federation Army 8 years ago and directly entered a state of war. The war has been going on for 8 years and has not stopped until now. The Earth Federation Army has always been at a disadvantage. Earth has been fighting with Uruguru for 8 years, but it knows almost nothing about the enemy. Asaji Shunichi said. There are also rumors that the upper echelons are hiding the truth. I guess they must look like those octopus aliens, right? Even this is not certain, right? It should be a long time before we go to the battlefield. Compared to the day when my love comes to fruition, I wonder which will be earlier. Iri Tamaki continued to talk naturally. All she could think about was finding a handsome guy to fall in love with. Your fruit is only breasts, right? Kujimiya ruthlessly complained, and at the same time she was envious and jealous. Why don't I have them? Question mark. They are so big that they are not coordinated. Question mark. Damn it. Why can't God give me a little? Iri Huan was immediately frustrated. Nonsense. One day you will succeed. Hitachi Izumi saw Iri Huan frustrated and immediately comforted her. It was supposed to be a very gentle comfort, but in front of the natural Iri Huan, it was not warm at all. But Hitachi Izumi seemed very useless. Which day is that day? Is that day coming soon? Or is it still far away? Well. Such perfunctory comfort will only backfire. That's right. You really don't understand women's hearts. Look, Hitachi Izumi's comfort was unanimously complained by his teammates. Being complained by everyone. Hitachi Izumi was completely collapsed, but he was used to it. It's almost time to go. The assembly time set by instructor Lingfang has arrived. Looking at the time, Asaji Shunichi reminded his teammates. He was scolded before, and he didn't want to be scolded for being late again. The other four also remembered together, so they started running and hurried together. When they thought of instructor Lingfang's terrible aura when he scolded people, and the whip waving in his hand, they couldn't help but quicken their pace. Chapter 1225 The Mastermind Behind the Scenes. On Earth, at the Earth Federation Army headquarters, people were coming and going in an endless stream. Everyone's forehead was covered with sweat. Orders were passed one after another, or calls came in one after another. Some were asking for help, some were reporting on the battle situation. At this time, Wong and Rebel had been standing in front of the 3D virtual map, staring at the densely packed icons, and also clenched their teeth. General Rebel. Vice Admiral Katie's First Fleet successfully eliminated the Zansker troops in the L3 space domain. Send a message to Katie. Immediately resupply in the L3 space domain, and then stay on standby. Rebel immediately issued a new order. General Rebel, Vice Admiral Fleet's 2nd Fleet, reports that they have successfully eliminated the Uruguru army in the L5 space domain. General Rebel, the L7 space domain has sent an urgent request for help. The fleet led by Admiral Mulebach has encountered a large-scale attack by the invaders. We request emergency support. Send a message to Fleet's 2nd Fleet to start the fold jump and go directly to the L7 space domain for support. Understood. General Rebel. Something is wrong. The Emperor looked at the 3D virtual map. As soon as the red dot disappeared, a new red dot appeared in another place. The Emperor could not help but shake his head. The enemy is slowing us down. The Emperor could see it, and Rebel could naturally see it too. Enemies appeared one after another, not only enemies from this world, but also enemies from other worlds through DBD. They kept coming one after another, and it was hard to cope with them. That's why it's so strange. Wang Yu shook his head and denied a previous guess. This doesn't seem to be the work of the knights. They should be more arrogant. Although the exact number of knights cannot be determined, the fact that the Fafnir world of the sky sent 2 knights to carry out the mission together can tell us that even if the number of knights is not large, it will definitely not be small. The loss of 1 or 2 knights should not make them take us too seriously. At the beginning, Wang and Rebel both agreed that this was a conspiracy of the knights. After the joyful knights and bloody knights were killed in the Fafnir world of the sky, they increased the threat of the Promised Legion, no longer arrogant, no longer facing the enemy head-on, but just instigating the enemy forces in this world or another world to attack all over the world one after another, in order to delay the development of the Promised Legion, destroy the dimensional barrier as soon as possible, and welcome the arrival of the army of the Temple of Slaughter. But there are too many suspicious places. First, the analysis of human nature. Although the characters of the joyful knight and the bloody knight are completely different, they have one thing in common, that is, they are arrogant and look down on the Promised Legion. This can be used as a reference point to speculate the character traits of other knights. Second, if the knight is really scared, it should not just delay the pace of the Promised Legion, but consume the living force of the Promised Legion as much as possible while delaying time. In this case, it is not just to incite other hostile forces to attack, but to attack together with the affiliated races of the Killing Temple. After all, according to the existing intelligence, as long as the big boss of these enemy forces does not appear, it is impossible to cause losses to the Promised Legion. Even if the big boss appears, there are corresponding trump cards to resist. Therefore, the Emperor felt that something was wrong. This did not seem to be the work of the knight. But it is certain that there is a black hand behind the scenes. There must be someone who wants to delay our pace. Rebel said with certainty. That's right, there is no doubt about that, so, finding him and killing him is of vital importance. Among the hostile forces that have appeared now, mechanical beasts, alien metal fusions, Uluguru, the Zanskar Empire, invaders, monsters from another dimension, and the kingdom of Kaluta from another dimension, which one do you think it is? Asked Rebel. None of them. Wang answered Rebel very confidently and stated his reasons. First of all, mechanical beasts and alien metal fusions can be directly ruled out. Their leaders were killed by the demon god, Geta, and the hero 10 years ago. It is very certain that they were killed, so they are just stragglers. Secondly, the Zanskar Empire and the Kalut Kingdom are ruled out. They don't have the ability to be the mastermind. The other is Uluguru. According to the information provided by the exile Shialia, Uluguru is only interested in hunting and recycling genes, and has no interest in being the mastermind. Makes sense. Then the only ones left are invaders and monsters from other dimensions. Why not? Although they all act according to the instinct of destruction, their source is still unknown, and there may be a mastermind behind them. That's right, but the possibility is very low. Ryurima, Kabuto Koji, and Tetsuya have all reported that the invaders' goal is relatively clear. They are heading for Geta, and their target is the Geta Ray. As important participants in the last war, their words are 90% accurate. Apart from the late Dr. Seoto, the missing Dr. Kevin and Dr. Stika, the people who know the most about the Geta Ray are Geta's pilots Ryurima, Kamiya Hayato, and Kurumi Benkei. What about the monsters? My intuition tells me that the birth of monsters is not simple, And it is not entirely based on the instinct of destruction, but the places where they appear are relatively single, and the types are also relatively single. If there is really a mastermind behind them, why are the types of monsters so single? Instead of land, sea, air, and space. So you judge that even if there is an intelligent commander behind the monsters from another world, he will not be the ultimate mastermind. Yes. Well, I can't refute it. Rebel really hoped that he could refute the Emperor, so that he could determine the main targets to be eliminated first, but unfortunately, he could not refute it. There is still a huge hidden danger. Wong said. Super AI. Yes. Wong nodded seriously. Falzog Super AI, developed by Eva Falzog, now covers almost the entire Earth Federation army, and Eva Falzog, who has gone astray, is not dead yet, but sentenced to life imprisonment in freezing and sleeping in the dome. Once someone wakes up Eva Falzog, except for the Legion, the Earth Federation army was annihilated. Rebel took up Wong's words without hesitation. Isn't it because of this hidden danger that the Third Fleet of Assem and Gerhard was sent to guard the dome? I always feel that if this hidden danger is not eliminated, there will be a big mess in the future. Wong sighed. Then let's get rid of it. X2. It was not Rebel or Wong who said that, but Cruz, who had just arrived at the command center. The life sentence of freezing is over, and she is directly sentenced to death. Kill her to eliminate future troubles. Cruz had a dangerous and gloomy smile on his face. Okay. Wong and Rebel thought for a moment and felt that Cruz's suggestion was correct. Haha, you guys are just waiting for me to speak. Cruz laughed and shook his head. It turned out that the two of them had wanted to get rid of Eva Falzog for a long time, but no one spoke up first. This is your job, Cruz. Wong smiled with a conspiracy. That's right, only I am suitable for this kind of dirty work. Cruz shrugged and didn't complain. Then you are definitely not here for Eva Falzog's matter, right? Of course, I just happened to hear it, so I said something. Cruz smiled, then connected his pad to the operating table in front of Wong and Rebel, reporting the latest results. It just so happens that I just mentioned Falzog Super AI. The latest research of the Neon Police Department has been successful. The Super AI named Police Hero has been completed and will be tested soon. If the test is successful, it will be directly released. Director Sejima wants to invite one of you to attend the ceremony. No time. X2. Wong and Rebel rolled their eyes and refused directly. Can't you see that they are almost busy now? Question mark. How could he have the mood to attend the ceremony? I knew you would refuse, so I refused on your behalf. But instead, I promised him that I would arrange for a very important person to attend. Cruz said. Aren't you afraid? I'm not trying to trick him. Since he has chosen to follow Drestriga, it's a good opportunity to go there. It can also be regarded as a new force to win over. Cruz spread his hands. Everyone was busy now. Although Yang Hui's mission on Drestriga was not light, relatively speaking, he was also the one with the least time and the highest status. He was the most suitable person to go. Drestriga. He still didn't say anything. As soon as Fix Blackwood was mentioned, Cruz looked frustrated. This was the first time he met such a hard bone. He tried soft, hard, ruthless and spicy methods, but he still said nothing. What are you going to do? Give me a copy of all the battle reports from the time we took over the Federation until now. Are you planning to influence him? He still doesn't trust us. On the one hand, he must be subject to some restrictions, and on the other hand, it's because of our identity as people from another world that he doesn't trust us. Let's solve the latter first, and then find a way to solve the former. No problem. And then, Cruz handed all the valuable intelligence he had collected recently to Wong and Rebel, and planned to return to his post to continue working. However, before leaving, Cruz turned his head and asked Wong, by the way, where's he now? He. Notify all ships that a battle has occurred in the Ararat space domain. The mobile unit of the GDF has been besieged by the Iluguru army. Drestriga immediately enters the first level combat configuration, and the MIS unit is ready to attack. Repeat, Drestriga immediately enters the first level combat configuration. The battle alarm sounded, and Yang Hui also changed into his driving suit and sat on his temporary body. He held the joystick with both hands, and a bloodthirsty look flashed in his eyes. Uluguru? Let me test your quality. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1226 Critical Support. We are pretty good at fighting. Yet, it's easy for us at this level. The 5 members of the Rabbit team have officially graduated from the MJP's Granzara City College, and have been appointed as second lieutenants. They have received the latest AHSMB-5 machines developed by the MJP, and for the first time they have driven their new machines to perform exploration missions in the Eradicate space. AHSMB-001 Blue 1 Forward, Shunichi Asaji's special machine. The dark blue machine head has a golden metal ribbon decoration, and the arms are wrapped with dark blue ribbons that can be used as shields. The main weapons are the 88 type variable axe gun, Yuji, and a physical samurai sword that can be used for both long and short distances. It is positioned as a general-purpose all-battlefield type and serves as the vanguard of the team. AHSMB-002 Purple 2 Control, Kyujimi Akatsura's special machine, mainly purple, with a human-shaped torso but no hands and feet, and ring-shaped enhanced detectors around its body. Its main weapon is a light particle cannon that slides on the ring detector. It is positioned as a wide-area tactical warning and control type, and serves as the ears and eyes of the team. AHSMB-003 Rose 3 Booster, Irie Tamaki's special machine, mainly pink, with a body like a giant butterfly, but with a huge jet at the tail, giving Rose 3 a terrifying explosive propulsion force. Its main weapons are a built-in missile launch cabin, waist lenses, and double-wing heavy particle cannons, etc. It is positioned as a high-mobility guerrilla type, and is the shortstop and disruptor of the team. AHSMB-004 Gold 4 Gunner, a special machine for Jun, with a golden structure, and the whole head is a precision artillery sensor. The right arm is replaced by a high-position charged particle cannon, and the left arm is equipped with a rapid-fire cannon. The attached position and right arm can be equipped with and replaced with almost all shooting weapons of GDF and MJP. It is positioned as an ultra-long-range support artillery type, and is the sniper of the team. AHSMB-005 Red 5 Leader, a special machine produced by Hitachi. It is a command general-purpose AHSMB developed by MJP. It has improved the main computer and other configurations based on the general-purpose combat body Blue 1, and enhanced the command and management functions. The main weapon is a composite weapon HEP beam cannon, which can be transformed into a close combat chainsaw, beam rifle or railgun, etc., depending on the situation. It also supports a wide variety of optional weapons. It is positioned as a command general-purpose type and is the captain of the team. Originally known as the Regret 5, they were confused and uneasy at first, because their grades were at the bottom of the Granzara City College, and they certainly could not be called excellent. Even if they graduated early and were equipped with new machines, it would not be their turn. But the appointment had already been made, and no matter how many doubts they had, they could only hold back and accept the appointment of the military high-level officials. With anxiety and panic, they immediately carried out their first mission. During the combat briefing, they were only told that the mission goal was to explore the abandoned colony satellites in the Eradicate space domain, and there was no danger. As a result, who knew that not long after the attack, before they had time to enter the abandoned colony satellite, they encountered the army of Ulugru. Looking at the densely packed enemies, the 5 Hitachis immediately panicked, resulting in the 5 AHSMBs equipped with a Julia system acting randomly and being unable to operate normally. At this time, the MJP Supreme Commander in charge of the 1st Combat Command, Shimon Yadin, explained to them that the Julia system was based on genetic development, and it could improve the affinity between the pilot and the machine by identifying the genes of the exclusive pilot, achieving the operational performance of human-machine integration. However, it also has a certain degree of artificial intelligence and will follow the most primitive survival instincts of human beings. Therefore, the Julia system sensed the panic and fear of the pilot and activated the automatic defense instinct. It subconsciously wanted to escape. At the same time, the output power of the machine dropped sharply and lost the will to fight. It was also the reminder of the 4 men Yadin that made the 5 people slowly calm down, suppress the fear in their hearts, restart the machine, and restore the will to fight. It must be said that the performance of these 5 people in the simulated battle in school was really not good to watch, but in the real battle, it was still remarkable. Everyone performed their duties, Purple 2 was responsible for controlling the overall situation, and everyone followed the instructions of Kujimiyake and easily eliminated the vanguard of Uruguru. That's why Jun Zhong and Iri Huan were confident, and even spoke a little arrogantly. Don't be careless. The main force of the other side has been observing the situation from beginning to end. If those troops also launch an attack, we are afraid that we will be in trouble with just a few of us. Unlike Jun and Zhong and Iri Huan, Hitachi Aizu, Asaji Shunichi and Kujimiyake have always remained calm and rational, and have not been overwhelmed by the victory in front of them. The Uluguru army they just dealt with was just a vanguard composed of ordinary fighters and a few humanoid mechas. Although the number seems large, it is actually just a drop in the ocean compared to the main force watching from the rear. If the main force from the rear is all pressed forward, it will be difficult for the 5 of them. Be careful. Something is approaching. This is it. At this moment, a civilian ship came into everyone's sight. The civilian ship entered the battle area and was immediately targeted by Iluguru's fighters. Run. You are being targeted by Iluguru. Iri Huan saw this and immediately reminded them, wanting to rescue as quickly as possible, but she was too far away from the civilian ship and could not catch up. No. It's too late. Kujimiya Katsura was also very anxious. Her hands kept jumping on the operating table, anxiously trying to find a way to rescue, but no matter how she calculated, she could only get the result that she could not catch up, which made her extremely desperate. Oh. Everyone gave up. Only one person did not give up, that was Hitachi Aizu. Red 5's eyes suddenly lit up, and suddenly appeared between the civilian ship and the Uluguru fighter at an abnormally fast speed, blocking the attack of the fighter for the civilian ship and saving the innocent civilians on the entire ship. We are saved? Looking at the red mist that they had never seen before, the people on the ship had a dreamlike sense of unreality, as well as the relief and joy of surviving a disaster. Take a quick retreat now. Hitachi Aizu immediately reminded, while protecting the civilian ship, while destroying the approaching Uluguru fighter. Okay. Thank you so much. Suppressing the joy of survival, the civilian ship immediately turned around and left this war-torn space at the fastest speed. Go. Come back quickly. Kujimiya reminded Hitachi Aizu, the enemy's main force is heading towards you. But, if I run away now, the ship just now will. Hitachi Aizu also knew that he was just trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm, but, the civilian ship had not gone far. If he got out of the way, Uluguru's army would soon catch up, and then the civilian ship would be destroyed without a burial place. This is something he absolutely cannot do. This is too much chaos, come back quickly. Asaji Shunichi cursed. If you don't mess around, you can't be a hero. You're not that kind of character. This is different from your usual role, isn't it? What's wrong with you? You've become so passionate. Hero? Are you serious? As expected, Hitachi's passionate speech was ridiculed by his teammates, but even though they were complaining, they had been together for so long, and it would be a lie to say that they had no feelings. While complaining, the other 4 machines also kept adjusting their positions and moving closer to Red 5. Soon, the 5 machines joined together and acted as small mantises to try to block the big car of Uluguru. Everyone. Hitachi was very moved. Everyone acquiesced to his impulsive behavior and fell into crisis with him. Ah. Damn it. I didn't expect that this would happen when I complained about you. Asaji Shunichi was a typical person who said one thing and did another. He kept complaining and complaining, but his body did not stop, and he kept protecting the left side of Red 5 from being broken through by Uluguru. We have to think of a way first. Kujimiya accelerated his calculations to find a way to solve the current crisis. As expected, it's better to run away. Jun Hong said dejectedly. The enemy is surrounding us. We can't run away, right? Iri Huan said naturally. Fight, run away, fight, run away, fight, run away. The 2 completely different choices kept echoing in Hitachi's mind. They attacked each other. In the end, the choice of fighting defeated the choice of running away. A piece of music and singing inexplicably sounded in his mind, igniting the firewood in his chest, burning fiercely. Fight. Ha. In an instant, Red 5's eyes lit up again, bursting out with extraordinary fighting power, turning into wolves and rushing into the flock of sheep, killing them all. Unfortunately, Hitachi was just a young wolf, and Uruguru was not a sheep without any resistance. Go. Right. Oops. As Red 5 was slaughtering the Uluguru fighters, two humanoid mechas had already come to Red 5's side. One of them punched Red 5 and knocked it out. The other one had already begun to condense a beam of light in its palm, targeting Red 5. The unbalanced Red 5 had no time to adjust its balance and became a lamb to be slaughtered again. At this moment, a bright pink beam of light cut through the universe, crossed the barriers of the battlefield, and accurately pierced the chest of the humanoid mecha, saving Red 5. Thank you for your hard work, little rabbits. You did a good job. Huh? Who is this? Have the reinforcements arrived? Look! The battleships are coming. The next second, several more orange-black heavy particle beams cut the dense Uluguru army into several pieces. The Uluguru fighters and humanoid mechas on the beam were all swallowed up. Even the enemy planes that were close to them exploded because of the aftermath of the energy. For a moment, the battlefield fell into silence. Looking in the direction of the heavy particle beam, the huge Drestriga appeared in everyone's sight. At the same time, in front of Drestriga, there were about 10 mobile suits rushing into the battlefield. Members of the Rabbit team, I am the captain of Drestriga, Lieutenant Colonel Mitsuba Gray Wallace, and I have received a request from Colonel 4 of the GDF to start providing cover now. Chapter 1227, Uruguru Retreat. Mr. Yang Hui is really amazing. And the ultra-long-distance sniping just now was done by Yang Hui, and only Yang Hui could do it. Even the most advanced optical camera is only the size of dust. Yang Hui can actually launch a sniper at such a long distance and hit the target accurately, which really makes people have no idea. Yang Hui is driving the Gun Blaster, and at this time he has a high-output beam sniper rifle that combines two beam rifles. The interior of the Drestriga has a separate production line, which is bound to the AOS, and has the same high-speed 3D printing equipment as the Age system. It can quickly produce the desired new equipment based on combat data or manually input data. The combined double guns in Yang Hui's machine are Yang Hui's improvements based on the combined double guns of the Strike Freedom Gundam. The combined double guns are separated in advance together with them as troops belonging to the Drestriga, and are about to break into the army of the Uluguru army from the side. Team Shurak, keep in formation, head to Coordinate S21 to meet up with Team Rabbit, stop all the Uluguru, and don't let them threaten the civilian ships that are evacuating. Mabet, I'll leave the command to you. Understood. X8 Huso, Aggie, follow me closely, tactical formation A02. Understood. X2 on the way to the Ararat space domain. Yang Hui also trained and instructed all the MIS pilots. Huso has great potential, and his current strength is indeed good, with a medium level of B level, which is nothing in the Promise Corps, but he can handle the current situation with ease. Aggie St. Claus is a little worse, with a lower middle level of B level, but this is related to his rejection of his own power. Yang Hui knows where Aggie St. Claus's illness is, but there is no suitable opportunity at the moment. If he brings it up now, it will only backfire, so Yang Hui also starts from the present and arranges a suitable training plan for Aggie St. Claus. As for the members of Mabet and the Shurak team, they are indeed a little bit worse. Mabet is the ace pilot of the Holy Military Alliance, which is the lower level of B class. The members of the Shurak team are even worse, not even B class, but a group of C class or upper class. If such a team is placed in the original historical trajectory of the Gundam world, it is indeed an elite team, but in Yang Hui's eyes, it is really not good enough. On the one hand, his vision is indeed very high. After all, he has brought out too many ace pilots, many of whom are A-class, and the worst is also B-class medium, and there is still room for growth. On the other hand, this is not just a certain world. The melee mixed world has a very high standard because of the existence of the super system. If it is a regular army, the survival of the Shurak team will not be a problem, but Drestriga is obviously the team of the protagonist group. The mission to be carried out must be the most difficult mission, and the enemy to be faced must be the most dangerous enemy. In this case, the Shurak team must always follow Drestriga to act, and it is definitely not possible to maintain the status quo. Because everyone has different potential and room for improvement, Yang Hui provides different personal training lists for each person. The main training direction for them is still team tactics. Gunblaster raised his double guns, and the beams were continuously fired. Each shot could penetrate 4 or 5 Uluguru fighters. Facing the enemy's rain of bullets, Gunblaster's light figure turned into a butterfly dancing. The spider web woven by guns and cannons tried desperately to catch this beautiful butterfly and feast on it, but it just couldn't catch it. V Gundam number 1 and Firespurt 30 also followed closely behind Yang Hui's machine, but they also deliberately lagged behind for a distance. They really couldn't be as relaxed and comfortable as Yang Hui, dancing alone in the storm. They could only keep counterattacking while facing a small number of enemies, and steadily destroy the enemy's living forces. Although I've heard of it, this number is too much, right? These guys from Uluguru. Looking at the densely packed Uluguru fighters, Aggie St. Claus couldn't help complaining. In the previous battle, he felt that the army of the Zanskar Empire was too much. But compared to the army of Uluguru, it was nothing. Is this the alien that invaded the Earth? Huasuo also saw Uluguru for the first time. While curious, he was also full of anger. Why invade the Earth? Why create a war? Huasuo, the enemy's warship is coming, kill that warship. While shooting, the Firespurt 30 approached the V Gundam number 1. Looking at the Uluguru warship getting closer and closer, he remembered very clearly that Yang Hui said that when a small-scale elite force faces a large-scale army, it should first find the enemy's warship or command system, kill them, and put the enemy into chaos. Okay. Huasuo nodded, and immediately drove the V Gundam number 1 to follow the footsteps of the Firespurt 30 and charged at the Uluguru armor. The beam rifle in his hand fired continuously, destroying all the Uluguru fighters or humanoid weapons that blocked the way forward until there was no obstacle between them and the Uluguru warship. Edge. Understood. Imperial knife. The fragments behind Firespurt 30 broke away again and combined into a rotating ring. The beam blade opened its sharp fangs and spun at high speed towards the Uluguru warship. It was blocked by the force field barrier on the surface, but it did not last long before it was cut open. Just like a sharp blade cutting a cake, it easily cut the surface of the warship and stretched it along, leaving a hideous wound. Don't think it's over. Firespurt 30 followed closely behind the Imperial knife. After the Imperial knife cut the surface of the warship, the black muzzle reached in and fired several shots until the warship began to expand from the inside. Firespurt 30 quickly evacuated, watched the warship explode, and then began to look for a new target. Tisk. It seems that we didn't find the right target. Aggie St. Claus observed and found that there was no chaos in the surrounding Uluguru at all. He realized that the Uluguru warship they destroyed was not the brain of the army. Edge, let's continue to destroy the warships. Mr. Yang Hui has found the target. Huasuo drove the V Gundam number 1 back-to-back with the Firespurt 30, guarding the back of the Firespurt 30. Director Yang Hui, really? Aggie St. Claus also understood what Huasuo meant. In the chaotic battlefield, the gun blasted driven by Yang Hui had collided with a larger Uluguru fighter. Although the difference between the various arms of the Uluguru machine can be seen with the naked eye, the scene is too chaotic. The Uluguru fighters are very small and densely packed, and all of them are black with bright green patterns. It feels like bright green patterns are flying everywhere in the dark universe. It is difficult to find even humanoid mobile weapons, let alone the leader machine mixed in. Huasuo meant that the combat command system of the Uluguru is different from that of humans, but only one machine is different from the others, so it must be the leader. Since Yang Hui has already confronted the opponent, their goal should be to first eliminate the warship that poses the greatest threat. Edge. Understood. On the other side, Mabet led the Shurak team to successfully reunite with the Rabbit team. Junko and Connie performed the duties of the vanguard and reunited with the Red 5 that rushed into the Uruguru cluster. They were divided into 3 directions to continuously cut the Uruguru formation. They could also support the rampaging Purple 2. The others were in the empty space at the back, maintaining firepower output, targeting the Uruguru fighters and humanoid mechas that were planning to attack the vanguard from behind. You are also a vanguard, right? What are you still doing here? Peggy Lee looked at the blue one on the side and found that its weapons were basically close combat equipment, so she scolded it directly. Oh, I'm very sorry. Isagi Shunichi knew that he was in the wrong. His own machine was obviously a vanguard, but he hid behind to shoot and cover. It really felt like he was shirking his responsibility. Suddenly, his stomach began to hurt again. Okay, Peggy, this is their first time on the battlefield, don't be so harsh on them, just maintain the front. Mabet spoke up in time to stop them. This was the first time for the Rabbit Squad to participate in a real battle, so it was normal for this situation to occur. They were students not long ago, and they had done very well. We couldn't ask for too much, as long as they could maintain the performance, it would be enough. I'm very sorry. Isagi Shunichi apologized in frustration. If it was his own teammate who scolded him like this, he would have retorted back long ago, but the other party was obviously a veteran, and he had reasons to retort, so he could only accept it obediently. Peggy Lee didn't say anything else, and even Jun and Zhang, who liked to be sarcastic, didn't dare to say anything at this time. After all, he had previously suggested that they ignore the civilian ships that escaped and concentrate on sniping in the rear, taking more credit to make up for their mistakes. Uluguru is retreating. At this time, Red 5, Junko, Connie and Rose 3, who were the vanguard, stopped charging and slowly retreated to join their teammates. They all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the dense Uluguru army retreating at a very fast speed. Although they were able to maintain the front line for a while, they knew very well that they had no ability to destroy this Uluguru army. It was Mr. Yang Hui who repelled the enemy's main general. Husuo. AG. Time went back to 5 minutes ago. Yang Hui's steel blaster shuttled back and forth in the rain of bullets. The double guns in his hands never stopped shooting, and fireworks continued to bloom in the enemy group. But with such a large number of enemy planes, the enemy planes that Yang Hui could destroy were just a drop in the bucket. He was not driving the Dawn Erstellen creation, which had no ability to clear a large area. Moreover, he had to be careful when driving, so as not to break the body apart in the battle. Therefore, when Yang Hui was shuttling, he had been looking for the enemy's commander. According to his experience, the location of several warships was not the commander, but the center of several warships. Yang Hui finally found a large fighter that was different from the other machines. Yang Hui made a prompt decision and judged that it was the brain of this army, so he rushed up immediately. And Admiral Uruguru in the large fighter muttered something, and saw Yang Hui's steel blaster rushing towards him unimpeded. He was also startled, but soon calmed down. After all, he was an Earthling, just their prey. What threat could he pose? As a result, the next second, he was almost scared to death. The beam rifle of the steel blaster hit the huge fighter one after another, and completely locked on the same point. Under concentrated attack, the confident position shield was immediately on the verge of breaking. Uluguru's commander realized the danger and subconsciously wanted to retreat, but Gunblasta accelerated instantly and arrived in front of the giant fighter in the blink of an eye. He threw away the double guns in his hands, unsheathed his double swords, and stabbed the point that had just been focused on. After only a few seconds of contact, the force field shield was broken, and the sharp blade of the beam sword pierced straight into the body of the giant fighter. The left hand's movement was not slow either. The beam sword that pierced into the body of the giant fighter followed closely. The double swords combined into a pair of scissors, cutting up and down, and cut off the thick arm of the giant fighter. And the leader was shocked. He never thought that the Earthlings who were regarded as prey could easily destroy the force field barrier and cause damage to his body. He subconsciously controlled the remaining huge arm to smash Gunblasta. Yang Hui originally planned to pursue the victory and directly eliminate the generals of Uluguru, but the cockpit alarm sounded, and he immediately controlled Gunblasta to give up the pursuit and retreat at a distance, just avoiding the waving giant hand. It was this moment of obstruction that made Yang Hui lose his chance. With the help of the power of swinging his arms, he turned around quickly and disappeared in front of Yang Hui's eyes as a shadow. Tisk. He escaped, then. Tisk. There were two consecutive dissatisfied TSKs. The first one was because he failed to kill the general of Uluguru, and the other was because he originally planned to turn around and eliminate the remaining Uluguru. As a result, he turned around and found that all the surviving Uluguru turned into shadows, following behind the general and disappearing quickly. Running really fast. Tisk. Okay, it's still a bit too much? Chapter 1228. Sorry, I'm married. Alice, I suddenly graduated from school, was assigned a new machine, and suddenly decided to belong to a certain unit. I really don't know how to complain. Hitachi sighed. After the battle, the Rabbit Squad originally planned to return to the GDF's exclusive mothership, Gudignan. Mitsuho Greywall notified the Rabbit Squad that Shimon Yadin had transferred the Rabbit Squad's affiliation to Drestriga, and they didn't have to return to Gudignan. This also made the 5 members of the Rabbit Squad sigh at the impermanence of fate. This is also unavoidable. We are soldiers, and it is natural to obey orders. Although Kyuji also wanted to complain about her experience, she was still very rational and recognized her identity. Uruguru has appeared in the Earth sphere. I heard that there are wars everywhere on Earth, and there is also the Zanskar Empire and so on. I really don't know what the future will be like. My stomach starts to hurt again. Isagi Shunichi sighed and said that when he thought of his experience and the ups and downs in the future, his stomach started to hurt. It is precisely to open a breakthrough that this independent unit was established with Drestriga as the center, right? Jun Hezhong looked around. A 2-kilometer-long universal battle carrier, brand new MIS, and the MIS unit of the Holy Military Alliance. If that's the case, isn't it amazing? Iri Huan asked naturally. It's amazing, but our lives will definitely be very dangerous in the future. In addition to Iri Huan's natural attitude, Hitachi Izumi and the other four can all think that Drestriga is an independent unit and has the latest universal battle carrier. In the future, it will definitely go wherever it is needed, and it will be the kind of mission that can't stop. So we are also amazing. Iri Huan asked expectantly, not taking the danger mentioned by others seriously at all. She just felt that she was still a poor student at the bottom, but suddenly graduated, and was able to get the latest test machine, and then join the unit that has always been amazing, so she must be amazing. Of course it's amazing. At this moment, Sanai Greywall, Reynold Harding and Yang Hui greeted the Rabbit team. Together, it's amazing that they were able to protect the civilian ship in front of the Uluguru army and hold on until we arrived. Sanai Greywall said what she meant. To be honest, after checking the information of the Rabbit team, after the battle, she said it was impossible. This information was definitely fake. The record of the Academy's simulated battles was always at the bottom. Although they had distinct personalities but no teamwork, the Rabbit team, known as the Regret 5, in school, performed completely opposite to the information during the Academy period in real battles. Although they were not very powerful, they were definitely not without teamwork. They were able to withstand the attack of the Uluguru army and hold on until the arrival of Drestriga, protecting the civilian ship that broke in. This was not something that the Academy's tail end could do. At least, in Sanai Greywall's eyes, the ordinary troops of the Federal Army could not do it, and the elite team might not be able to do it either. Wow! There are handsome guys here. When Iri Huan saw Reynold Harding and Yang Hui, she even ignored the compliments from Mitsuha Greywall. She looked at Reynold Harding and Yang Hui with a slightly red face, and a sweet romantic love drama had already begun to play out in her mind. Now is not the time to discuss this, right? Jun Hezhong complained mercilessly. Although he was also very excited, not only was Mitsuha Greywall very beautiful, but there were also beautiful big sisters with different styles in the hangar, but he still knew the priorities. May I ask what is going on? Kyuji glanced at Iri Huan, ignored her, and asked the doubts in his heart. That's right, we've just been appointed, and we were asked to board the new aircraft without any explanation, and then we were suddenly assigned to other forces outside the GDF. This is a decision made by the higher-ups. Mitsuha Greywall stepped forward to explain. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Mitsuha Greywall, the captain of this, Dreistliga. Our superior, Brigadier General Fix, and the MJP commander of the GDF, Colonel Shimon, seem to have negotiated on something, and the Rabbit Squad will be handed over to the management of Dreistliga, and will be allowed to participate in combat missions, of course, including combat missions other than the fight against Uluguru. We have received your personal belongings and the maintenance manuals for the aircraft, and the exclusive maintenance team for the aircraft will arrive at Dreistliga soon, Reynold Harding added. Even these details have been prepared. It seems that this is not a spur-of-the-moment idea, but a plan that has been made long ago. Except for Iri Tamaki, who is still obsessed with her, the other four people have noticed that something is wrong, but this is the fact, they can only accept it. After all, it is an order from their superiors, and as soldiers, they cannot disobey it. As for the questions in their hearts, they will slowly find the answers in their future lives. In this case, we have no choice but to accept reality. Hitachi Izu said calmly. You are too honest. This is Junanzhong. We were suddenly appointed and suddenly sent to fly a new type of aircraft. This is Isagi Shunichi. And because someone lost control, almost everyone was killed. This is Kyuji. Fool. Idiot. Annoying guy. Ahahaha. Ahahaha. Accepting reality is one thing, And collectively complaining about Hitachi Aizu is another. The frustration in my heart is just worrying about not finding a place to vent, and Hitachi Aizu gave this opportunity. As the most close teammate, how could I miss this opportunity? PFFT Yang Hui couldn't help laughing, and said to the 5 people, "It seems that you have a really good relationship." Huh? X4 Asaji Shunichi, Kyujimi Ayake, Shun and Zhong and Iri Tamaki felt that this evaluation was inexplicable. This was obviously a sign of internal disunity, right? Where did the saying of having a good relationship come from? Otherwise, when Red 5 lost control of their impulse, why didn't you run away? Yang Hui asked the 4 people with a smile. This. For the 4 people were embarrassed. They really couldn't answer this question. The relationship between the rabbit team was really bad. Asaji Shunichi and Shun and Zhong often quarreled. Iri Tamaki might be worried about the fight and persuaded them, but it never worked. Kyujimi Ayake has always been a cold-eyed bystander, with the attitude of everyone should take care of their own business and not worry about other people's troubles. As for Itachi, they tried hard to maintain the relationship of fighting, but they would be collectively complained every time. But this time, Hitachi lost control of his impulse in the battle, which made them face the crisis of annihilation, but they did not run away. Even Jun and Zhang, who had been wanting to run away, only mentioned it, and did not run away themselves. They always held their positions and fully played the role of the team's sniper. Also, only those who really want you to be good will keep complaining about you, not just praising you. Yang Hui added. Really? Everyone. Hitachi was very moved when he heard it, and looked at his teammates with a gentle face. Oh, so disgusting. X4 however, once again, they were collectively complained and disliked. Heimitsuha Greywald quietly asked Reynold Harding in the back, what Director Yang Hui said, is true. Reynold Harding's mouth twitched, is there a possibility? Director Yang Hui is just fooling around, and they really want to complain about Lieutenant Hitachi. Oh, Mitsuha Greywald's mouth twitched, his brain was a little confused, both sides made sense, what should he do? Waiting online, urgent. By the way, who are you? Hitachi asked Yang Hui curiously. After all, he hadn't introduced himself yet. But seeing that he was still wearing a pilot's suit, he should be one of the pilots. In response to Hitachi's question, Iri Huan silently nodded in his heart. Yang Hui, the development director of Drestriga, occasionally assists the maintenance team to maintain your bodies, and is also a member of the MIS unit. Huh? X5 wait. Please wait a moment. You are the development director of this battleship? Asaji Shunichi asked in disbelief. Yes. Yang Hui nodded. You can also maintain the body. Kyujimi Ayake asked. Yes. Yang Hui nodded again. And you can also drive Ms. Asaji Shunichi continued to ask. Of course. Yang Hui continued to nod, keeping a gentle smile on his face. Is it true? Could this be the legendary, super genius? Junhaz Hong couldn't help but sigh. Well, maybe it's because maintenance personnel who can't develop are not good Ms. pilots. Yang Hui joked. What's going on here? The 5 members of the rabbit team twitched their mouths wildly. How come they didn't know that there were so many requirements to become a Ms. pilot? Are you sure this isn't Versailles? Mitsuha Greywald and Reynold Harding, as well as Aggie St. Claus, Huso, Mabet, and the members of the Shurek team who were gradually approaching were all trying to hold back their laughter. What's the point? If you knew that Yang Hui's Battleship Command and Ms. Tactical Command were also amazing, I wonder if you would be scared to death? Mr. Yang Hui. Iri Huan suddenly jumped in front of Yang Hui and shouted, scaring everyone. Her pretty face blushed slightly, and she looked at Yang Hui with fiery eyes. Can I date you? Huan. X4 wow, so bold. X and the 4 people from Hitachi looked at Iri Huan in fear. They knew your personality, but they also had to consider the situation and the person, right? The others took out watermelons and small stools from somewhere and watched with great interest. Even the maintenance team who were busy with the preparation work secretly pricked up their ears. Yang Hui's gossip was very valuable. Yang Hui was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Ruji Yang Huan was still a bold and crazy girl. He would not quickly recover his smile and shook his head. Sorry, I'm married. XN. Chapter 1229 I admit that I am a scumbag. Additional update. Thanks. Apology. Thanks to Mr. K for the 5,000 reward. I will update it later. I am really sorry, I have been a little busy recently and have not paid attention to the assistant on the mobile phone. I did not see your reward information, so I updated it late. I will make up for it now. Not only Iri Huan, but all the people who were watching the show exclaimed that Yang Hui was actually married. Question mark. Is it Miss Liu Mu Yi? Malia Merrill of the Shrek team asked curiously but disappointedly. This was also the question that the other members of the Shrek team wanted to ask. They were also women. They liked Suo and regarded him as a cute younger brother, but they all had ideas about men like Yang Hui who were handsome, good-looking, strong, and gentle, and they were also planning to launch an offensive. As a result, suddenly knowing that Yang Hui was married, they immediately became disappointed and regretful. Why was this good man not their own? Question mark. Then, they thought of Ryu Konosaki who often followed Yang Hui. Although they didn't know what happened, Ryu Konosaki often appeared beside Yang Hui now, and the relationship between the two was very close, but before that, they were inseparable, so they all thought that Ryu Konosaki was Yang Hui's wife. No. Yang Hui shook his head. He understood Ryu Konosaki's feelings for him and didn't intend to refuse, but before Ryu Konosaki really changed his mentality and attitude, he didn't intend to accept it. After all, he hoped that his woman would not be a follower and a vase, and could bloom their own brilliance. X and everyone was stunned again. No? How could it not be? Question mark. The relationship between Yang Hui and Ryu Konosaki was definitely not an ordinary superior-subordinate relationship, and even surpassed the relationship between friends. There were also many rumors circulating in the ship that Yang Hui was not serious with Ryu Konosaki. Could it be a lover? A mistress? Oh. What a blood-boiling plot. Question mark. And those who originally had some good feelings for Yang Hui immediately felt disgusted. Mr. Yang Hui, you are not a scumbag, are you? Malia Merrill asked Yang Hui with narrowed eyes. Is it? But not really. Yang Hui tilted his head, and the smile on his face added a sense of playfulness. Isn't it that a scumbag is someone who loves every woman he meets and abandons her? Of course not. And now, Malia Merrill and the others have given up on Yang Hui. They thought he was a perfect man, but he turned out to be a scumbag. Facing the collective crusade of several women, Yang Hui just shrugged his shoulders and didn't care too much. Scumbag? He had already admitted that he was a scumbag. After all, he had many wives. Besides, he didn't have any feelings for these women in the Shrek team. The only thought was that their fate was too sad, and he wanted to save them. As for the others, he was not interested, so Yang Hui didn't care too much about their evaluation of him. However, most of the people around were questioning and disdainful. Yang Hui also knew that it was not appropriate for him to stay here any longer. He turned and headed for the locker room. To be honest, the pilot suit of Drestriga was not as comfortable as the pilot suit of the Promised Legion. I just don't know when Rebel will reveal his identity. And those two rascals, Shinan and Atto, are really. I feel so uncomfortable being tied up. That? Hitachi felt the dull atmosphere at the scene and felt that this feeling was very bad, so he raised his hand and asked, Mr. Yang Hui, is it okay? It's okay. Mitsuha Greywall also noticed that the attitude of everyone just now was not good to Yang Hui. Not to mention that Yang Hui's ability was very important to Drestriga. Since Drestriga set sail, Yang Hui has used his own powerful strength to turn the tide several times. They should not treat Yang Hui like this. However, as the captain, Mitsuha Greywall could not scold everyone in person. He could only appease everyone's emotions first, and then talk to Yang Hui alone. Really? Yes, Director Yang Hui is a very determined man. Everything will be fine. And everyone go back to your posts. The Rabbit Squad will be handed over to Edge. Edge, I ask you, take them to familiarize themselves with Drestriga. Me. Edge St. Claus raised his eyebrows, a little depressed. He hated trouble the most, and he was just a special personnel with no official position. How could it be his turn? Well, please, you are all Miss Pilots, and you are also the first one to board the ship. Excuse me, our machine is called ASMHB. They are all humanoid mobile weapons, so it is easier to call them uniformly. This is not the point. You should follow Edge to learn about the Drestriga. You just experienced a war, and you also need to rest and pack your luggage. Oh, I see. Okay, leave them to me. Although Edge St. Claus did not like trouble, he really couldn't refuse Mitsuha Greywall's request. Who asked him? Mr. Edge, I'm Hitachi Aizu, a pilot of Red 5, and now the captain of Rabbit Squad. Hitachi Aizu immediately introduced himself to Edge St. Claus, followed by his teammates. Isaki Shunichi, pilot of Blue 1, vanguard of Rabbit Squad. Kujimi Katsura. They introduced themselves one after another, and their attitudes were very humble. It was Iri Tamaki who did not act crazy, which made Edge St. Claus a little sad. Why? He looks handsome, right? And the way I dress, it must be because I'm still wearing a pilot suit, which doesn't reflect my characteristics and temperament. Although Mitsuha Greywall handed the Rabbit Squad over to Agi St. Claus, Huso and others also came forward to greet the Rabbit Squad. After all, they will be companions fighting side by side in the future, and they still need to have more contact with each other. So, Huso, Miss Mabette, and everyone in the Shurek team are from the Holy Military Alliance. Hitachi and the 5 people were surprised. Well, now the Holy Military Alliance has formed an alliance with the Earth Federation Army, and we are currently deployed to Drestriga. Mabette replied. Their situation is actually similar to that of the Rabbit Squad. They were all seconded from other places, and they also feel close to each other, not to mention that the 5 people in the Rabbit Squad are all teenagers who have just graduated from school, so the older sisters naturally have to take care of them more. Please give me more advice in the future. Led by Hitachi, the 5 people in the Rabbit Squad bowed politely. You're welcome. We're all comrades fighting side by side. Then, after being polite, Jun Hezhong immediately revealed his true nature, and the infatuated Iri Huan was no better. Big sisters, is there anyone willing to date me? Sorry, little boy, I like mature men. It's not good to be too impatient. Learn more from her Suo, look how sensible and cute he is. Facing all kinds of teasing and rejection, and seeing with his own eyes that Suo, who is younger than himself, is more popular than himself, and even has a face full of resistance, how can he be so? Can you not be so ungrateful when you have a blessing? He really deserves a beating. Agi St. Claus patted Jun Hezhong's shoulders to comfort him. He understood this feeling very well. Ding Di, come in. Excuse me. The door opened, and Yang Hui guessed who the visitor was. His previous experience in the hangar was indeed easy to make people feel disappointed. As the captain, Sanai Greywall naturally had to comfort Yang Hui. However, Sanai Greywall underestimated Yang Hui too much. He really didn't care about this degree of alienation. Director Yang Hui, if you are here to apologize for them, there is no need. Yang Hui put away the pad and said to Sanai Greywall calmly. Oh, but first of all, I am indeed a scumbag. After all, I am not a wife. Although most of them are chasing me, there is no conflict between them. They are even as close as sisters. Yang Hui said. Oh, Sanai Greywall didn't know what to say. On the one hand, her words were completely blocked by Yang Hui in advance. On the other hand, Yang Hui's behavior could indeed be called a scumbag. Even if they both agreed and accepted each other's existence, Sanai Greywall, no, it should be said that the concepts of most women in this world are still in line with modern traditions. Secondly, I am not that fragile. This degree of alienation is nothing. Sanai Greywall knew that she couldn't apologize today, so she listened to Yang Hui quietly. Finally, I still have confidence in everyone. Even if they have a little opinion of me because of my emotional problems, we are all companions who fight side by side and are all members of Drestriga. They will not isolate or exclude me because of this, and I will not have any opinion on them because of this. You are really broad-minded, Director Yang Hui. Having said that, what else can Sanai Greywall say? He can only sigh that Yang Hui is broad-minded. This may be the difference between adults and children. Yang Hui said with a smile. Oh, Director Yang Hui, you are only a few years older than us, or even a little younger. After the Shurek team joined, Yang Hui was not the oldest on the ship. Why did he always like to treat everyone with the eyes and tone of an elder looking at a junior? The maturity of the soul is more mature than the maturity of the appearance. With more experience, you will naturally see things more clearly. Yang Hui shrugged. What a joke. His real age can be the grandfather of the grandfather of the grandfather of everyone on the ship. Of course, they are all juniors. Oh, well, Then I won't say much, Mr. Yang Hui, you have a good rest. Okay, Captain Mitsuha. By the way, before leaving the room, Mitsuha Greywall paused and added to Yang Hui, I received a report from the maintenance team. Although I know you are very powerful, but please take care of the machine next time you attack. After all, there is no better machine on the ship for you to use. Hearing this, Yang Hui's mouth twitched. He really couldn't refute it, and he was very depressed. He had already put in a lot of effort, but the machine was still over-damaged. He was also very embarrassed. Excuse me, goodbye. Miss Rukino. Captain Mitsuha, do you have any advice? This time he really wanted to leave, but he happened to run into Rukino Saki, who came to find Yang Hui. Because of the hangar, Mitsuha Greywall's eyes were a little weird, which made Rukino Saki feel puzzled. Chapter 1230 The World Situation. For the next combat operation, Drestriga will go to the Gothair space region. Mitsuha Greywall said to all members in the briefing room. Excuse me, what are we going to do in the Gothair space region? Hitachi asked. According to the negotiation between Brigadier General Fix and Colonel Shimon, Rabbit Squad is subordinate to this ship, but this ship will also complete the commission of Colonel Shimon. According to the commission and information provided by Colonel Shimon, this ship will go to the Gothair space region to investigate the advanced team of Uluguru. Mitsuha Greywall explained to everyone. I see, the situation is getting more and more urgent. Is Uluguru already approaching the Earth sphere? My stomach is starting to hurt again. Isagi Shunichi felt a great responsibility in the future, and his old illness came back. Captain Mitsuha, ask a question. Kujimiya raised his hand. Excuse me, Lieutenant Kujimiya. I have read the database of Drestriga, and also seen the latest intelligence. At present, more than a dozen powerful fleets of the Earth Federation Army have suddenly appeared and joined the wars in various places, including the main force of the army resisting Uluguru near Mars. Why did Uluguru's advance team break through the defense line of the Earth Federation Army and reach the Gothair space? After the weapons of the Promise Corps were unlocked, Rebel and Wong were immediately dispersed to various parts of the world to resist the hostile forces of all parties, but even so, the huge fleet of the Promise Corps was dwarfed by it. Because there are too many hostile forces on Earth, not only the hostile forces in the local world, but also many enemies from other worlds who came to this world through the DBD phenomenon. What gives Rebel and Wong the most headache is the hostile forces from other worlds. If they can communicate, it's fine. Even if they can't resolve the hostile relationship, they can find a way to capture a few and interrogate valuable intelligence from them. However, all the hostile forces from other worlds that have appeared so far are all existences that cannot be communicated, just like the monsters from other worlds. In addition to the simple desire for destruction, there is only roaring. Cruz's intelligence personnel are not enough. Not only the hostile forces in the other world, but also the hostile forces in the local area are mostly unable to communicate. What makes Cruz even more headache is that most of these enemies should have been eliminated after the death of the leader in the war 10 years ago. But now they appear again, and they are endless. There must be a source, right? In addition, they have been silent for a few years and suddenly appeared again. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that it is unusual. There must be a reason, right? Cruz even speculated that the local leaders who should have disappeared 10 years ago are not dead at all. I don't know where they are hiding and waiting for the opportunity to reappear. This is also the most headache for Cruz. With his speculation, he has read all the information about the war 10 years ago over and over again. Those leaders are very difficult to deal with just by looking at the information, such as Dr. Hell and the 31st original species of the machine world of the 3 consecutive solar systems, and the 11th wandering star master of Sol. Let's look at Yang Hui again. Shinan and Atto, who were originally going to be sent to Drestriga, are still being entangled. Even though the fleet of the Promise Corps has already supported the GGG orbital base, they can't get away. The other aces are even more busy, flying around the world and acting as firefighters everywhere. In summary, although the Promise Corps has sent at least one reorganized fleet to each main battlefield, it still cannot reverse the current predicament of the Earth Federation. At most, it has upgraded the completely suppressed situation to a stalemate, but if it wants to launch a counterattack, it can be done in a short time. So, next, Mr. Yang Hui will introduce the situation in the world, and he can also answer Lieutenant Kujimiya's questions. As he said that, Mitsuha Greywall gave up his position to Yang Hui, Because Yang Hui had the most intelligence on Drestriga. Not only could he obtain intelligence information from the Federation Army's database in Drestriga, he also had his own intelligence channels. Mr. Yang Hui. I think he's handsome no matter how I look at him. He's handsome, has a good figure, and is strong. It's a pity that he's a scumbag. Be quiet. Standing at the speaking position, Yang Hui's expression immediately became serious. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, interrupting everyone's whispers, and scared them all to sit up straight. Their bodies tensed up, and they didn't dare to whisper anymore. There was no way. Not only was Yang Hui's shouting full of irresistible momentum, but the iron-blooded aura emanating from his body made the souls of everyone in the audience tremble. Most of them were students who had just been formally organized. Even if they had experienced 1 or 2 battles, how could they have faced the iron-blooded aura of a veteran who had fought hundreds of battles? Even Amuro and the others would be afraid of Yang Hui in this state, not to mention a group of fledglings. Yang Hui was also a little dissatisfied. The briefing meeting for combat operations was a very serious occasion, because it involved the subsequent combat. If someone missed any important information because of being absent, then after the next combat mission began, his life might be handed over on the battlefield. I'll say it only once. I don't like people interrupting me when I'm speaking. If someone interrupts me, I will personally throw that person out. After I've finished speaking, I'll leave time for questions. Do you understand? I understand. XN very good, then let's begin. As he spoke, the lights in the briefing room dimmed, and a huge map of the universe stretching from the Earth to Jupiter unfolded. Yang Hui began to explain. First is our old friend the Zanskar Empire. Due to its previous aggressive expansion and the weak resistance of the Federation Army, the Zanskar Empire has occupied a huge territory not only in the universe, but also on Earth. Yang Hui drew an area on the universe map and painted it red to represent the Zanskar Empire. At the same time, he put out a map of the Earth, placed it side by side with the universe map, and drew the area occupied by the Zanskar Empire. At the same time, enemies have appeared in various regions of the Earth. It has been confirmed that there are remnants of Neo-Zeon, mechanical beasts, alien metal fusions, invaders. According to recent exploration and reconnaissance, Alice Springs in Oceania has a special dimensional channel called the Blue Hole, due to a large-scale DBD phenomenon. The Earth Federation Army has sent drones and advanced teams into the Blue Hole to investigate, but unfortunately, the drones and advanced teams have all lost contact and are considered to be annihilated. However, the Blue Hole has been sending out enemies from another world. Currently, it can be confirmed that there are 2 forces, namely Unknown Monsters and the Otherworld Armored Empire, both of which are confirmed to have special technologies called magic. Moreover, enemies from other worlds not only appear from the Blue Hole, but also descend on various parts of the world due to frequent DBD phenomena. Finally, what everyone is concerned about is the alien named Uluguru that we just fought yesterday. Although the first contact was near the Jupiter Circle, the Earth Federation Army was weak after the Laplace Rebellion, and has been at a huge disadvantage in the war against Uluguru. At present, the main force of Uluguru has advanced to the vicinity of Mars. So far, Yang Hui has marked all the hostile forces that have been confirmed so far, and both the maps of the universe and the Earth have become colorful. At present, the newly formed fleet of the Federation Army, commonly known as the Promise Corps, consists of more than a dozen reorganized fleets, all equipped with the latest warships and MIS units secretly developed by the Federation Army, and has gone to various parts of the world for reinforcement, but because it is newly formed, it has not appeared for a long time, and the number is not enough to spread all over the world. There are too many enemies and they are sudden, so in the short term, it is difficult to prevent an effective counterattack, and can only maintain a stalemate. Now, a large number of special icons have been added to the colorful map, representing the fleets of the Promise Corps, which are also spread all over the world. Some of them are also specially marked with arrow directions, indicating that they are on the way to the next mission location. As for Lieutenant Kujimi's question, the official answer is that it is not easy to turn an absolute disadvantage into a stalemate due to the lack of manpower. Since it is impossible to build a complete defense line, even if a defense line can be established to stalemate with the main force of Uluguru, it is impossible to guarantee that a small-scale force can bypass the defense line and approach the Earth sphere. The people below nodded one after another. Everyone present, except Sanigre Wale, Yang Hui and Reynold Harding, did not know that the Earth was already in such danger. The opponent of the Holy Military Alliance has always been the Zanskar Empire, and they only focus on the Zanskar Empire. If they encounter other enemies, they will also fight with them, but that's all. All the combat missions of the Holy Military Alliance are all carried out around the Zanskar Empire, so Mabed and the Shurek team don't know the situation of other hostile forces. Rabbit team has just graduated, and the only means to obtain intelligence is the news, and the news. After the Laplace Rebellion, the public sentiment of the Earth Federation plummeted. In order to improve the public sentiment, public opinion control is a necessary means. There is no need to say more about Aggie St. Claus. He was a homeless man before he boarded the Fiercepert 30. Although he knew that everything he went to was miserable, he certainly didn't know the specific situation. Huasuo was still a child and had only encountered the Battle of the Zanskar Empire. There is no need to say more about the other people in Drestriga. They were also students before, and the work of Drestriga alone made them busy. Lieutenant Kujimiya, do you have any questions? After the situation was explained, it was time for questions. Yang Hui asked Kujimiya. No questions, thank you Director Yang Hui for answering my questions. Kujimiya stood up and thanked him. Next is the question time, you have 10 minutes. Ask a question. As soon as Yang Hui finished speaking, Aggie St. Claus raised his hand. Speak. Director Yang Hui, since the Federation has developed a new battleship and Ms. and dragged the battle into a stalemate, can I understand that the Federation is about to win? No. Yang Hui shook his head without hesitation to Aggie St. Claus's question. Chapter 1231, Everything will be useless without Yang Hui. It is not difficult to understand Aggie St. Claus's doubts. After all, the Earth Federation is large enough and has developed new warships and Ms., which can drag the wars in various places into a stalemate for a while. As time goes by, there will be more and more new warships and Ms., and the strength of the Federation army will become stronger and stronger, which will naturally break the stalemate and reverse the current situation. The most typical example is the one-year war with the Principality of Xi'an. The Principality of Xi'an took advantage of the new humanoid mobile weapon Ms. and caught the Federation army off guard. It almost wiped out the powerful fleet that the Earth Federation had developed for many years with a sweeping force, leaving the Federation army with only Luna II in the universe. Half of the Earth's territory was occupied by the Xi'an army, and for a time everyone thought that Xi'an's victory was inevitable. However, under the command of Revel, the Earth Federation used a large number of fighter planes and tanks to slow down the advance of the Xi'an army, and secretly developed mobile suits belonging to the Federation army. Then, relying on its huge size and years of experience, the military structure was quickly adjusted, the popularization of the mobile suits and the replenishment and transformation of the fleet were carried out rapidly, and the defeat was quickly reversed, and the Principality of Xi'an was defeated. If it were a normal situation, it would be understandable to think so. But the problem is, the current situation has exceeded common sense. In summary, it will be impossible for the Federation army to break the stalemate by relying on new battleships and Ms. for at least 2 years. Of course, Yang Hui did not tell them that the Macros-class battleships of the Promise Corps and the new equipment announced to the public, such as the Dawn series and Rising Sun series, were not developed by the Earth Federation at all. Although the technology can be used directly, the production line, basic technology, materials, nothing can match. How can Macros-class battleships and series of Ms. be built on a large scale in this world? Not to mention this world, the Gundam Age world that first connected to the Promise Fortress could not build Macros-class battleships alone. Okay, I understand. Aggie St. Claus was in a complicated mood. He was disappointed that he still had to live in a dangerous and troublesome combat life, but fortunately he would not be unemployed in a short time. Ask a question. This time, the one who raised his hand to ask a question was not the crowd in the audience, but Sanai Greywall beside Yang Hui. Speak. Since the Federation army already has a powerful new fleet, will the mission of Drestriga change? X and Sanai Greywall didn't ask this question herself. Although she was confused about it before, she had already got the answer from Yang Hui before the meeting. This question was asked by Sanai Greywall on behalf of the people sitting below. After all, Drestriga is a universal combat mothership secretly developed by the Federation, and it is also an independent force with very high authority. It is positioned as the strongest elite, without fixed combat missions. At the same time, their combat targets are everywhere. They unite the most elite forces, travel around the world, constantly seize opportunities, and create breakthroughs to break the decline of the Federation Army. Now, the emergence of a new fleet with super combat power has stabilized the situation of the Federation Army for a while. Then, are the heavy responsibilities they shouldered not so necessary? If so, everyone's heart may float. There will definitely be worries, but Sanagrewala considers that everyone will not ask directly, but hide in their hearts, so he takes this opportunity to explain to everyone in a suitable way. Yes and no. Yang Hui nodded to Sanagrewala, then looked at the others and replied, because the Federation Army has stabilized the situation and the degree of crisis has been reduced, Dreistriga has gained more time and opportunities. It doesn't have to be as urgent as before and can slow down its schedule to a certain extent, but Dreistriga's positioning and mission objectives will not change. It's true that the new fleet has powerful power, but it will either be dragged on the front line of battle by the enemy or act as firefighters around the world and find it difficult to escape. So if you want to completely break the deadlock, you still need a breakthrough created by Dreistriga, XN. Everyone was silent, but Yang Hui could feel through mental waves that the original emotions of slackness, discouragement, and disappointment began to rise again. Everyone, I know you are doubting and worried, but what I want to say is that the responsibility of Dreistriga is still heavy, and your mission is still important. Before the war is completely over and the world is completely restored to peace, you are not allowed to relax, and we don't have the extra energy to make you frustrated. Captain Mitsuha and I have sought the consent of Commodore Fix. If anyone wants to quit, you can find Captain Mitsuha, and she will sign a retirement certificate for you. The time is only 3 days, because after the 3rd day our ship will arrive in the Gulf airspace domain. XN. Does anyone else have questions? Next, Yang Hui answered some people's questions. None of them were too important. Until the 10 minutes were up, even if someone raised their hands, Yang Hui would ignore them directly and announce the adjournment of the meeting. Before everyone returned to their respective posts. By the way, let me announce that in order to better grasp everyone's health status, everyone will unconditionally cooperate with a comprehensive physical examination organized by MABE. Remember what I said, unconditional cooperation. And everyone has experienced physical examinations, but the thought that MABE has always been interested in many people's bodies, special abilities, and senses, and often shows a perverted and devilish expression, makes them scared. What? Any objections? Yes. If you have any, keep them to yourself. This is not a request, it's an order. You just need to execute it. Do you understand? Oh, I understand. XN, speak louder. Did you eat? I understand. XN, very good, then everyone get ready and wait for MABE's call. Yang Hui was very satisfied with the reactions of the crowd. This reminded him of his time in the 12th Independent Technical Unit. That group of cowards, even though they are all great now, they were trained by him. If they were not trained hard, they would be useless. After Yang Hui left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and touched their foreheads. Everyone found that their foreheads were covered with cold sweat. It's finally over. I was so scared just now. Is Director Yang Hui still in this state? He's like a tough, iron-blooded soldier. Yes, that's it. Even Sigma can't compare to him. He's really too scary. Who is Sigma? Oh, our dean of teaching. He has a stern face all day long, as if everyone owes him $1 million. Not only that, any small mistake will be pulled over and severely taught for 2 or 3 hours. Not only students, but also instructors are the same. Everyone is afraid of him. He is called ghost seeing. It's not easy for you too. Who said it wasn't? Ahem. Sanagrewala originally planned to listen quietly to everyone's comments on Yang Hui, and relax a little bit by the way. After all, she was also scared by Yang Hui's iron-blooded temperament just now. But, listening to others talking more and more outrageous, and the content getting more and more distant, she chose to cough and interrupt them. Captain? Why are you still here? Everyone was frightened again. Their attention was all on Yang Hui. For a moment, they ignored the fact that Sanagrewala and Reynold Harding had not left. Although Yang Hui had no real official position and power in Dreistriga, and everyone knew that he was a scumbag, but everyone respected Yang Hui very much. Apart from anything else, the students from the 30th Officer Academy, When Drestriga set sail, it was Yang Hui's on-the-spot command that allowed them to survive safely. In addition, Yang Hui showed his strength in all aspects, and he also received a lot of guidance and teachings from chatting with Yang Hui on weekdays. Everyone would never have any opinions about Yang Hui. At the same time, they also treated Yang Hui as a senior officer. Although it was not a bad word, if the real boss heard the discussion behind Yang Hui, he would not be punished. Question mark. Okay, everyone return to their respective posts and wait for Mabe's notice. Understood. XN was frightened by Sanai Greywall and was definitely not in the mood to continue the discussion. They all dispersed in fear, which made Sanai Greywall shake his head and smile bitterly. You are still too lax. You need to exercise yourself. Reynold Harding said seriously. He was originally an instructor at the 30th Non-Commissioned Officer Academy. Seeing his students lose their composure like this, he immediately regained his former state. Forget it, Vice Captain Reynold, it would be good for everyone to be more energetic. Sanai Greywall didn't think it was necessary to teach them a lesson. After all, most of the people on the ship were young people, and it would be better for young people to be more energetic. Moreover, Sanai Greywall didn't want everyone on the ship to become just an ordinary superior-subordinate relationship. I understand. Okay, Vice Captain Reynold, you should also return to your post. Understood. Sanai Greywall and Reynold Harding were the last to leave the briefing room, and they were heading in completely opposite directions, so Sanai Greywall didn't notice at all. The moment Reynold Harding turned around, his face became extremely serious. There must be something wrong with this Yang Hui. I need to find an opportunity to report. Chapter 1232 Banagher Lynx is in danger at any time. So, you got rid of that Eva Herzog? Looking at Pad, Yang Hui's expression was very calm, as if the topic just now was not what he was talking about. Just get rid of him to avoid trouble in the future. Cruz was also very calm, as if he had only done something insignificant. Although the Legion has helped the Federal Army temporarily stabilize the situation, the Super AI Herzog has already involved all aspects of the world. If she still has any tricks up her sleeve, it will be really troublesome. What about the people related to her? Still checking. According to the database, Eva Herzog has a son, but the child disappeared before Eva Herzog was arrested. Calculating the time, the child should have grown up. If he is still alive, he should also be a disaster, but there are no clues. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. If I remember correctly, Excellent is the main development company of Super AI, right? You mean? Check it out, maybe you can find something, and pay special attention to the newly developed Super AI police in Japan. Since Eva Herzog is the mother of the Super AI, then his son should also be related to the Super AI. Understood, I will check it carefully. As for Japan's Super AI police, don't interfere. If the result is valuable, you can consider helping. Understood. I'll tell Wang and Rebel. Anything else? No new changes for the time being. By the way, the two young ladies at home asked me to pass on a message to you. Oh, Yang Hui couldn't think of anyone else in the family who could be called young lady by Cruz, except Shirley and Lux, and their message. Yang Hui had already started to sweat. Haha, I just like to see your expression like this. Now they are all video calls, so Cruz can clearly appreciate Yang Hui's embarrassment. If you have anything to say it quickly. Someone is anxious. Hurry up and say it. Okay, seeing how impatient you are. The two young ladies said that they will hold a concert in the Asian mountain city next month, and hope you can be there. In this world, Shirley, Lux, and Li Lanhu are all the world's most famous superstars. It can be regarded as their old profession, and they have also played their role to the limit. In a world where people are panicking, the power of singing is the best tranquilizer. Is this something I can decide? Yang Hui looked helpless. Rebel had not yet made his identity public, nor had his authority been increased. He was still only a researcher on Drestriga. Out of respect for him, Mitsuha Greywall would carefully consider Yang Hui's suggestions, but she would not listen to him on everything, especially suggestions like going to the mountain city to listen to a concert. Coincidentally, in the near future, Rebel will make his existence public, and your identity will also change. Cruz smiled sinisterly, and he would definitely not immediately reveal that Yang Hui was the commander-in-chief of the Promise Corps. After all, the situation of the Earth Federation Army had just stabilized, and thanks to the recent results, it had also won back a lot of people's hearts, so Rebel could make his identity public. But Yang Hui was different from Rebel. Rebel was a legendary general in this world, and the last backbone of the Federation 10 years ago. In the eyes of the people, the reason why the 1-year war was won was because Rebel controlled the overall situation, and everyone believed that the greatest achievement of the Principality of Xi'an during the 1-year war was to break the last backbone of the Earth Federation. Rebel has natural advantages. As for excuses, isn't the existence of another world the best starting point? Before being bombarded by the flashlight, DBD suddenly occurred. Rebel was teleported to another world to escape, and then returned by chance. How about it? Is it a perfect excuse? But Yang Hui, he doesn't have such a prominent identity and achievements in this world. The people and the Federation Army can accept Rebel's existence, but it is impossible for them to accept an unknown person as the Supreme Commander of the Earth Federation Army. But Yang Hui wanted to find an excuse to refuse. After all, after coming to this world, Yang Hui contacted them very few times, and there was no chance to stay together. Lux was fine, but Shirley Lu was jealous a long time ago, so if they went to the concert, there was no doubt that Shirley Lu would ask Lux for advice, and she didn't know how to deal with herself. By the way, Miss Shirley added that if you dare not go, you will die. That's what she said. It must be said that Cruz really tried his best to see Yang Hui's embarrassment. Not only did he imitate the tone and attitude exactly, he even used the clip sound. I want to kill you now. Disgusting or not, I think it's okay, and it's worth it. Cruz shrugged with a joking look on his face. Get lost. It's okay, I'll hang up first. The secrets of this ship are still waiting for me to study. There is one more thing, Char and Lelouch. The Emperor and Revel can't decide how to arrange it, so you need to make a decision. Char and Lelouch. Yang Hui also had a constipated expression when mentioning these two people. The lunar universe, only half of Axis is left, has never been so lively. Not only did Dazzle bring his fleet to find Minerva, but Char also fled here for refuge because of his identity. Minerva, it's time for lunch. Dad, wait until I finish these official business before eating. No. When can't official business be handled? You're still growing. Dad, and can't others handle it? The Republic is full of rubbish. My daughter has to handle everything. Dad, ugh. Dazzle was very tough at first. If Minerva didn't obey, he would just carry her away. After all, he is Minerva's biological father and a humanoid Gundam. No one can stop him, including the brat who was standing next to him with his head down. But Minerva is not easy to mess with. She took out her trump card to attack Dazzle, crying. Minerva is not only Dazzle's favorite, but also one of the darlings of the entire Promise Fortress. Whoever dares to make her cry, haha, don't say you are her father, her ancestors will deal with it the same way. Minerva, listen to me, okay? I promised your mother that if I don't take good care of you, she will kill me. Dazzle was like a wronged young wife, begging Minerva to agree. This was not a pity, but a real pity. Since Dazzle and his wife Sina joined Promise Fortress, Dazzle's ears have completely softened. It won't take long. It can be done in 15 minutes. Minerva continued to insist. Because she had merged with Minerva from this world, Minerva had grown up a lot. In front of Dazzle and other uncles and aunts, she was still the well-behaved and lovely Minerva before, but her heart was very mature and she was a qualified leader of the power. The situation in the Republic of Xi'an was very bad, and she needed to do many things herself. Minerva, who cared about the Republic of Xi'an, also placed the Republic of Xi'an in a very important position. Isn't this too long? The food is all cold. Dazzle said aggrievedly. You can heat it up if it's cold. 15 minutes is 15 minutes. But. No buts. Forget it, Minerva, you better let this gorilla go. At this time, Heyman, Char and Lara Singh came together. Heyman touched Minerva's head lovingly and advised. She didn't want Minerva to be tired. Let me take care of these documents. You go eat first. Aunt Heyman, okay, then I'll trouble Aunt Heyman. Minerva listened to Heyman because Heyman was able to handle all official business. Although Heyman of the Promise Corps had not experienced the first Neo-Xi'an war and had not established and managed Neo-Xi'an, his potential was there. Heyman also handled various affairs of the Republic of Xi'an in the Gundam UC world, and he was very adept at it. Go ahead. Well, let's go, Banagher, let's go eat. This. The young man who had been standing aside with his head down was naturally Banagher Lynx, the son of Cardis Vist and Anna Lynx, and the pilot of the Unicorn Gundam. However, because the power of the Unicorn Gundam in the Psycho frame was full of too many unknowns and too dangerous, the Unicorn Gundam had been dismantled and sealed. He was now following Minerva, driving the Silver Bullet Suppressor everywhere and helping Minerva. Now, he was still in a dreamlike state and had not yet fully accepted everything in front of him. Minerva's biological father was alive. Heyman Karn, who started the first Neo-Zeon War, was also alive. Red Comet, Char Aznable, was also alive. Not only that, after merging with Minerva in this world, she quickly adapted to the relationship between herself and Banagher Lynx in this world. Because of this, Minerva told him about her situation, as well as Dazzle, Heyman, Char, and even the situation of the Promise Corps from the beginning, and then Banagher Lynx lived a life of fear and trepidation, especially after Dazzle arrived. Minerva introduced herself to Dazzle, and held hands. At that moment, Banagher Lynx felt that he was about to die. There was no need for NT's mental wave sensing, and the fairly suitable uniform was almost torn by the bulging muscles all over his body. Dazzle's face was covered with blue veins caused by anger, and his face was shrouded in clouds, making it difficult to see his expression. If Minerva had not stopped Dazzle immediately, Banagher Lynx would have determined. And definitely, he would have confessed. Until now, except for going out on combat missions, Banagher Lynx dared not leave Minerva's sight, fearing that Dazzle would jump out from nowhere and tear him to pieces. Banagher. Isn't that right? Seeing that Minerva called Banagher first instead of himself, Dazzle began to emit a dark ghost aura again. Dad. Woo. Woo woo woo. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1233, Where Char and Lelouch Went. At the table, no one spoke. Banagher Lynx kept his head down and didn't dare to look at Dazzle, while Minerva kept smiling and looked at Dazzle from time to time, warning him not to go too far. Char kept himself elegantly, eating the sweetest melon. Lara Singh still kept a gentle smile, sometimes picking food for Char, sometimes helping Char wipe his mouth. And Dazzle stared at Banagher Lynx with bloodshot eyes. If the tableware he used was not all made of special aluminum alloy, he would have broken it or the plate would have been shattered. An unpleasant meal ended. Minerva looked at Char and asked, "Uncle Char, are you planning to hide in Axis forever?" Hearing this, Char was stunned for a moment, his expression a little ugly. "If possible. I don't want to either. But this is not a solution. Axis has Dad's fleet, which is enough to deal with any invading enemy. If both fleets remain in Axis, there will be too much excess manpower. Aunt Wong and Grandpa Rebel are also short of manpower. I have discussed this matter with the Emperor and Rebel. The things I have done in this world will only have a counterproductive effect if I take any positive action." Char said helplessly. "Aren't there still remnants of Neo-Zeon? And those who claim to be the Republic of Zeon? If you take action, maybe you can win them over." "No." Char shook his head. Although Minerva was a qualified leader of a force, he was still too naive. "Those people don't care about my identity at all. They are not alive at all now. They are just puppets driven by wrong obsessions. There will be no possibility of reconciliation between them and the Federation. Asking them to give up their current crazy behavior is almost the same as killing them." Dila's Rebellion, First Neo-Zeon War. Under the continuous suppression of the Earth Federation, the space residents have been completely desperate. At this time, Char of this world stood up and established Neo-Zeon as a leader, which undoubtedly gave all the desperate space residents a hope and a belief. It is this belief that has allowed a large number of space residents to find the direction to move forward. Even if the Second Neo-Zeon War failed, this belief still supports them, because it is their only hope and their only belief to survive. Because of the failure of the Second Neo-Zeon War, as participants, they are all wanted criminals of the Earth Federation. Surrender? It is better to have a heroic ending with this obsession before the end of life than to die meaninglessly. Not only that, during the Laplace Rebellion, Full Front, a clone of Char while alive, led a group of people to cause a huge impact on the Earth and the Earth Federation. The word Zeon was difficult for the people to accept. Even Minerva, who was willing to coexist peacefully, could only hide in the wreckage of Axis and the lunar universe with a very small number of like-minded people. In that case, Uncle Char, there is a place you can go. Drestriga. Yes, Uncle Yang Hui needs help. You are right, but don't worry. I still have Lelouch who is in a similar situation. How to act depends on Yang Hui. Let's wait and see how Yang Hui arranges us. Ding ding ding. Before he finished speaking, Char's pad rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a communication from Cruz. His expression became weird. Isn't it too coincidental? Char, Yang Hui's order has come. Your fleet is in the charge of Hammond. You and Lala will immediately take your machines to the Gopher space, meet up with Yang Hui, and join the dress rigger. I see. Huh? What? Are you afraid of causing more trouble after showing up? Cruz couldn't help but look strange, because he saw the sullen air on Char's face. No, you contacted me just when we were talking about this. Oh, that's a coincidence. Yet, Yang Hui, that bastard, always shows up when you least expect it. Don't worry, you'll have plenty of opportunities to confront him. Of course, I won't let him go. Lala and I will set off immediately. Yeah, that's the best. By the way, Lelouch. Now that he had decided on how to act, Char was naturally very curious about how Lelouch, who is in the same situation as him, would arrange it. Don't worry, his plan is. Let me wait for Drestriga in Zilkustan. The moment Lelouch saw the order, he felt his head explode. What kind of order is this? What's the point of going to Drestriga? First, I can't drive a Miz, and second, I can't do scientific research. Even if it's a combat command, it's really a waste of talent to be just Drestriga. Moreover, the personnel composition of Drestriga is complicated, and it will be more complicated in the future. The shitty things that I have done to this world in this world. Those people will definitely obey my command. I'm afraid they can't wait to kill me. Oh, Lelouch, what's wrong with you? Suzaku and Colin, who had just cooperated with Shamna to clean up the interior of Zilkustan, arrived together. Before they got close, they heard Lelouch's exclamation and asked curiously. Yang Hui's order asked me to wait for the arrival of Drestriga in Zilkustan, and then board the ship. You? Board Drestriga. Not only Lelouch felt strange about this order, but even Colin and Suzaku felt very strange. Although they were not the commanders, they could still see some basic situations clearly. Instead of letting Lelouch board Drestriga, it would be better for him to hide his identity and go to the Earth Federation Army headquarters to help Revel and the Emperor. Your Highness should have his own considerations. Your Highness Lelouch, you should listen to your Highness's arrangements. Other people who were subordinate to Zodiac 12 also arrived one after another. There was no fleet formed by a single world in Lelouch's world, only the Miz Force, because Lelouch was the only one in Lelouch's world who had the ability to lead a reorganized fleet, but Lelouch was unwilling to lead a reorganized fleet alone, so the members of Lelouch's world could only form a fleet with members from other worlds. The fleet that the members from Lelouch's world belonged to is commanded by Therese Testarossa from the world of Full Metal Panic. Although she is still a sports idiot, her command ability is not a problem. It's because I can't figure out what he means. Lelouch bit his nails and pondered. Then don't think about it. When His Highness and Drestriga arrive in Zilkustan, you will naturally know. Colin slapped Lelouch on the back and said with a smile. No, it will be too late by then. If I can't figure out Yang Hui's intentions before they arrive, then I lose. Oh, Alice. X and everyone's mouth twitched, and they sighed at the same time. It stands to reason that Lelouch has grown so much under Rebel and has experienced several wars. Why is he still so childish? And, have you lost to His Highness less times? Why don't you learn a lesson? By the way, what's the situation? Lelouch couldn't think of an answer for the time being, but Drestriga wouldn't arrive in Zilkustan so soon, so Lelouch put this question aside for the time being and asked about the situation of Colin and others. The inside has been completely cleaned up. That bastard Bilto was too insidious. He almost escaped. Colin reported unhappily. Bilto was originally a bandit. He and his subordinates were recruited by Shamna of this world. He ran wild in the prison of Zilkustan. He has a rough and self-centered personality, but he is a fierce general in both hand-to-hand combat and Miz operation, and he is very cunning. If Colin hadn't been driving the latest Rising Sun series of the Promise Corps, And if it weren't for the information provided by Swell Cujipit, the captain of the assassination team of Jill Custon, he would have really escaped. All of Bill 2's subordinates have been annihilated, and the prison has been cleaned up. There will be no more problems inside. Suzaku added. All the invading enemies have been eliminated, but, this time an unknown enemy has appeared. Fujito Kagamashiro reported the situation on their side. Colin and Suzaku were sent to the prison to clean up Il-2 and his subordinates, and the remaining, Zodiac 12, were to fight the enemies that appeared around Jill Custon. Most of them were mechanical beasts and out-of-control AI robots, but there were also new enemies. Unknown enemy. Lelouch frowned slightly. Yes, an unknown machine that is all gray. As he spoke, Fujito Kagashiro passed the newly collected information to Lelouch, explaining, it has a bipedal form, sparse weapons, and only an energy cannon under the body. But whether it is the armor strength, mobility, or the range and power of the energy cannon, it is beyond the reach of Earth's technological level. An unknown machine appeared suddenly. Yes, the possibility of DBD. Very small, because when they appeared, no gravity anomalies were detected, and the dimensional wormhole phenomenon unique to DBD did not appear. It is more like some kind of teleportation technology. Have you tried to communicate? Commander Tessa tried, but the other party did not respond, and, the enemy aircraft's action mode is most likely a drone. After listening to Fujito Kagashiro's report, Lelouch carefully read the records and information. It can be confirmed that it is a drone. The relevant technology, collect the wreckage, send it to the Earth Federation Army headquarters, and hand it over to Lord Aeolia for research. Commander Tessa has already dealt with it. Well, let's do this. Strengthen the vigilance around us. Now there are new enemies. I don't know if there will be new enemies in the future. Whether they have special abilities, be careful. Understood. XN by the way, where are Nunnally and Yuffie? They. Chapter 1234, Difficulty facing Lelouch. In the desert near the border of Zircuston, there is a huge refugee camp, gathering a large number of refugees who have lost their homes due to the war. At this moment, Nunnally and Euphemia are carrying out condolences in the refugee camp. Nunnally has perfectly integrated herself in this world, and all the memories belonging to this world are stored in her brain. To be honest, it was hard for Nunnally to accept it at first. She didn't expect her brother to do those terrible things. Although he sacrificed himself for world peace in the end, Nunnally still didn't know how to face Lelouch. After all, she was an enemy of Lelouch, and Lelouch died in front of her, which was the last one. Only then did Nunnally in this world know the whole truth of Zero Requiem. Lelouch of this world used cruel and ruthless means to become the 99th Emperor of the Holy Bunitalia Empire. After completely controlling the Earth Federation, he ruled with a very brutal attitude, causing panic and misery for the people. However, this was all to focus all the hatred of the world on Lelouch. Then, under the watchful eyes of the public, he was killed by the Black Knight Zero disguised as Suzaku, thereby ending the domination of the Holy Bunitalia Empire and bringing the world to peace. This is Zero Requiem. Lelouch of this world should have died at the end of Zero Requiem. However, when he defeated Charles D.I. Bunitalia, because of the Sword of Akasha system, he absorbed the fragments of the Sea World when the Sea World was broken, making Lelouch an immortal existence. But at the same time, because his consciousness has been trapped in the broken Sea World, he has become crazy and has no self-awareness. CC has been traveling around the world with Lelouch, exploring the ruins of Geese, and seeking ways to save Lelouch. According to CC's plan in this world, the ruins under Zilcuston were her last hope. However, on the way to Zilcuston, the Promise Core descended, Lelouch of the two worlds merged, and everyone in Zilcuston also merged. There was no conflict, and there was no need to continue the plan. But after learning the truth about Zero Requiem, and knowing that Nunnally was an enemy of Lelouch, she couldn't accept it immediately even if she knew it happened in this world. Nunnally, take a break. Euphemia looked at Nunnally sweating under the scorching sun and couldn't help but worry. It's okay, Sister Euphemia. There are still so many people here who haven't received water and food. You're not the only one, take a break first. Okay. Nunnally's visit to the refugee camp this time was not a temporary decision, but before arriving, Nunnally in this world had arranged a schedule, which happened to avoid meeting Lelouch. Nunnally, Yuffie, you've worked hard. Come and take a break. Clovis had just led his team to complete the patrol mission in the surrounding area of the military camp of the Earth Federation Army and came back. He happened to meet Nunnally and Euphemia. "Royal brother Clovis, you've worked hard on the patrol." Nunnally and Euphemia simultaneously bowed to Clovis. "Okay, Nunnally, Euphy, there are no outsiders here, so there's no need to be so restrained." Clovis waved his hand, telling Nunnally and Euphemia not to do this, just stay the way they were before. "Okay, Royal brother Clovis." Nunnally and Euphemia smiled sweetly. After coming to this world, everyone has changed, and the relationship between each other has also changed a little bit. "By the way, Nunnally, how long will the condolence activities last?" Clovis asked. "According to the itinerary, there are still 3 days, and then we will leave here." Nunnally replied. 3 days. "Is there anything for Royal brother Clovis?" Nunnally asked curiously. Although she didn't feel impatient, she could feel the eagerness. "Alice, I feel like I can't keep up." Clovis sighed. Clovis and the Star Knights he led had just joined the Promise Corps, and their strength was at the bottom. They had no experience in carrying out missions. It was the first time they encountered such a chaotic world as Mobile Suit 30. Naturally, it was impossible to assign them to dangerous tasks right away, so Clovis and the Star Knights were assigned to the escort formation of Nunnally and Euphemia. But even so, Clovis and his Star Knights still couldn't keep up with the high-speed rhythm of the Promise Corps, especially when Jill Custon was attacked by hostile forces just now, and the refugee camp not far away was naturally in danger. Clovis and the Star Knights were beaten by these enemies and couldn't raise their heads for a while. If it weren't for the timely reinforcement of 12 Zodiacs and others from the world of Fafnir in the sky, such as Shoko Usama, Kanon Usama, Kenji Kondo, and Sakura Kaname, they would have been wiped out. Clovis was very confident before, and he was not as good as Yang Hui and Cornelia, but in his own world, he also fought countless battles, but after really contacting the mission world, he realized that Yang Hui never looked down on him, and realized that he was really just the bottom one. "Brother Clovis. It's okay, I just don't want to be so cowardly anymore. By the way, Nunnally, Euphy, are you really not going to meet Lelouch?" Clovis waved his hand and skipped the topic. Nunnally and Euphemia were silent. They didn't hate Lelouch or hate Lelouch because of the fusion of memories, but they didn't know how to face it for a while. "Brother Clovis, don't you care about anything?" Euphemia asked Clovis hesitantly, because Clovis, like her, died at the hands of Lelouch in this world. "What's the matter? It's not the Lelouch we know who did it." Clovis is older than Nunnally and Euphemia, and has experienced more things than the two of them. Naturally, he is more open-minded than them and has a calmer mentality. Clovis certainly knew that Nunnally and Euphemia had not been able to completely move on, but in this matter, no matter how much outsiders persuaded them, it would be useless. Only they could figure it out themselves. The moment they figured it out, it was also the time for them to truly grow up. After all, the fused memories were the experiences of another person, not entirely their own. Clovis. Prince, Princess Nunnally, Princess Euphemia. Kondo, you are here. What, Prince and Princess? Don't be so polite, come and sit down. Clovis turned his head and saw Kondo, Kenji and others in uniforms. Whether it was the name or the attitude, they were a little restrained, which made Clovis a little unhappy. "This is not good, right?" What's not good? We are all companions, come and sit down." Clovis did not give Kondo Kenji a chance to refuse, and took his hand to sit down beside him. Seeing this, the others could not say anything else, so they could only find a place to sit down and rest. Your Highness the Prince. Just call me by my name. I don't think Yuffie and Nunnally will mind." Then. Clovis. That's right. In fact, Clovis also understood the thoughts of Kenji, Kondo and others. They had been living in seclusion on the island before, and had not had much contact with the world outside the island. When the Promised Legion took them to the world, human civilization had been destroyed. This also led to their curiosity and fear of all new things, such as princes and princesses. They only exist in stories, but I didn't expect them to really exist. Although they are companions and the other party did not put on a condescending attitude, they subconsciously felt a little restrained when they thought that the other party was a real prince and princess. Emperor Clovis. Clovis, you are completely different from the royal family you imagined. Kenji Kondo complained. So, Those are all stories, not real. Clovis smiled. Look at Yang Hui, he is also a prince. Does he look like one? Oh, X and everyone from the world of Fafnir in the sky raised their heads and began to imagine the image of Yang Hui as a prince, and shook their heads in unison. No. X and so don't think of us as some high-ranking royal family. That kind of royal family either only exists in third-rate stories, or is a psychopath. Clovis complained. That's right, royal etiquette is a compulsory course for us since childhood. Euphemia added. Hearing this, Clovis also sighed in his heart. Nanali and Euphemia were okay. They were born into the royal family, but they were very gentle since childhood. Even to civilians, they would not put on the posture of a royal family, but he was different. He used to look down on civilians. The reason for such a big change, in addition to the experience and growth of going out to manage a region, Yang Hui had the greatest influence and change on him. Well, I understand, Clovis, Nunnally, Euphemia. That's right, I have to thank you just now, otherwise we would have died here. Clovis patted Kenji Kondo's shoulder heavily and said. It's okay. Kenji Kondo scratched his hair a little embarrassedly. In terms of strength, the existence of Excalibur Valrhona and SDP gave them powerful strength. In terms of experience, they would face the attacks of Festum from time to time, and they still had plenty of experience in high-intensity combat. Compared to Aiki, Saoji and Jonathan, we are still relaxed. Kaname Sakura said. Yes, I contacted Maya yesterday. Aiki, Minashiro and Mr. Jonathan are also traveling around the world. They can only rest on the road. Maya is also very busy because he is studying with Ms. Yulin. Shoko Hanesima said a little disappointedly. Her boyfriend and good sister are growing rapidly, and only she is lagging behind. Don't be discouraged, Shoko. Hanesima Cannon gently comforted Hanesima. Shoko, the chief of staff and General Rebel have given us a chance to adapt considering the pressure. After a while, we will catch up with them. Yes, I'm fine. I'll try my best. Ding ding ding. Huh? Clovis's pad rang. He picked it up and saw it was Lelouch. He was stunned for a moment and then answered the call. Chapter 1235. Brad is finally happy. Really? I see. I have a question, Amuro and Camille. Okay, I see. After Drestriga arrives, I will lead the Londo Bell team to act together. Is that okay? That's great. Got it. After hanging up the call, Brad breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile finally appeared on his stern face. After coming to this world and merging with himself in this world, Brad felt unwell. First of all, although he brought an independent force of elites, the Londo Bell team, because of what they did during the Laplace Rebellion, this elite independent force had a huge conflict with the upper echelons of the Federal Army and was idle. If it weren't for the great achievements of the Londo Bell team and its high reputation among the people, I'm afraid it would have been disbanded directly. Then, it was his own good eldest son. Yes, that's right, Brad was happy to be a father, and suddenly he had a son. And he was a filial son. Originally, he and Mile Yashio wanted to have a child. Every time he saw Minerva and Yukino Yamato, this idea would become stronger. Because of the restrictions of Promise Fortress, they could not have a child of their own. Now, they have a child, but Blade and Mile Yashio would rather not have this big child. Look at what he did. Question mark. Not only did he disobey the orders during the war and drive the Miz without authorization, but he also beat up his teammates because of the little girl he liked. Any of the above two things can be shot directly. After the Second Neo-Zeon War, he disappeared. Blade and Mile Yashio of the Super Robot Wars 30 world could not find him, but with the help of the intelligence department of the Promise Corps, he found his whereabouts. Influenced by Char's speech in the Second Neo-Zeon War, he set up an entire Federation organization called MAFTI? Advocating that humans should move to space more? What kind of pig brain is this? Question mark. Even if the Earth Federation has experienced many blows and lost many people's hearts, it is not something that can be shaken by just finding a few people to establish a small organization. With nearly 100 years of foundation, how can it be so simple? Question mark. Moreover, the Earth is now full of crises. If it weren't for the Earth Federation, this world would have been finished long ago. What's the point of talking about migrating to the universe? Question mark. Because of these two things, Brad really had a headache. When he first came, he almost abandoned the other members of the Londo Bell team, or took them to the designated location to meet up with the Legion. But he received an order from Rebel to stand by temporarily and try to win over the other members of the Londo Bell team. Until just now, he received a new order that Drestriga was on the way to the Gofi universe, waiting for Drestriga to meet up and perform tasks together as an independent force. At the same time, they were told that Char, Lara Sheen, and another mysterious guest would join them, and his Macros-class battleship was on the way, and all the crew members were there, except that the Miz unit was transferred away. However, the ship was equipped with enough Legion standard machines, and a part of the Rising Sun series was prepared. If there were suitable people, members of the Londo Bell team could be injected with a Festum factor and assigned the Rising Sun series. Now, Brad was full of confidence, but he was really unsure about La Caramon, Jesta and Rochelle who were on board. It was okay for the remnants of the New Zeon or the Zanskar Empire, but he would be unsure if it was Zulugaru, mechanical beasts, metal beasts, invaders, etc. Moreover, Rebel also told him that his identity would be fully disclosed soon, and Yang Hui on Drestriga would also be given an important position, with enough power to command this independent unit. Brad was so happy to be able to fight under Yang Hui's direct command again. What he missed most was the battle in the 12th Independent Technical Force. That feeling was just a cool word. Ding ding ding. It's me. Captain Brad, someone from the Roth Chamber of Commerce wants to see you. Roth Chamber of Commerce. Yes, about your previous negotiation with the Roth Chamber of Commerce, the other party doesn't seem to have given up. Just refuse. But, the second lady of the Roth Chamber of Commerce, Michelle Luo, came this time, and she brought a brand new Gundam. Brand new Gundam. Yes, the other party also provided detailed information. It's a psycho frame. Huh? Brad frowned. If he was in this world, he would be scared when he heard about the psycho frame, because during the Laplace Rebellion, the psycho frame showed a terrible power that frightened humans. Otherwise the Unicorn Gundam and Unit 2 Banshee would not have been dismantled and sealed. But now, Brad only doubts the motives of the Roche Chamber of Commerce, and is not afraid of the power of the psycho frame. After all, after the Dawn series successfully awakens, their special abilities are more outrageous than one another. Bring her to see me, and the pilot of the new Gundam. Understood. After hanging up the call, Bright slumped in his chair and loosened his collar. It's an unexpected trouble. Michelle Rowe, the second lady of the Roche Chamber of Commerce. If I remember correctly, she seems to be a member of the Miracle Children, so... The site shifted to the other side. Drestriga had arrived in the Goff airspace and launched an investigation. There were many wreckages of abandoned colony satellites in the Goff airspace. The situation was complicated. In addition, Drestriga did not have many MIS, so it took a lot of time and energy. There's only one last area left, right? Aggie St. Claus asked, insisting on the exploration mission, boring and tired. Okay, stop complaining, Edge. Yang Hui still drove the Gunblasta to participate in this exploration mission. He had a hunch that there would be a battle in this exploration mission. It would be too late to attack when encountering the enemy, so he simply participated together. This is the last area, don't let your guard down. Oh, got it. Well, each plane disperses and starts investigating. Got it. XN during the investigation, because it was too boring, everyone started chatting. In the areas investigated before, no decent results were obtained. Reynold Harding said to Sanai Greywall on the bridge. If nothing is found, it will be a good thing for us. Sanai Greywall was not discouraged because of the lack of results. Instead, he was a little happy. On the one hand, we can avoid fighting, and on the other hand, we can confirm that the Goffair universe is temporarily safe. In any case, the commission of Colonel Seaman can be completed. That's right. But I don't think this investigation can end so smoothly. Before the voice fell, Sanai Greywall's intuition was fulfilled, and everyone's luck was shattered. There are troops approaching. It's Zanskar. Siklian reported hurriedly. The enemy is coming. Is it really like this? But the number of enemies is not large. When they encountered the enemy, everyone couldn't help but get nervous, but when they were sure that the enemy was not large, they relaxed a lot. In the previous battles, except for the time when Drestriga just set sail, which time did they face an enemy that was not in absolute advantage? And this time, there was only a battalion, so everyone was not too nervous. Captain Sanai. Wait a minute. Yang Hui wanted Sanai Greywall to give the order to attack directly, but Sanai Greywall didn't do so. It seemed that she was waiting for the other party's attitude. If the other party didn't intend to fight, she wouldn't take the initiative to cause trouble. Tisk. All planes, pay attention to dodge. Yang Hui cursed Sanai Greywall's indecision and fluke mentality in his heart. The Earth Federation Army and the Zanskar Empire were originally hostile. When encountering the enemy, it would be stupid not to take the initiative to seize the initiative, but to hand over the initiative to others because of fluke. Understood. And sure enough, as soon as Yang Hui's instructions were issued, the enemy launched an attack on Drestriga. All planes, start fighting. In addition, the enemy's attitude is quite strong. Pay attention to whether there are follow-up reinforcements. Understood. And the indecisiveness just now made everyone driving the Miz a little unhappy, but the order to meet the attack made them excited. They threw away the unpleasant thoughts just now and drove their own bodies to rush towards the Miz troops of the Zanskar Empire. Captain. The armed system is fully online, and the heavy particle beam cannon begins to charge. Stand by. It is impossible for a Miz force of this scale to appear without a mothership. Be ready. Once the enemy mothership appears, immediately launch an attack. Understood. On the Zanskar Empire side, it was not Chronic's troops that encountered Drestriga this time. The commander of the Miz troops was Avia Pipinidin, Chronic's mentor in the military academy. Originally, Pipinidin was Chronicle's mentor, but now Chronicle's status is on par with him. After the failure of the last battle, not only did he not set out, but he was promoted. Pipinidin was very dissatisfied and thought that Chronicle had opened a backdoor by relying on his status as the Queen's brother. This time, he was lucky enough to meet the troops that defeated Chronicle last time. As long as he can lead the team to destroy the opponent, he can prove that he is stronger than Chronicle. He can even have his own warship immediately. Is that the mixed force of the Holy Military Alliance and the Federation? It doesn't look very good. Although there are machines in it that I haven't seen, it's perfect to be my opponent. Captain, what should we do next? Lupe Sino, Pipinidin's excellent subordinate, asked. Of course it's an attack. I have to bring some souvenirs back to my students to show the majesty of the mentor. What's more, in terms of lineup and number, it can be said that we will win. Understood. All machines disperse and attack the enemy in front of us. What? Chapter 1236, Playing Floating Cannon with Me? Before Pipinidin finished speaking, a pink beam of light cut through the universe and headed straight for his face. If it weren't for the survival instinct of the creature that made him subconsciously pull the control lever, the beam would have directly hit Kanchio's chest, where the cockpit was located. However, even though he successfully avoided the fatal crisis, the bright beam of light still pierced through Kanchio's left arm and a linear hook behind his back. Damn it! You actually sneak attack from such a long distance, how despicable. Pipinidin's expression was distorted, and he made excuses for his own injuries. Captain, are you okay? Lupe Sino asked, but his tone was not urgent, as if it was a routine matter. It's all right. Pipinidin replied with a grim face, feeling as if he had been humiliated. The enemy used long-range sniping instead of fighting us head-on because they are afraid. All aircraft disperse and press forward. Understood. XN had just finished answering when several more Zorwat were hit by long-range sniper beams. Each shot accurately penetrated the cockpit in the chest, leaving the Zanskar troops at a loss for a moment. Damn it! Damn it! When did the Federation and the Holy Military Alliance have snipers of this level? Pipinidin immediately drove his Kanchio to hide behind a large piece of space junk, cursing in his heart. Captain, the enemy planes are rushing up. Lupe Sino reported. She was indifferent to the life and death of her captain, or rather, she hoped that he would die soon, but she was also frightened by the accurate and deadly long-range sniping. She didn't want to die here. Charging up? Good opportunity. Each plane will be divided into small teams to meet the attack, cut the enemy plane formation apart, drag them into the bunker and destroy them. Don't give the enemy snipers any more chances. Pipinidin gave the order, and in his heart he was also laughing at the stupidity of Drestriga. They should have such a powerful long-range sniper, but they didn't keep their distance and sent the Miz troops to rush forward to fight with them, giving up the advantages of distance and sniping. It was so stupid. Now, the advantage is mine. Understood. XN Lupe, come with me. Use the cover of space debris to get closer, and kill the snipers and battleships in the rear. Understood. Although Lupe hated Pippin's arrogance, he also recognized his ability. After all, he was a mentor in the military academy, and he was still quite capable. Seeing that the mist troops of the Zanskar Empire had learned their lesson and no longer stood stupidly on the opposite side as targets, they all hid behind the bunkers. Yang Hui immediately ordered, "Advance in squads. Blue 1, Red 5, Raven Bird, V Gundam number 1 will form a sword tip charge, V Gundam number 2, Shurak squad will support in the middle, Purple 2 will provide battlefield intelligence at any time, Gold 4 and I will provide sniper support, Pink 3, surround V Gundam number 2 and Shurak squad to be on guard." Understood. And no one questioned Yang Hui's order, even the Rabbit squad, who had just joined, Drestriga. It's true that they have distinct personalities, but they are not fools. On the way to the Gopher universe, they fully experienced what Yang Hui's cruelty was in the Drestriga training system, teaching of love. Clean and neat kills, meticulous combat thinking, flexible and changeable squad tactics, and ruthless review and criticism all made them truly realize how terrible Yang Hui was. Yang Hui, there is no sniping vision. Jun Hezhong, who was driving the Jinsei, tried hard to find the target, but all the targets were hiding behind the bunkers. There might be a fleeting opportunity that flashed through his vision, but the opportunity was too short and he had no time to seize it. So you still have a lot to learn. Yang Hui's mouth curled up. As far as a newcomer is concerned, Jun Hezhong's sniping ability is really good. In an environment with a wide field of vision, he can quickly determine the priority targets to be destroyed, and his hit rate is very high. However, in a complex environment like the Gopher universe, he seemed to be hesitant and indecisive. Yang Hui is not a pilot who specializes in long-range sniping. His super long-range sniping ability is not as good as sniper aces such as Yalin and Lyle, but Yang Hui is very good at shooting, and Yalin is his wife. How could she not have any sniping ability at all? Damn it. In Jun Hezhong's sight, a Zorwat appeared again, but soon hid in another bunker, leaving Jun Hezhong no time to pull the trigger. He couldn't help but curse, but before he finished cursing, he saw a pink beam hit the cockpit of the Zorwat before it was about to hide in the bunker, turning it into space junk. Jun Hezhong couldn't help but marvel and looked at Yang Hui. Yang Hui, how did you do it? Snipers, decisiveness is very important. The vanguard and midfielder have not collapsed. The sniping environment is very safe. As long as your teammates don't appear on the beam, you can shoot decisively when you see the enemy. Don't worry about not hitting and exposing your position. Yang Hui taught. Yulin once said that when she shoots, she relies more on her feelings. As long as she locks, she has a feeling that she can definitely hit the target. She just needs to pull the trigger, regardless of whether she hits it in the end, and then look for the next target, and then shoot again. For Yulin, every shot will definitely hit the target, which is absolute confidence. But, our position is exposed. If the enemy gets close to us, wouldn't it be very dangerous? Jun Hezhong retorted. Be confident, Lieutenant Junhee, be confident in your sniping and your companions. Don't forget that you are not fighting alone. Yang Hui continued, and in the surprised eyes of Jun Hezhong, he fired another shot. This time, he not only hit the enemy, but also penetrated two Zorwat that had just left the bunker, killing two birds with one stone. Ding ding ding. Yang Hui, be careful. Two enemy planes are coming around. Not far to your left. At this time, Kujimiya Gui reported nervously. Yang Hui. Retreat quickly. Jun Hezhong subconsciously wanted to drive the Jinsei to retreat, meet up with the Center Guards V Gundam number 2 and the Shurak team for protection, or call Iri Huan and Pink 3 to rescue, but saw that Yang Hui's Gundam Blaster was motionless and had no intention of leaving at all. Got you. At this moment, a Zorwat suddenly flew out from behind the space junk closest to Yang Hui, and the heavy shoulder armor on its left shoulder opened, and several thin wires shot towards the gun blaster, trying to entangle it. Forget about the Earth, what's the point of equipment like the universe? Yang Hui couldn't help but complain, and controlled the gun blaster to retreat a little distance, letting the wires pass in front of him, and then he let go of the beam rifle in his hand, and the beam sword was unsheathed. With a flash of sword light, all the wires were cut off. Damn, this sniper is not an ordinary person. After a moment of confrontation, Lupe Zeno judged that the pilot of the Gunblasta in front of him was very powerful and was definitely not an ordinary sniper. However, Lupe Zeno was very confident in herself. The cutting of the electromagnetic wire did not make her retreat at all, but instead stimulated her desire to win. The hidden beam shield on her left shoulder opened, blocking Jinxi's panic shooting, and drew out a beam sword and rushed towards the Gunblasta. In close combat, I have the advantage. With a fanatical shout, Zoroark rushed to Gunblasta and slashed down with his beam sword. Gunblasta was not in a hurry. He raised the beam sword in his hand and easily blocked Zoroark's beam sword. At the same time, he drew the beam sword in his other hand and slashed Zoroark's waist. Such a tricky angle. Damn it. Lupe Sino felt the threat of death, raised his left arm to block the beam sword for a second, swung away Gunblasta and immediately retreated. At the same time, he took off the beam rifle hanging behind him and fired to suppress it, but every shot was easily blocked by Gunblasta with his beam shield. Who is this guy? Is it White Meteor? Lupe Sino began to try to recall the information of all the ace pilots of the Federation Army and the Holy Military Alliance, and found that only the missing White Meteor Amuro Ray had such terrible driving skills. Lupe. Well done. At this moment, the pink, Conchio, rushed out from behind Zoroark, and the remaining mechanical hook behind it detached from the main body, and formed a double team with Conchio on the left and right, and launched an attack on Gunblasta. Oh, how much you look down on me. You actually use a linear floating weapon to deal with me. Yang Hui smiled coldly. Looking at the entire Promise Corps and all the users of floating cannon weapons he knew, no one was his opponent in the field of using and dealing with floating cannon weapons. Gunblasta did not hesitate. Before the green light of the mechanical hook was about to burst out, he threw out the beam sword in his left hand, accurately inserted it from the muzzle, and then exploded. On the other side, the beam sword slipped out of his hand, grabbed the beam rifle floating beside him, raised his hand and fired several shots, and in the horrified expression of Pipinidon, accurately offset every shot of Conchio. In the end, there was only one shot left, which fell on the remaining right arm and the beam rifle in his hand. How is it possible? The scene just now was completely unimaginable to Pipinidon. How could someone shoot to cancel out the shooting? Question mark. But Yang Hui did not give him too much time to think, because the dazzling pink beam was magnifying in his sight and would soon occupy the entire screen. I am going to die. Captain. Just as the pink beam was about to penetrate the cockpit of Conchio, Lupe Sino's Zoroark arrived in time, pushed Conchio away and deployed the beam shield to block the shot. Lupe. Captain, we should retreat. Lupe Sino reminded Pipinidon that Pipinidon's Conchio had completely lost its combat capability, the opponent's strength was unfathomable, and the suspected missing White Meteor, Amuro Ray, and their troops. Captain. Captain. Damn it. Why is it? How is it possible? Friendly signal markers were disappearing one after another, and soon the whole army would be wiped out. Chapter 1237. Why is he laughing? Without Lupe Sino telling him, Pipinidon knew it was time to retreat. He was indeed careless this time. He thought they were just a bunch of scattered soldiers from the Federation Army and the Holy Military Alliance, but he didn't expect them to be so powerful. Not only did they make him lose his ability to fight in a few moves, but his carefully selected subordinates were also killed one after another. Not only did he not have an advantage in strength, but his original advantage in numbers also became a disadvantage. Most importantly, Pipinidon was scared. He had bigger ambitions to achieve, and he didn't want to die here. But Pipinidon didn't immediately give the order to retreat. Now they were at an absolute disadvantage. If they retreated in a hurry, they would definitely be hunted down, not to mention the terrible sniping ability of the Steel Brasta in front of them. Exposing their backs would only make them die faster. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Under Lupe Sino's full protection, Pipinidon thought in a panic while retreating, and couldn't think of a way to leave alive. At this moment, the battlefield suddenly came to a standstill, because all radar detection systems responded, and a large number of identification signals that were not friendly forces were approaching. Soon, a large number of densely packed Uluguru of different colors came into view. Now, all planes, retreat. In despair, a ray of light called hope shone on Pipinidon's face. The appearance of Uluguru was the best breakthrough point, attracting the enemy's attention and making the enemy dare not chase them. Understood. X and the surviving Zoroid immediately abandoned the enemy plane in front of them and retreated at the fastest speed. Formation? The most important thing is to escape quickly. What formation is needed? As long as you run faster than others, you will be safer. Without thinking too much, Pepinodon immediately ignited all the nozzles of Kanchio, and the flames burst out, releasing huge thrust, pushing Kanchio to retreat to the rear at the fastest speed, but he overlooked a very important thing. Wait. Swish. A beam of light cut through the universe, brushed past Zoroid's beam shield, and hit Kanchio's waist from behind. The concentrated beam melted the fragile armor, penetrated from behind, and protruded from the chest. Boom. This idiot. Lupe Siner, who continued to retreat with a beam shield, cursed Pepinodon in his heart. The appearance of Uruguru was indeed a good opportunity, but Uruguru had not yet entered the combat area, and they were already exposed to the eyes of the enemy aircraft. Kanchio's performance exceeded Zoroid, and the sudden start of Kanchio did not give Lupe Siner any time to react, so Kanchio just broke away from Zoroid's protection and gave his back to the enemy intact. Lupe Siner protected Pepinodon because he was his captain. If the captain died, the team members would also bear a certain degree of responsibility. If Lupe Siner was not afraid of taking responsibility, he would not have saved Pepinodon. Now, he is courting death. The records of the machine are complete, so he can't blame anyone else. All machines, don't retreat recklessly. Deploy beam shields, take turns to cover, and retreat steadily. As the second highest rank in the team, now the highest rank, Lupe Siner took over the command as a matter of course. Sure enough, as Lupe Siner expected, the steel blaster in front of him had no intention of letting them go easily. The beam sniper kept emitting deadly brilliance, and one shot after another fell on the fleeing Zoroid. Each shot could accurately hit the vital point and take away a life. At first, no one really paid attention to Lupe Siner's orders, and they only focused on escaping. But after several teammates died, their heads suddenly cleared up, and they quickly turned back to their bodies, deployed beam shields to protect themselves and retreat. No chance. Seeing this, Yang Hui also shook his head, and manipulated the gun blaster to put down the beam rifle, and split it into two. All machines, stop fighting with the Zansker Empire, reorganize the formation, and prepare to fight the Uluguru. At the same time, Sanaigrawale's order also arrived. Compared with the remnants of Zansker, the Uluguru army that appeared in the middle was the real enemy. Damn, Uluguru actually appeared at this time. Junko Jane couldn't help but curse, and cursed everyone's voice. The battle just now was not hard, but it still consumed physical strength and energy, and the body was not completely without damage, and a lot of ammunition and energy were consumed. Looking at the opposite side, the number of Uluguru has never been related to the word small. Every time they appear, even if it is the advanced team, it is extremely large. The situation has reached a most unfavorable point. Even Yang Hui suggested that Sanaigrawala retreat. Captain Sanai, prepare to retreat. An Uluguru army of this scale is not something we can deal with now. No, we must repel this advanced team. However, Sanaigrawala did not listen to Yang Hui's advice and showed an unwavering attitude. Uluguru of this scale are lurking in the Gofi space. Whether it is an attack on the Earth or other colonial satellites, the result will be devastating, so we can't retreat here. Yang Hui naturally understood what Sanaigrawala meant, but with their current situation, Yang Hui could not think of the possibility of successfully repelling this Uluguru army, and they could not even hold out for long in the confrontation. Even if they used zero-time difference calculation, for calculation, there was no successful result. Don't worry, Director Yang Hui. I have sent a distress signal to the friendly forces around us. As long as we hold on for another 5 minutes, reinforcements will arrive. 5 minutes. Where will the reinforcements come from? Yang Hui frowned. The Federation army closest to the Gulf space domain will take at least half an hour to arrive, unless... I understand. Yang Hui had a guess about the so-called reinforcements. If he guessed correctly, 5 minutes would be enough for them to reach the Gulf space domain. Just 5 minutes. Yang Hui firmly believed that he could hold on, but Captain Mitsuha, my machine may be scrapped. Approved on the premise of ensuring your own safety. Understood. As soon as the voice fell, Yang Hui immediately put down the keyboard and began to operate closely, removing all the safety restrictions of the Steel Blaster and exerting the performance of the machine to 100%, or even 200%. Director Yang Hui, we are now. The other Mrs. also gathered around Yang Hui's machine, waiting for his instructions. They all heard Mitsuha Greywale's orders and her conversation with Yang Hui. Since the captain and Yang Hui were in agreement, they had no room for rebuttal, unless they were deserters. Edge and Huso, one team. Danisaji, follow me closely. Break through head-on. Tamaki, fly however you want. Tear the enemy formation apart. Understood. X5 Mabit, Junko, Shun, fire support is up to you. Katsura, provide battlefield intelligence as soon as possible. Understood. XN Captain Mitsuha. Dreesliga, all weapon systems are online, all missile launchers are loaded with anti-aircraft shrapnel, and all heavy particle beam cannons are fired at the same time. Mitsuha Greywall no longer needed Yang Hui's reminder, and immediately made the best decision, which made Yang Hui nod with satisfaction. Waiting, everyone was waiting for the Uruguru army to enter the range of Dreesliga. At the moment when the middle section of the Uruguru army stepped into the range, Dreesliga fired all its bullets at once, and the orange-black heavy particle beams cut through the universe, penetrated the Uruguru army, and split it into several pieces. Then, countless missiles trailed long smoke tails, falling like raindrops, and the flames of the explosions were connected, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. Now, the battle begins. Understood. XN Yang Hui's Gunblaster took the lead, leading the Fierce Bird 30, V Gundam No. 1, Red 5, and Blue 1 from the front in 3 directions, piercing into the scattered Uruguru army like a sword. At the same time, Pink 3 also opened fire at full power, bursting at a terrifying speed, and threw all the weapons on his body as if they were free, wrapping himself up like a hedgehog. In the back, V Gundam No. 2, the Shurek team, Gold 4, and even Purple 2, who was responsible for providing battlefield intelligence, did not skimp on any ammunition and energy, and gave their all to provide fire support to the 5 machines charging back and forth in the enemy army. Damn it! It feels like the number has not decreased at all. Fierce Bird 30's Impeller Flying Knife circled around, cut down countless enemy planes, and returned, and Edge St. Claus complained nervously. Edge. Watch out! V Gundam No. 1 appeared in time behind the Ravenbird 30, blocking dozens of beams for it, and then the beam cannon behind it opened fire, engulfing dozens of small Uruguru fighters. Thanks. Huso. Edge St. Claus thanked him, and the Ravenbird 30 was not to be outdone, and blew up several humanoid mobile weapons close to V Gundam No. 1, repaying Huso's life-saving grace. On the other side, Red 5 and Blue 1 took turns to cover and kept a high-speed spiral forward. This was what Yang Hui taught them. When the enemy is outnumbered and we are outnumbered, and the enemy is charging back and forth in the formation, don't stop. Detao, how much time is left in 5 minutes? Isagi Shunichi asked tiredly. I don't know. Hitachi Detao didn't pay attention to the time at all. All he wanted was to block the enemy as much as possible and prevent Uruguru from threatening his companions. There's 1 minute and 19 seconds left. Kujimi kindly reminded Hitachi Detao and Isagi Shunichi. How come there's still more than a minute left? Isagi Shunichi complained, while driving Lan Yu to cut off 2 humanoid mobile weapons and quickly get away from the spot. Isagi, stop complaining. There's only one person on Mr. Yang Hui's side. I know, I'm just worried. Not good. Mr. Yang Hui's machine has reached its limit. Edge. Husuo. Go out. Isagi. Go save Mr. Yang Hui. Go right away. X4 Yang Hui's Gunblaster, which was originally in a high-tempo battle, suddenly stagnated. It was this moment of stagnation that gave Uruguru's humanoid mobile weapon the opportunity to rush up and punch him. This punch directly smashed Gunblaster's head. Tisk, we've gone too far. Yang Hui was helpless at this moment, because the lights in the cockpit had dimmed, and only the backup energy was maintaining the most basic brightness. On the screen, all parts of the machine were red, the system was on the verge of collapse, and the machine had lost the ability to move. Moreover, the worst thing is that Gunblaster is alone in the midst of enemy aircraft, and his closest companions cannot reach him in time. He is doomed to die. However, Yang Hui in the cockpit did not despair at all. Instead, he had a relaxed and comfortable smile on his face. Why is he smiling? And he is smiling so easily? Because detected that the Awakener of the Dawn series has entered the effective range. Dawn Ersterlin, creation, is unlocked. Ding ding ding. It seems that I came at the right time. If I am any later, I will really be dead, bastard. Chapter 1238 Char and Lawless Support. Under everyone's desperate gaze, a large number of enemy planes surrounded the stagnant Gunblasta. The lower cones of the fighter planes and the palms of the humanoid mobile weapons were all shining with dazzling light, which was also a deadly light. Everyone was accelerating at full speed and pouring their firepower, but, relying solely on the firepower of Drestriga, was ultimately just a drop in the bucket. Others wanted to rush to Gunblasta, but they were unable to do so due to numerous obstacles. Until, the most desperate moment, dozens of pink beams pierced the universe, penetrated time and space, and cleared out most of the enemy planes around Gunblasta in the blink of an eye. This is. The radar detector reacted, and the UFO is approaching at high speed. Quantity 2. Ms. No, this speed is so fast. What on earth is it? Sanai Greywale was also extremely nervous at this moment. In the shocked eyes of everyone, 2 meteors, one red and one green, rushed in from the flank of the Iluguru army in the blink of an eye, piercing through half of the Iluguru army, and came to the side of the Gunblasta, guarding it on the left and right. It seems that I came at the right time. If I were a little later, I would really be dead, bastard. Yang Hui couldn't help but curse, but with a relaxed smile on his face, Char and Lala Xin had arrived, so even if his machine couldn't move, he wouldn't be in any danger. It's already full speed, and the transport ship is still behind and chasing. Who let you play so excitingly? You dare to play with this level of machine without adding a limiter? Are you really not afraid that the machine will fall apart in the universe? Char teased Yang Hui mercilessly. It's good to have this, but why don't you come to support me earlier and send me and Saki's machines over? What do you want me to do with this idle machine? Wear a spacesuit and fight with Ms. Yang Hui rolled his eyes and cursed. Well, it's not impossible to try. I support you. Char pretended to think seriously, then smiled jokingly. Colonel. Although Char's rank in the Promise Corps has been raised to Lieutenant General, and the relationship between Larasheen and Char has also developed substantially, Larasheen still likes to call Char Colonel. Puff. Okay, get rid of the enemy quickly, Mama's boy. Kill you. Yang Hui, I'm going to kill you. The word Mama's boy made Char, who was originally in a good mood, explode on the spot and break his defense on the spot. The completely uncontrollable anger made Char control his machine and put the muzzle of the gun in his hand against the immovable steel blasta. Colonel. I'll let you go for now. In the cockpit of Gunblasta, Yang Hui shrugged, released the joystick with both hands and held the back of his head, and did not continue to provoke Char. It was enough to joke appropriately. If he really poked Char and made him angry and shoot him, it would not be beautiful. In the eyes of others, the two newly appeared machines had no identification signals and were models that had never been seen before. Although they were guarding Gunblasta, they still failed to make everyone treat them as companions. What is this? A new machine of the Federation? I don't know. I can't find the corresponding information in the database. What about the communication? Can you get through? Trying, connected. This is the Earth Federation Army's Independent Special Force, Drestriga. I am Captain Mitsuha Gray Wallace, Special Agent Lieutenant Colonel. Please let me know your identity. After the communication was connected, Mitsuha Gray Wallace immediately asked. If it was an ally, then it would be reassuring, but if not. Earth Federation Army, Promise Corps, Lieutenant General Char Aznable. What? XN heard the answer. Everyone was excited in the first half of the sentence. They were all from the Earth Federation Army, and they were from the powerful Promise Corps. This was a powerful help. But when the other party said his name, everyone was dumbfounded. It felt like their brains were hit by a giant hammer, smashing all their rationality and thinking abilities. Char Aznable, a name that the whole world fears. The Second Neo-Zeon War, which he led, almost caused the destruction of the Earth. This is a sin that no one can turn over in their hearts. Fortunately, the fall of Axis was prevented in the light of people's hearts, and Char Aznable, along with a hero of the Federation Army, White Meteor, Amuro Ray, disappeared together. No one could have imagined at the moment Red Comet reappeared, he would actually transform into a Lieutenant General of the Earth Federation Army. Question mark. Major Larasheen, from the Promise Corps. Captain Mitsuba, the return ship and the Med unit can retreat. We can leave Iluguru to us. Lara Shin's gentle voice echoed in the bridge, awakening the distracted people. This. Captain. Everyone looked at Mitsuha Greywall, not knowing what to do for a moment. Drestriga was fine, but the MIS unit it belonged to was already at the end of its strength. It would be good to get help from strong reinforcements and be able to retreat and rest. But, when they thought that the other party was actually Red Comet, Char Aznable, everyone began to hesitate again, not knowing whether to believe him. Order the ME unit to immediately receive Director Yang Hui back to the ship. Drestriga, retreat at a slow speed, and keep the weapons system activated. Captain? Do you believe him? Reynold Harding asked in surprise. The other party's words are not unreliable, and we have no better choice. Mitsuha Greywall said seriously. But we will know the specific situation after the battle is over. Just execute the order. Understood. On the battlefield outside the battleship, Aggie St. Claus and others had received Mitsuha Greywall's order, and they didn't know why. What is going on? Why a retreat? That is to say, should we destroy Luguru in one fell swoop? Just follow the order. Captain Mitsuha must have his own considerations. Those two machines, are they new machines of the Federation? Isn't it a bit too arrogant to think that you can repel the Luguru's army with just two machines? I don't know, I'm just thinking how to rush over and bring Director Yang Hui out. And although they were confused, they decided to follow Mitsuha Greywall's order, but the most important problem was, there were too many enemy planes blocking them, and it was difficult to break through to the side of Gunblasta and bring him out safely. While they were thinking hard, everyone felt a flash in front of their eyes, and the Gunblasta driven by Yang Hui suddenly appeared in front of them. I'll take you out. Don't get in the way here. Wait. Yang Hui didn't even have time to object. The red machine placed its hand on the shoulder of the unable to move Gundam. With a whoosh, Gundam disappeared from the spot. When it reappeared, it had broken through the siege and appeared in front of the Ravenbird 30, V Gundam, Rabbit Squad, and others. Nightingale Transfer, with a full body of fiery red armor, is more bloated than a regular MIS, and has particularly short arms and legs, which is somewhat in the direction of MA. In the right hand, it holds a pure black heavy multifunction switching beam rifle, which can switch between three modes: rapid fire, energy gathering, and scattering. It also has a live ammunition clip for conversion to live ammunition shooting mode. In the left hand, it is a multifunction composite weapon for attack and defense. It is usually a physical shield. The front end of the shield is separated into spikes, and the edge is wrapped with a circle of high-frequency vibration blades. At the same time, the nozzle on the inside can unfold a large energy sword. There is a hidden muzzle in the center of the spikes. The ruby in the center of the shield can charge the entire shield, which will unfold the wormhole barrier, or unfold the wormhole blade, or charge the wormhole cannon. In addition, the standard technologies of the Promised Legion, such as the Solar Furnace and the Glorious Transmitter, are all available. The special ability of Nightingale Transfer is the same as its name, teleportation. Including but not limited to the teleportation of a machine itself, just like Nightingale Transfer sent Gunblasta out of the encirclement just now, it can teleport any substance in charge sight. That's right, to achieve the teleportation ability, no contact is required. As long as the target to be teleported and the coordinates of the teleportation destination are locked in charge sight, the teleportation can be achieved directly. The most terrifying thing is that Char can teleport not only tangible substances, but also intangible substances and energy, such as now. Nightingale Transfer raised his arms on the left and right, and the muzzles of the heavy beam rifles and composite weapons were charged in the blink of an eye. Dozens of GN Super Dragoons hidden under the armor broke away and scattered, surrounding the surroundings. The radiation isn't very good, Lala. Understood. Completed. Lala Sin's dedicated collective, AIM induction, is light green in color, with a special violet pattern densely distributed on the chest. It has a slender figure, like a graceful lady, without heavy armor, and no complicated weapons. In addition to the energy generator on the palm that can be moved far or near, there are only two large violet-shaped floating soldiers floating behind it. As the flowers bloom, purple GN particles spread quickly, turning into Lala Sin's eyes and ears, taking in the entire battlefield, and drawing a clear and complete picture in Lala Sin's mind, which is transmitted to Char's mind through the Siegfried network. Tisk, I should have let him finish his calculations before sending him out. What a hassle. As soon as he finished speaking, Char pulled the trigger, and purple-black wormhole rays, pink high-energy beams, and countless floating guns opened fire. But it was very strange that the moment the energy burst, these energy rays disappeared strangely, like a dud, and they never appeared at all. But at the same time, energy rays appeared out of thin air in every corner of the Uruguru army, densely packed, weaving into a huge spider web, trapping the entire Uruguru army. Boom boom boom. Chapter 1239. Who doesn't know how to taunt someone in person? This XN. Whether it was the crew members of Drestriga, or the Miz troops on their way back to the ship, except for Yang Hui and Ryu Kanosaki, the two people who knew the inside story, they were all stunned and looked at everything happening in front of them in disbelief. 10 years ago during the war, most of them were just children. The data left behind by the battles between the demon god, Gaeta, and the heroes against the Hell Legion, the 3 solar systems, the metal beasts, and other enemies, just the data, made countless people admire and worship, but everything in front of them was what they saw with their own eyes and experienced in person, which was completely different from watching the remaining data. The invincible posture and invincible firepower made their souls tremble. Has the Federation's technology reached this level? Mabet asked in a trembling voice. No. I don't know, we were students before. Isagi Shunichi not only began to have stomach pain, but also stuttered. Shouldn't it be? No? Otherwise. Why were they beaten back before? Although Aggie St. Claus was a homeless man, he was not just a homeless man. If the Federation had such a powerful force, then why did they need to collect orphans for experiments? On the bridge, Reynold Harding came to his senses the fastest and turned his head to look at Mitsuha Greywall. Captain, is that really Red Comet, Char Aznable? I'm not sure, but it should be true. Could it be a clone, like Full Front? I don't know, but we'll know soon. Reynold Harding was silent. They all found it hard to believe that the one who rescued them was really Red Comet, Char Aznable himself, because if it was really the Char Aznable they knew, what would he do with such a powerful force? Who else could stop him? But what Sanai Greywale said was right. All this was just speculation. No matter what, the other party came to support them. In this case, they should express gratitude and welcome. But there was one thing that the two of them could be sure of. Something must have happened inside the Federation that they didn't know about. It was a huge change. Under the joint offensive of Char and Lara Sin, Uruguru's army soon became a remnant. This time, there was no special aircraft of the general on the scene. There were only a few small warships and a medium-sized warship in command. Char and Lara Sin naturally discovered this. Therefore, in the first wave of attacks, the wormhole ray penetrated the only medium-sized warship. Even Uruguru's force field barrier could not resist it for even a second. The remaining small warships also fell and exploded in the fierce artillery fire one after another, blooming as fireworks in the universe. Without the command system, Uruguru's army immediately fell into chaos. Like a fool, they did not retreat, but ran around in the battle area, completely unable to organize an effective attack. For Char and Lara Singh, this was just like harvesting leeks. They swung comfortably in the chaotic hail of bullets. All weapons maintained a high-density attack, and Char complained even more that Yang Hui was not there. Lara Singh and aim induction's special ability was just a powerful induction ability, which could clearly draw the details of the entire battlefield in their minds like a picture, and then pass it to others with the help of Siegfried network, but that was all. The army was in chaos and had no rules. It was difficult to predict the action patterns of all enemy planes. Originally, they could kill 20 enemy planes with one shot, but now they could only kill 10, which greatly reduced the efficiency of destroying the enemy. So Char urgently needed Yang Hui's zero-time difference calculation ability at this moment. Calculating the most suitable rays and trajectory, being able to destroy the enemy with the highest efficiency, was also a lot easier for Char. It took about half an hour, and the Uluguru army that did not choose to escape was wiped out by Nightingale transfer and aim induction. Char and Lara Singh were also somewhat matched, especially Lara Singh's large-scale accurate sensing ability, which consumed a lot of mental waves. Fortunately, Char and Lara Singh's control over the machine was not low, and there was no assimilation phenomenon. The operation is over. It is confirmed that there are no enemy aircraft in the current area. Nightingale transfer and aim induction Request to return. Under Lara Singh's sensing, there is no enemy aircraft in the current area that can escape her eyes, so Char is very sure that the enemy has been wiped out. Approved. Landing machine code completed. Please enter from Deck 3. Welcome to Dressariga, Char. Vice Admiral Aznable, Major Lara Sheen. Understood. To Dressariga's hangar number 2, Mitsuha Gray Wallace and Reynold Harding arrived as soon as possible, and there were many people traveling with them. All the maintenance team members gave up the maintenance work of their MIS, and the MIS pilots who returned to the ship first, all wanted to take a good look at the powerful new MIS and the pilots who could control such a powerful machine. As the machine slowly entered the hangar, they each selected an empty rack to park, and the hatch opened. Everyone's curiosity and expectations reached a peak, until... Hey! Are you kidding me? How could it be him? Isn't he dead? Char Aznable? Red Comet, Char Aznable. It's not the real one, is it? It could be a clone or something. When Char took off his helmet, everyone saw his true face, and they stepped back in fear. Are you kidding me? This man almost dropped an asteroid on the Earth, destroying the Earth and the human race. Mitsuha Greywall still couldn't be sure if the man in front of her was the real one, but he had shown his sincerity, so she couldn't be afraid, and stepped forward to salute. Welcome to Dressariga, Vice Admiral Char, Major Lara. Vice Admiral X and the crowd exclaimed again. Char Aznable from the Red Comet not only became one of their own, but also became a Vice Admiral? What kind of dream scene is this? Thank you for accepting me, Captain Mitsuha. According to the order of the Earth Federation Army Headquarters, Lara and I will join Dressariga and participate in all combat operations of Dressariga. Char said. Thank you for your support. May I ask, are you really the real one? Mitsuha Greywall asked, asking the question in front of everyone. Yes, I am Char Aznable, the real Char Aznable. Char also understood why Mitsuha Greywall and others were confused. He also knew the history of this world. After the Second Neo-Zeon War, the remnants of Neo-Zeon used his genes to make many clones. Of course, most of them failed and died. The most successful full front was also confirmed dead in the Laplace Rebellion. Only a very few survived, and the only one that really posed a threat to the Earth Federation was a defective product. I am rude, Vice Admiral Char. Mitsuha Greywall apologized. She didn't know what happened in the past few years after her disappearance, but asking such a sensitive question rashly was very rude and could easily cause the other party to be unhappy. It's okay, Captain Mitsuha, although my rank is higher than yours, I am now under the Dressariga, and I will follow your orders. Thank you very much, Vice Admiral Char. May I ask if you and Major Lala only drove the machine to come to support? Mitsuha Greywall asked. No, there is another transport ship behind us. Because we received a request for help from your ship on the way, Lala and I went ahead and rushed to the Gulf space region as quickly as possible. The transport ship does not have much combat power, so I ordered them to keep moving forward. According to the time, they will arrive at the Gulf space region soon and meet with Dressariga. I see. Yes, Captain Mitsuha, please be prepared to receive it. The mission of the transport ship is to send Lala and me, as well as Yang Hui and Rukinosuke's special planes, and some additional personnel to meet with Dressariga. After completing the transportation mission, they have other tasks to perform. No problem, I will. Wait, what did you just say? Mitsuha Greywall nodded subconsciously, but soon found something wrong. Is there any problem? I seem to hear Director Yang Hui's special plane? And Ms. Rukino's special plane? Mitsuha Greywall asked uncertainly. Yes, they have their own special planes. Char nodded, with an imperceptible teasing arc on his lips. Captain Mitsuha, don't you know? Yang Hui is a veteran of the early days of the Promise Corps and the first ace pilot. Saki is also an elite pilot, so naturally they have their own special planes. Char, you are talking too much? On the side, Yang Hui, who had been deliberately ignored by Char, interrupted Char unhappily and stopped him from continuing to have fun. The people on this ship couldn't resist his teasing. Oh? You are here? I thought you were lying on the bed in the infirmary. Char pretended to be surprised and discovered Yang Hui's existence. A monkey who was teased in space doesn't have to lie on the bed, let alone me. You are actively ignoring me, right? You are being sarcastic, right? Then let's hurt each other. Who doesn't know how to be sarcastic and mock? The situation is probably worse for the immobile wooden man, right? Wood is stronger than a monkey's body, and, what's the score between someone and me? 0 to what? 50? 80? Or 100? Someone has a bad memory at a young age. It seems that he doesn't live a decent life. Why can't I remember? Colonel, it's 72. Char's aloof image collapsed in an instant, and the word embarrassing appeared on his face when he looked at Larison. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1240. There is more than one unexpected guest. Everyone's expression was quite strange. They didn't know Lala Sheen, who was following behind Char, but they could tell that the relationship between the two was special, even closer than the relationship between Yang Hui and Ryu Kanosaki, but there was an indescribable sense of weirdness. The man who once frightened the whole world would be helpless against a woman? What surprised everyone even more was why Yang Hui was so familiar with Char. On the surface, they looked like they were arguing with each other, as if they would not stop until they killed each other, but except for a silly girl like Iri Tamaki who is extremely natural, most people could feel that this was another type of good relationship. Director Yang Hui also knows Char Aznable. I don't know, but they look familiar. It's definitely not just acquaintance. Then is Director Yang Hui. Who knows? But it feels so dreamy. Yet, I don't know whether I should be happy or worried. Indeed, that's Char Aznable. Lieutenant General. That Char Aznable actually became a Lieutenant General of the Federation Army. But why did Major Lala call him Colonel? Who knows, maybe it's a nickname. With the intervention of Lala Sheen, Char naturally couldn't continue to fight with Yangshi. Yang Hui didn't go for it, but reminded Mitsuha Grey Wallace, Captain Mitsuha, Char and Lala's machines are a little special. And my machine will be parked alone in hangar number 2 later, and does not need to be prepared by others. Huh? This. I understand. Mitsuha Grey Wallace didn't consider anything else, but just speculated that there were some military secrets on the new machine that could not be known to outsiders. Others might be unhappy. After all, this is a sign of distrust, but Sanai Greywall's military literacy is still quite high, and he didn't care too much. Although Brigadier General Fix gave him a high level of independent authority, he was only a lieutenant colonel and a special agent, not the master of the Earth Federation. Beep beep. Leon, what's wrong? Sanai Greywall received a communication from Leon on the bridge. Captain, the radar detection system has responded. A huge warship is approaching our ship, and the other party has also sent a communication request. I'll go to the bridge right away, Director Yang Hui, Vice Admiral Char. Just call me Char. Char put away the weird face when he and Yang Hui quarreled, and returned to a calm and gentle attitude. My rank has no meaning on this ship, so just call me by my name. Okay, Char, can you go to the bridge with me? Sanai Greywall was silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement and asked. With pleasure, Lala, I leave this to you. Saki, you stay here with Lala, and take her to visit Drestriga. Okay, Colonel. Yes, Yang Hui. The scene was handed over to Lala Zin and Najino Saki. Yang Hui and Char were very relieved. They followed Mitsuha Greywall to the bridge and saw that the communication had been connected. Ah, Captain, Director Yang Hui, you are here. This is Major Yashio, the acting captain of the White Fortress, of the Promise Corps of the Federation Army. Yashio. Hearing the other party's name and looking at the face on the screen, Mitsuha Greywall and Reynold Harding were stunned again, because this was another well-known figure who should not appear in the Federation Army. Yashio, the eldest daughter of the Yashio group, was unfortunately involved in the war between the Federation Army and the Principality of Xi'an during the One-Year War. She boarded the most advanced Pegasus-class assault landing ship, White Fortress, at the time and served as the helmsman until the end of the One-Year War. She fell in love with Enmerid Bradnoa, the most famous captain of the Federation Army and the head of the Londo Bell team. After marriage, they had a son and a daughter. In order to take care of the children, Yashio chose to retire. This. Director Yang Hui, Char, should I explain it? Reynold Harding asked Yang Hui and Char with a serious face. His guess was confirmed from another aspect. There must have been major changes in the Federation Army that they didn't know about. Otherwise, Why would such a powerful fleet suddenly appear? Why did Char suddenly become a Vice Admiral of the Federation Army? Why retired? No, it should be the former, White Fortress, members who were forced to retire and rejoin the Federation Army? That's right, after the end of the One-Year War, not only Malyazu, but 80% of the crew members of the legendary battleship White Fortress retired. The reason for Malyazu's retirement was not only to take care of the children, but also the operation of the Federation Army. Yang Hui didn't know how to explain it, because he didn't expect that the person who came was Mile. This meant that Rebel and Wong had a new arrangement, an arrangement he didn't know about, so he looked at Char. Char understood and took out a prepared speech to explain to Mitsuha Greywall and Reynold Harding, in the Earth or universe that you can't see, the war has become more and more intense. The establishment of the Promise Corps requires not only powerful warships and mobile suits, but also more outstanding talents. In the past, many outstanding talents were restricted and buried because of the upper echelons of the Federation. In the face of the safety of mankind and the Earth, those infighting behaviors are absolutely not allowed. Mitsuha Greywall and Reynold Harding were silent. Char's explanation was reasonable and impeccable, but it was also because of this that Mitsuha Greywall and Reynold Harding couldn't believe it, at least not completely. They had a certain understanding of the top leaders of the Federation, especially those in the Federal Parliament. No infighting? Killing them all might be possible. Yes, Captain Mitsuha, Vice Captain Reynold, because the crisis facing the Earth and mankind is closely related to everyone, I accepted the call of the Federation Army and rejoined the Federation Army. Malyazu on the screen immediately supplemented for Char, this does not mean that I trust the Federation Army again. I only returned to the Federation Army for my personal purposes, for the Earth, for mankind, and for my 2 children. I understand, Major Mile. Vice Admiral Char, this ship has received the latest order. After the Federation headquarters learned that Drestriga had ended the battle in the Gothair space domain, it judged that the Gothair space domain was temporarily safe. This ship does not need to return immediately and will follow Drestriga in action. At the same time, Captain Mitsuha. After saying that, Malyazu looked at Mitsuha Greywall again and read out the order from the Federation headquarters. The Federation headquarters has issued a new order to Drestriga to immediately set off for the colonial satellite, Londinian, and after meeting up with the London Bull team, go to the GGG orbital base to prepare to enter the atmosphere. A direct order from the Federation Army headquarters. Mitsuha Greywall and Reynold Harding were stunned for a moment. There was nothing wrong with the order itself, but the problem was with the person who issued the order. Drestriga is an independent unit of the Earth Federation Army, directly responsible to Brigadier General Fix. It stands to reason that Brigadier General Fisk should give them orders, but now, it is the Federation Army headquarters that gives them orders, which means something happened to Brigadier General Fix. X2 Mitsuha Greywall and Reynold Harding thought of this at the same time. Excuse me, Major Mile, this ship is directly responsible to Brigadier General Fix, and all orders are directly issued by Brigadier General Fix. Why is it that the Federation Army headquarters gave us orders this time? What happened to Brigadier General Fix? Mitsuha Greywall asked, and suddenly there was a surge of distrust in the Federation Army and the Federation Army headquarters. Due to special reasons, Brigadier General Fix is under investigation within the Federation Army and cannot issue any instructions to your ship for the time being. The details will be explained by a specialist after your ship arrives at the GGG orbital base. Malyazu explained. I understand. At this moment, Mitsuha Greywall inexplicably developed a distrust of the Federation Army, and it was rapidly increasing. However, since the other party said that someone would come to explain it soon, he temporarily suppressed this distrust and obeyed the order first. Then Captain Mitsuha, your ship has entered the detection range of your ship's optical camera. Please be ready to receive Yang Hui, Director, and Miss Rukina's special machine, as well as the additional personnel sent by the Federation Army headquarters to Drestriga. Already ready, waiting for the arrival of your ship. The communication ended here. Yang Hui noticed that Mitsuha Greywall and Reynold Harding were deep in thought, and also sensed the growing distrust in their hearts through mental waves, and nodded to each other. Captain, the picture of the optical camera is out. Yes, put it on the main screen. Yes. This. Seeing the battleship on the screen, everyone turned their heads and looked at Char with a ridiculous expression on their faces. You told me that this is a transport ship with no combat power. Brother Yang Hui. The White Fortress successfully reunited with the Dresslerliga, and the two ships connected. A beautiful and lively figure threw herself into Yang Hui's arms, looking up at him with a smile. Long time no see, Rita, but I'm a little embarrassed. Oh. Brother Yang Hui is annoying. Why do you still mention this matter? Rita Bernal puffed up her face. It was really embarrassing before. The Rita Bernal in this world lost her body and merged with a unicorn Gundam number 3, Phoenix. Then her consciousness was merged by Rita Bernal, and then Phoenix could not be started directly. The most frustrating thing for Rita Bernal was that Phoenix was floating in the universe. There was nothing around, and it couldn't be started, so there was no way. Rita Bernal could only ask for help on the Legion channel. Ha ha ha, good, good. Yang Hui smiled and pinched Rita Bernal's pretty face. The sister he recognized, how could he pamper her, right? Master Yang Hui. At this time, another group of people came to Yang Hui through the connecting channel. They turned around and looked surprised. It's you, Nina. Who are these three? Chapter 1241 Visitors from Another World. Among the approaching team, Yang Hui first saw the mechanical maintenance team headed by Nina Pableton. Yes, it is the well-known green tea bitch in the Gundam series, but Yang Hui does not hate her very much. First, anyone who has carefully read the original plot will find that this character is too split in the original plot. She did not recognize the ex-boyfriend at all when they met for the first time. There was no foreshadowing at the end. She directly betrayed the current boyfriend and threw herself into the arms of the ex-boyfriend. She was really persecuted. Second, the world is not the same world. The historical trajectory has completely changed. Why do we need to substitute memories? Putting these aside, Nina Pableton's ability is still quite good. Although she was born in a merchant family, she showed a talent for computer programming since she was a child. After graduating from high school, she directly chose to join the excellent talent training program proposed by Anaheim and won the first place. After that, Nina Pableton and the girls behind her were assigned to a research group specializing in the development of MIS-OS system. Until the end of the Macros F world, the Promise Corps suffered a tragic loss in the mission and needed a large number of manpower. Nina Pableton and her team were recommended by SYNOPSIS to join the Promise Fortress and become a member of the Promise Corps. Yang Hui was also a little surprised that they were sent to Dresslerliga, instead of being responsible for other individual projects on Earth. But after thinking about it, he soon figured it out. The most valuable existence of Dresslerliga is AOS. What is AOS? Computer program. What does Nina Pableton's team specialize in? Computer program. Okay, alright, perfect. If the arrival of Nina Pableton and others was just a little unexpected, then the people following them were a little shocked. Nina, who are these three? Yang Hui suppressed the surprise in his heart and asked Nina Pableton to introduce him to three new and not so new faces with a smile on his face. Excuse me, may I ask who you are? Before Nina Pableton could speak, the short-haired woman among the three asked. Yang Hui, the development director of Dresslerliga, of the Earth Federation Army. Development director. The green-haired woman frowned slightly. Yes, excuse me, I'm the deputy captain of the SRX team, Lieutenant Yulin K. The green-haired woman introduced herself. SRX team, Lieutenant Lady F. Pursuta. The blonde and cold man next to Yulin K said, his eyes kept alert and sharp. Same as above, my name is Ida Takamori, I am from another world like I and K, please teach me. The last person, the brown-haired man, is different from the official and strict Yulin K, and the cold and vigilant Lady F. Pursuta. He is lively, passionate, innocent, and immature, but it is precisely because of this personality that it is difficult for people to feel bad about him. Welcome to Dresslerliga. Yang Hui's calmness surprised the three of them. They came from another world, aren't they surprised at all? When they first came to this world and confirmed that they had traveled to another world, they couldn't accept it for a long time. It seems that you have just arrived in this world. DBD phenomenon often occurs in our world. There are many visitors from other worlds. Now there are more than one forces that are at war with the Earth Federation Army. Yang Hui explained calmly. So, it makes sense. When they were on the White Fortress, they had a preliminary understanding of some information about this world, including the DBD phenomenon. It was not the first time for the other party to see visitors from another world, so they should be used to it. By the way, Mr. Yang Hui. Suddenly, Ida Longsheng approached Yang Hui with a sly look and asked in a low voice, "How did you make such a large machine suddenly appear in the hangar of White Fortress?" Huh? Yang Hui was stunned for a moment. Of course, after the two ships docked, he used mental waves to lock the empty space in the hangar and then directly deployed it, but how should he explain it to Ida Longsheng? The Federation Army does not have this technology, nor can it develop it. A little secret of mine. Yang Hui raised his eyebrows and answered mysteriously. "Oh. Awesome. Isn't this too cool?" Ida Takamori exclaimed. As Ida Takamori's teammates, Gulin K and Lattice F Pursuta covered their faces and pretended not to know him. "By the way, what are you going to do next?" Yang Hui asked them while taking the three of them on a tour of Dressliga. It was also a good opportunity to collect intelligence. "We are currently planning to follow Dressliga and the White Fortress." As the vice captain, Gulin K naturally had to step forward as a representative at this time. "We were originally heading to the next battlefield to fight DC, but we were swallowed by a black sphere that suddenly appeared. When we came to our senses, we appeared in this world. We didn't know how to go back, so, while following the action, find a way to go back." "Yes. Well, this is the best choice. The Earth and the universe are battlefields everywhere. Blind actions are easy to be attacked by both sides. You are isolated and helpless, and Dressliga will soon go to the Earth. The main action goal is to investigate strange phenomena around the world, including DBD phenomena. It should be the unit in the entire Federal Army that is most likely to be exposed to DBD phenomena," Yang Hui said. "If so, it would be the best, but..." Gulin K had no objection to this, but she was also worried. "Don't worry, I promise you here that if there is a chance to send you back to your original world, no one will force you to stay," Yang Hui assured the three. "Eh? But Mr. Yang Hui, you..." Gulin K and Lattice F Pursuta were a little surprised, because Yang Hui's active promise improved their goodwill and relaxed their vigilance. But Yang Hui just said that he was just a development director, not the captain of Dressliga, nor the military chief of this independent force, nor the senior officials of the Earth Federation Army. Is his promise really meaningful? Don't worry, you will know soon. Yang Hui raised the corner of his mouth, and raised a meaningful arc. Just now, Char had told him that Rebel and the Emperor would let him have the decision-making power of this independent force. Moreover, he believed that Mitsuha Greywall would make the same promise. Don't worry, I promise you here that if there is a chance to send you back to your original world, no one will force you to stay. As expected, after Yang Hui and the three members of the SRX team met Mitsuha Greywall and told him all about their own situation, Mitsuha Greywall made the same promise. Thank you very much, Captain Mitsuha. Mitsuha Greywall's promise was naturally much more credible than Yang Hui's, which also made Gulin K and Lattice F Pursuta relax a lot. It seems that they are lucky and the people they meet are all good people. K. We are so lucky. Captain Mitsuha and Mr. Yang Hui are both good people. Alice. Gulin K and Lattice F Pursuta covered their faces again and were speechless. Of course they knew that they were good people, but if you said it in front of them, wouldn't it mean that they thought the other party was a bad person before? Haha, Lieutenant Ida is a straightforward person. Yang Hui laughed, easing the awkward atmosphere. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Yang Hui. Ida Longsheng's thick nerves did not notice everyone's embarrassment. He just thought that Yang Hui was complimenting him and scratched his hair with some pride. Well then, the three of you, I will let Vice Captain Reynolds take you to visit the Dressliga. Your machines have also been transferred from the White Fortress to the Dressliga. I will take you there to confirm. Director Yang Hui, please stay for a moment. No problem. After the three members of the SRX team left, Sanai Greywall asked Yang Hui seriously, Director Yang Hui, what do you think of these three people? A passionate man, a man who carries hatred but is gradually influenced by his teammates, and a woman who is a little old-fashioned but can hide her impatience very well and is very rational. She can be trusted. Yang Hui evaluated the three people one by one, especially Ida Takamori. With his thick nerves and outspoken style, he is the best choice to be an ally. Really? I see. But Director Yang Hui, I need to trouble you with something. Get in touch with them more and learn more about their intelligence, including the intelligence of their world. I would do the same without you telling me. Yang Hui thought to himself. Yang Hui knew the birth world of the SRX team, but they were also present in many Mecha worlds, and the timeline of their crossing to this world could not be determined, so more intelligence was needed and good relationships had to be established, because there was a high possibility that they would go to their world in the future. No problem, Captain Mitsuha. Yang Hui nodded seriously on the surface. Your Mecha and Miss Ryukino's Mecha were also delivered to the number 2 hangar. You should also check your Mecha. The previous gun blaster, the report of the maintenance team, can be recycled. Mitsuha Greywall teased. Oh, I'll go check my Mecha right away. Yang Hui was embarrassed. It was really not his fault. He had been very restrained. Otherwise, the gun blaster would either be recycled or fall apart. Director Yang Hui. When Yang Hui was about to leave the captain's office, Sanai Greywall called him again. Captain Sanai, is there anything else? Can I trust you? Sanai Greywall's expression was extremely serious. This question was very rash because he was not sure whether Yang Hui could really be trusted, nor could he be sure whether Yang Hui's answer was true. Yang Hui lowered his head slightly, thought for a second or two, put away all his expressions, and said seriously and coldly, Okay, Sanai Greywall. Chapter 1242 Maintaining the Status Quo. The moment the door of the captain's room closed, Yang Hui's expression sank. In the end, he finally realized that something was wrong with Yang Hui. At the moment when Sanai Greywall asked Yang Hui if he could be trusted, Yang Hui's mental wave keenly noticed that there was a mental wave that did not belong to Sanai Greywall on Sanai Greywall. It was like a pair of eyes, staring at him closely, trying to find out everything about him. Moreover, this mental wave was a little familiar. Yang Hui felt as if he had seen it somewhere before. Yang Hui. While thinking, Yang Hui had already arrived at the hangar, and Char's call interrupted Yang Hui's thinking. Char. Yang Hui gave Char a look to stop him from asking him. Yang Hui understood that on Drestriga, all actions could not be hidden, so Yang Hui had never avoided the eyes in the dark and kept in touch with the promise caller. On the one hand, he really needed to know the current situation of the promise caller and issue final instructions on important matters. On the other hand, it was also a means for Yang Hui to hide. Promise Fortress made its grand debut. It is impossible to hide its existence. Since it will definitely be known, there is no need to hide it deliberately, but, at the same time, some of the cards can be hidden. Char received Yang Hui's eyes and his face was solemn. He tried to contact Yang Hui through mental waves and tried to communicate with Style directly in the consciousness space, but Yang Hui still refused. Char understood everything and had a certain plan in mind. How do you feel? Yang Hui asked Char. Not very good. Char shook his head with a wry smile. You are too vigilant and always feel distant. Who asked you to do those bullshit things? Char glared at Yang Hui, but did not refute directly. He understood that there must be eyes and ears on this ship that cannot be concealed, and it is not the time to expose their intelligence, that they do not belong to this world. Take your time, communicate with everyone more, be more enthusiastic, and everyone will improve their views and attitudes towards you. Not to mention, most of the people on this ship are still very simple. I don't think it's necessary. Char said calmly, Drestriga is more than enough with you, and there is no need for Lala and I to stay on this ship all the time. In Char's view, any successfully awakened Dawn series is a fried fish pond in this world. The only ones who can compete with Dawn series are Mazinger Z, Great Mazinger, and Getter in their extreme burst state, not even the new heroes, and the missing heroes can also count as one if they can return. The others. For example, the army of Uluguru before Yang Hui and Dawnbreaker Erstrelin creation can easily destroy them all alone. It's just for now. There are still too many unknowns in this world. The black hand hidden behind the scenes has not appeared yet, and there is night. If the battles to be faced in the future are all at the current level, the combination of Yang Hui and Dawnbreaker Erstrelin creation is indeed a fish pond bombing behavior. Drestriga and its Ms troops do not need to participate in the battle at all. It is enough to just be cheerleaders in the back. But, both Yang Hui and Char are very clear that future battles will definitely become more and more dangerous. The Emperor and Rebel position, Drestriga, as an elite independent force. Not only must they investigate the frequent DBD phenomena around the world, but they must also perform various dangerous tasks. In this way, as the hidden enemies gradually appear, Drestriga's situation becomes more and more dangerous. It is far from enough to rely on Yang Hui alone. I understand. Besides, with you here, I can also relax a little. Yang Hui blinked his eyes, and Char immediately understood what Yang Hui meant. This is to play the pig to eat the tiger. By the way, in the space region where the SRX team was discovered, we encountered a new enemy. New enemy? Yes, their traces have also been found on Earth, in Zilcuston, the Asian mountain city, Cusco in South America, Brisbane in Oceania. They are all areas where DBD phenomena occur frequently. Yes, the results that Old Man Iaria obtained from the wreckage are definitely not Earth technology, but it is not yet certain whether it is a parallel world or an alien civilization. Are there any prisoners? No, they are all drones. How is their combat effectiveness? It is overwhelmingly powerful against the current ordinary Federal Army, but it is not a threat to us at the moment. Then there is no problem. The main task at this stage is to hold on, develop the power of the old Federation, and unite all forces to strengthen ourselves. Well, the Emperor and Rebel mean the same thing. It is most important to stabilize the current situation before finding any trace of the Knight. The Emperor and Rebel even want to maintain the stalemate and try to lure out the mastermind behind the scenes, and also see if they can make the Knight show his flaws. After all, the more chaotic it is, the easier it is for them to act. The biggest problem is how the Knight breaks the dimensional barrier. If we don't know, any strategy is meaningless. Grandpa Iaria has discussed with Mr. Wang and Professor Elfman that the DBD phenomenon is the best clue. Crossing the world is a way to break through the dimensional barrier. Now Grandpa Iaria's main research project is the DBD phenomenon, and the main mission goal of Drestriga in the future is also to investigate the DBD phenomenon. Well, to be honest, I am also very interested in the DBD phenomenon and visitors from other worlds. If I'm lucky, I can make arrangements in advance. Yang Hui's mouth curled up. You mean? In my memory, there is the SRX team. Yang Hui nodded his head. This is good news. Char also smiled happily. Although Yang Hui didn't fully explain it, he understood that the world where these visitors from other worlds were originally from is likely to be the world they will go to on their next mission. If they can meet in this world in advance and build a good relationship with each other, then their mission journey in that world will undoubtedly be much smoother. Let's go and talk to them. You go, I won't go. Char smiled bitterly and shook his head. If they build a good relationship, his presence will have a counter effect. The SRX team is the best example. Before meeting with Drestriga, the three of them were very good to Char and wanted to take the initiative to contact him. But after meeting with Drestriga and learning from the crew what Char had done, they immediately felt alienated and wary. Okay. Yang Hui expressed his understanding. Char's situation was indeed a bit special. Then you figure out a way to solve it yourself. After all, we will stay on this ship for a long time. I'll consider it. Yang Hui shrugged, turned his head to look at Dawn Erstelen, Creation, and then headed for the number 1 hangar. The people of the SRX team are now there, and their machines are also there. Brother Yang Hui, you are here. Seeing Yang Hui, Rita Bernal came to Yang Hui with her hands behind her back and jumped. You've grown up, why are you still so clingy? Yang Hui smiled and pinched Rita Bernal's pretty face, asking lovingly. No matter how old you are, you're still a sister. Rita Bernal said with a smile. Although Rita Bernal has grown up and performed very well in her position, mature and steady, she is always the innocent and lovely sister in front of her brothers and sisters. In previous missions, there must be members of the 12th Independent Technical Unit in the team she was assigned to, and she likes to stick to her brothers and sisters. There is nothing the person who is being stuck with can do, because Yang Hui gave an order and Rita Bernal became the sister of everyone in the 12th Independent Technical Unit. He can only spoil her. You are right. Yang Hui rubbed Rita Bernal's head, looked to the side, and saw the golden machine. Is the Phoenix usable? Well, she is a good kid. She was just startled because I came back suddenly before, and she didn't dare to recognize it. I have communicated well, and I can continue to drive it. Rita Bernal put away her laughter and reported to Yang Hui with a serious work attitude. Where is your previous machine? Leave it in the White Fortress as a backup machine. My rising sun has not awakened SDP, and I have never felt its response, so that machine is not suitable for me. The Phoenix is more suitable. Rita Bernal replied. That's fine. Brother Yang Hui, I have a request. Install the core of the Phoenix. Yang Hui guessed what a request was without Rita Bernal saying it. Yes, Phoenix is a great machine, and it is highly compatible with Rita Bernal, so Rita Bernal thought of installing the Festum core on Phoenix and directly upgrading it to Dawn series. Anyway, her driving skills have reached the peak of B level, so it is not impossible to awaken and even enter the door of A level. Yuan Wang will apply for it when the time comes. I understand. Yang Hui smiled gently, and then looked at the three machines parked next to Phoenix, R1, R2 and R3. Director Yang Hui, do you know our machines? When Ida Longsheng saw Yang Hui, he wanted to come forward to talk, but Rita Bernal got there first, and he was stopped by Gulin K and Lattice F. Pursuta. When brothers and sisters meet, they naturally have a lot to say, so don't bother them with your thick nerves. We just met. Yang Hui took out his pad and shook it. It was displaying the records of three machines. He opened it blindly with his super high hand speed when he put his hand into his arms. Oh, so that's how it is. I thought you knew about our world. Ida Takamori was a little disappointed. If you tell me, I will know. Yang Hui raised the corner of his mouth. He was worthy of being Ida Takamori. He just needed it and the perfect assist was delivered to him. Huh? Really? Ida Takamori was surprised. He really liked to share with others, especially the various interesting things in his own world. Of course, in return, I can help you debug the machine. Huh? X3. Chapter 1243, Intelligence in Hand, Lucky SRX Team. By the way, you don't know yet. At this time, Aggie St. Claus came over. He originally planned to find Sanai Greywall to deepen their relationship, but Sanai Greywall had something to deal with and was not available. He was bored and could only come to the hangar to see his ferocious bird 30. He happened to meet Yang Hui and Ida Longsheng chatting. Director Yang Hui's maintenance ability is the best in Drestriga. He debugged the OS tightly and improved the performance of the machine by more than 10%. Huh? Really? Ida Longsheng looked at Yang Hui in surprise. I guess so. Yang Hui nodded. This is a fact. There is nothing wrong with admitting it. Being too modest is hypocritical. Please help me take a look at R1. Ida Longsheng's figure flashed in the eyes of everyone, and then appeared in front of Yang Hui, grabbing his hand, his eyes twinkling with little stars. Or should you let me go first? Being looked at by Ida Longsheng like this, Yang Hui got goosebumps all over his body. Oh, ahoha, sorry, I'm too excited. Although Ida Takamori is a thick-skinned person, he also knows that this behavior is quite shameful. It's okay, but this is my first time to come into contact with a machine from another world, so I can't guarantee that I can do it. And, as he said this, Yang Hui looked at Yulin K, because she was the vice captain of the SRX team and the only one who could make a decision. This may touch the confidentiality of a machine, and it requires the permission of Lieutenant Gulin. This. K. Ida Takamori looked at Yulin K pitifully, and his eyes kept emitting the message of agree. Agree. No problem, Mr. Yang Hui, now we are companions fighting side by side, it's okay. Gulin K thought for a while and agreed. The SRX series of machines do have many confidential technical data in their world, but this is not on their world, so there is no need to worry about the enemy using it against them after the confidentiality is leaked. Moreover, R1, R2 and R3 are strictly speaking only semi-finished products, and there are still many defects. It is also a good thing to have a skilled person to help improve the machine. Okay, Lieutenant Gulin, let's talk while we do it. Yang Hui was also very interested in the SRX series of machines. The T-Link system and the Tronian engine were both good technologies, especially the former, which was similar to the Psychoframe, and there might be some complementary aspects. Okay, Mr. Yang Hui, please come this way. After getting permission, Ida Longsheng immediately turned into lackey, almost paving the way for Yang Hui with his body. Ahem, Lieutenant Ida, this is not a big deal, so, please be normal. Yang Hui couldn't help but say. Longsheng ha. Got it. Sure enough, the vice captain was awesome. With just a few words, Ida Longsheng obeyed. Lattice F. Pursuta secretly gave him a thumbs up. First, they checked the data of R1. During the checking process, Yang Hui, Ida Longsheng and the other two also chatted and learned that they were from the world of Robot Wars OG. The timeline was shortly after the outbreak of the DC War. After a battle against DC, they were swallowed by the Black Sphere and came to this world. In this way, Yang Hui determined the timeline of the world of Robot Wars OG before the other party came to this world. The DC war has not ended, Bion Zoldak has not died, the native species, the demon robot and so on have not appeared, and the alien civilization has not launched a large-scale invasion of the Earth. The SRX that came through this timeline is undoubtedly good news for Yang Hui. On the one hand, there are a lot of talents in DC that can be won over, such as General Bion Zoldak. He is not only an excellent scientist, but also has strong personal combat power. To put it bluntly, if he hadn't joined the game and used his life to let the world see his ideas and the threat of alien civilization in the world, the Hong Kong Dragon team would have dreamed of defeating him. On the other hand, if the Promise Corps can intervene in Robot Wars OG at this point in time, there will be more preparation time, and the flexibility and operability of the plan will be greatly improved. The only thing Yang Hui is worried about is the time flow rate of different worlds. As one of the ace teams of the Steel Dragon team, if the SRX team is not there, there will be huge variables in the DC war. The Federation over there is likely to lose to DC, and Yang Hui's original plan will also fail. But that's all for later. Now that we're here, let's do the things in front of us first and talk about the future later. T-Link system, a system that materializes a bit like the telepathic framework, but compared to the telepathic framework, it has weaker communication and sensing capabilities, and stronger materialization capabilities in physical interference fields. Yang Hui carefully read the information of the T-Link system and immediately compared it with the telepathic framework. Telepathic framework. Gulen K and Lattice F Pursuta listen carefully. This world also has technologies that their world doesn't have. Maybe they can bring some back when they go back, which will help end the war. Well, I saw in the data that telekinetics are written. They should be new humans similar to NT. Then, Yang Hui explained the concepts of NT and telepathic frame to Gulen K, Lattice F Brasida and Ida Long Shen. From the data, the two are similar, but there are also differences. They are both users of mental waves. NT focuses more on induction and communication, while telekinetics focus more on physical interference phenomena. It's quite interesting. Then Mr. Yang Hui, R1. Ida Longsheng didn't understand what professional things like NT and telepathic frame were. He only cared about whether Yang Hui could improve the performance of R1, especially the stability of the T-Link system. Some cool moves in the battle were sometimes effective and sometimes not, which gave Ida Longsheng a headache. As for basic performance, 50%. Please wait a moment, Mr. Yang Hui, what does 50% mean? Gulen K asked anxiously. Of course the basic performance is improved by 50%. Yang Hui answered as a matter of course, and explained, your machines are all unfinished, right? In addition to the R1 and R3, which overemphasize the T-Link system, resulting in too many unreasonable places in the machine itself, not only in terms of program, but also in the frame, armor, and conduction system, all need to be optimized. And R2, too much emphasis is placed on the Tronian engine, and then because of the high-output engine, the heavy armament is increased. This is completely using R2 as a mobile turret, and it is still inferior. X3 Ida Takamori, Gulen K, and Lattice F Bracida twitched their mouths and lowered their heads in embarrassment. Yang Hui did not hide his disdain and disgust for the three machines. Mr. Yang Hui, that's because... Gulen K was about to explain, but before he could, he was interrupted by Yang Hui. Oh, by the way, I checked the system, and there is a fusion program in it. These three machines can also be combined into the final form, right? Yes. Have you tried to combine? Yang Hui asked the three people. I tried, but failed. Tisk. Yang Hui smacked his lips and commented unhappily, then you should be thankful that you are still alive. Mr. Yang Hui, what do you mean by this? Can you explain it in detail? Gulen K asked anxiously. She had a hunch that Yang Hui could completely perfect the three machines of the SRX series and make them combine successfully. Let's call Ms. Oh, you call it PT, forget it, for convenience, let's call it Ms. Compare Ms. to a high-rise building, what is the most important thing? The foundation. X2 Gulen K and Lattice F Brasida answered at the same time. That's right, the foundation. For Ms., the foundation of a machine is the foundation. The overall structure, skeleton, conduction system, operating system and other foundations are the foundation. The T-link system and the like are all floors outside the foundation, or interior decoration. Your machine has not even laid a good foundation, so what are you talking about? You drove such a machine to participate in the battle, and dared to try to merge? If you are still alive, what else can you say? Oh, it makes sense, every word makes sense, there is no way to refute it, there is absolutely no way to refute it. Also, Lieutenant Gulen, when you use the T-link system, do you have a splitting headache? You know all this. Gulen K was shocked. Except for the members of the SRX team and her father, Gulen Kenzo, no one else knew about this. My telekinesis is too weak, and I can't. Okay, Lieutenant Gulen, I know it. The developers over there are all irresponsible bastards. Yang Hui interrupted Gulen K and scolded her angrily. That's not the case, Mr. Yang Hui. The T-link system of R3 has no restrictions at all, and the conduction system is a mess. Not only is it a direct connection, but there is no safety device. Mental waves, which is the telekinesis you're familiar with, is also a kind of energy. In such a transmission system, a large amount of energy is wasted, and there is no auxiliary system. That is to say, it depends entirely on your telekinesis to support the special functions of the entire body. You are a human being, and you use telekinesis to drive a huge robot weighing tens or hundreds of tons. Do they think you are a Superman? Yang Hui asked Gulen K unhappily. And R2, Lieutenant Blasuda, yours is the only one that doesn't have a T-link system, but its structure is also the most unreasonable. You're just treating R2 as a transport plane for assembly parts. There are also loopholes in the separation system. If you start the assembly process like this, the biggest possibility is that it will turn into a pile of parts in the process. Oh, I'm very sorry. R1 has the smallest problem, but there are also many areas that need to be optimized. For example, its deformation skeleton is much worse than ours. The wear and tear caused by deformation is too great, the deformation speed is too slow, and the flexibility is too low. After complaining a few more times, Yang Hui felt it was ridiculous. You are really brave. You dare to drive such a defective product to the battlefield. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.